Now we know what a normal formatting is. That means changing the outlook of how a cell looks, or how the cell data is represented, etc. But conditional formatting is a functionality which Excel provides us. So it allows us to dynamically change the formatting as per a specific rule or conditions that we want to define. Okay. So so let's see how it's actually done. So let's, for example, this is a location profits earned here. So if I want to highlight those cells which have value greater than 5,000. Okay. So how do I do it? I just have to select this, then go to this conditional formatting here, click on new rule and use a formula here where it is equal to this one. Of course, it's giving absolute reference. We should take not direct reference only. Is greater than 5,000. So this is actually a rule. Is equal to B2 greater than 5,000 is an actual rule. Now, once this is done, this we have to click on the format, and we can have several options, like we can set an outline for that one. We can change, we can apply strike through if you want to, or else we can change the what called actual this thing, what called the category of formatting, or else we can do fill, and we can do all of them also. So the point is, what I'm doing is I'm going to fill it with the red color. So click on OK. So click OK again. Okay. So here we can see that these specific values which are greater than 5,000 only, they are getting highlighted. For example, if I want to, if I change some value dynamically here, like for example, if I put it 8898, let's see what happens. Press enter. So even that gets highlighted. On the other hand, if I reduce this value to say 484598, that becomes, that turns normal. So this is how you can do for the highlighting part. Of course, I have demonstrated here with greater than. You can use and use lesser than or something like that. So this is for directly, and we can do it in another way also. For example, if I want to highlight those cells which have a minimum profit of say 6,890. Okay. So those cells which have 6,890 or more profit, only those cells have to be highlighted. Okay. So how can we do that? Okay, that we can do. Click on this first. So we have already put some specific conditional formatting here. So we'll click this first and go to here. Go to manage rules. Okay. So it is showing here rule applied is if it is equal to greater than or equal to B2 is greater than or equal to 5,000. This is a formatting that should be applied. Okay. Now I can click this and put edit rule. Instead of that, I can put this as greater than or equal to this one, and this one I'll be putting as fixed one. Okay. Click OK. Apply. Close. So you have seen here that only those values which are greater than 6890 have been highlighted here. Of course, you can actually create a new rule or can delete existing rule and just put up a new rule. But since I already entered a specific rule here, what I'm going to do, what I have done is just gone there, gone to conditional formatting. I have clicked on manage rules, and then I have done it. Or else you also can also click the new rule and just put up a new rule. But the point is you have to ensure that the previous rule is either deleted or modified accordingly. So this is one thing you can do. And if I type say greater than minimum preference 9,000, only these three get highlighted. If I put it as 349345 all these get highlighted. So this is how you can do it dynamically. That's why it is called as conditional formatting. Now the point is uh, this is a simple basic. Now let's see another table here. That is something where we have 2 years, year 2021 and 2020, where we have different specific orders from a set of two different customers. See, we have some customers in 2020 and another list of customers in 2021. Now the point which we want to see is we want to highlight those customer names here which are present in list 2020 but not present in list 2021. Why? Because we want to know who are the new customers or who have excluded, etc. So how do we do it? It is simple. So here what we do is first we select these things because we want the data to show up here. Click here. Then go to conditional formatting, click new role, because there's a different this thing, so that's what this is what we're going to do. Here we're going to type, use a formula to determine which cells to format, equal to, what we're going to do is equal to countf of this entire array with which we are going to compare. Okay, and that is going to be, let it be absolute only because we're comparing each and everything, comma, the first name here equal to 0. Sorry, excuse me. Of this first name, will make it relative, bracket close, equal to 0. Now how we're going to format, we'll fill it up with yellow color, simple. Okay, fine. So we have Judith here in this first list. No, we don't have the Judith. We have Kelly here. No, we don't have Kelly. We have Candy here. No, so these Judith, Kelly, Candy, Marcy, Teresa, Ladonna, Oral Martin. So these are the values which are not present in year 2020. So we can say that, infer that these are the new customers. I mean, the customers who have not been with us in year 2020. Okay. Now the point is we can do another thing. So before that, I will go to manage rules and I will just click this and I'll just delete it, apply and okay. So I'm just reverting it to normal, nothing else. Now the point is I want to know who are the returning customers. Okay. So how can we define that? So the returning customer is someone who has ordered already in year 2020 and 2021. So technically we are checking for those values who are in which are in this first list and this second list as well. Okay. So the point is how we're going to simply the procedure is almost similar. Let's select this list here. Okay, and go to conditional formatting. Then we click on new rule and use a formula to determine which is what. And then here in this format is equal to, we will put countf. Okay, where this entire array comma, this should be not absolute reference, it should be relative reference, because we'll be calculating individually for each and every one, greater than 0. Okay, and this time what we'll be doing is we'll be filling it up with green. Click OK. Okay, so we have Tyree here, we have Tyree here. Okay, Rafaela must be here somewhere. Yeah, Rafaela. And Becky, we have Becky. Yeah, we have Becky here. HYU also we have here. So the point is, let me explain the logic previously and in previous example and this present example actually. See, when we are using counters, what we are doing, we are trying to evaluate whether the value in this target cell is found in our companion range or not. If value is not found, then countif will return 0. So it will trigger the conditional formatting. Okay. If it is not there, then the reverse happens. Okay. So what happens if it returns a value greater than 0, then this will get activated. The present example. Okay. That is only if the value is found. Okay. If value is not found, it will not do that. So it's the reverse. So what we have done here is, we are for each and in this entire one, we are trying to find out if any Tyree is there. So once Tyree is found, what is it returns a value something a non-null value which is greater than 0. So what will happen? The conditional formatting rule will get triggered. And since the conditional formatting rule is getting triggered, the formatting is done accordingly, which is getting filled by the green color in this specific example. Reverse happens for what the previous one. Okay. Now, having said this, let's move to next example. Here we have specific dates, like from 1st to say 15. So 1st to 15th of January here. I just done this for sake of propriety. Okay, I'll just pull it down till 19th. Okay, fine. Now what I'm going to do is how to highlight based on dates. Okay. So what you have to do if you have data which deals with dates, how to highlight based on any specific rule. Okay, that is also something we can do. Simple. The procedure is similar. We have to select the data. Okay, then go to this Excel and go for new. Click here. Go for new rule. Okay, use a formula to determine. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to find out whether the day is a weekend. Okay, weekend means what? Whether it's a Saturday or a Sunday. Simple as that. So equal to, or why am I using or? Because we are going to check for two conditions. Either it is Saturday or Sunday. Or of weekday of this value. Make it relative because we're calculating for entire one. Weekday of this equal to 1. What is weekday? If you put weekday of any date, it will return 1 to 7 values. Okay. So one is Sunday, second Monday, third Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It goes on like that. So we have checked for Sunday. So what will be for Saturday? It will be 7, comma, excuse me, comma, weekday of same A51. We'll put it as relative reference equal to 7. Okay, bracket close. So this is rule is set. So if it is a weekday, first weekday or 7th of week, that is Saturday or Sunday, then this rule will get triggered. Then what I should do, I'll just choose something different this time. I'll just put a strike through and fill it with purple. Okay, of course you can choose anything, just choosing it for propriety. See, so this is Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, so this is when you want to do a check for a weekend or something. However, if you want to check for only Monday or Tuesday, even that you can do. The only thing is you have to change the numbers which I have done here. Okay, that is something you can do. Now the point is we have specific dates here. Okay, these are continuous dates. Of course, you can work it out with the random dates also. But in this example, I have chosen random dates here. So I want to highlight two specific days. For example, if a date is falling between say one day and another, say 24th of February 2021 and maybe 19th of September, August 19th of 2021, and then I want those days only to be highlighted. Okay, so how do I do it? It's equal to select this. Okay, I'll put as some starting and ending dates here before I get started. I'll put it as 11th. First, I'll format this as dates first. Format cells. Go to number, date. Okay, I'll put the same pro forma only to avoid any confusion now. So I'll put it second 11 2021 and 5 4 2021. So technically I'm choosing between 11th of Feb 2021 to 4th of May 2021. So what I'll be doing is simple. We have to select the cells, go to conditional formatting, new rule, and use the formula. I will see I'll just explain a couple of things later. Then here what I'll be putting is equal to and of here not we are not using or and why, because only when and gets activated only when two conditions which are put in that, two or more conditions which are put in that end up getting returning true. Otherwise, it will return as false only. Equal to this one, this value, that is I'll putting as relative reference, is greater than or equal to this value. Here it should be absolute because this is a fixed value. And again the same thing, lesser than or equal to, here it should be, excuse me, here it should be relative, lesser than or equal to this ending date. Okay, close, go to format, yellow, click OK. Okay, see, so those dates have been selected which are between 11th of Feb 2021 and 4th of May 2021. Other values are excluded. For example, uh, 13th of Feb 2021 comes here, so it is getting highlighted. And similarly, 20th of March 2021 is getting highlighted, which is two values. On the other hand, 14th May is after 4th of May, so it is not getting highlighted. Okay, so this is how you can select highlight dates between two specific dates. And one more thing I like to do is, if you have a due date means when you're due for something, you're due for work, you're due for paying your EMI, you're due for uh, any specific activity. So how do we do it? So it says that after specific date there must be 90 days or 30 days or 40 days overdue, and over that the certain value should get highlighted. Okay, and that should be with the specific present date. Fine, for example, present date is so and so, then after specific date you should get highlighted. Okay, so how do you do it? I select this. Okay, else let me put up something. Since today's date is this one, I'll put, yeah, even this is fine. Select these, go to conditional formatting, new rule, user formula, this one, equal to today. So what does today do? It returns the today's date minus this value. I'll make it relative reference is greater than, say, 60 days. Format red or brown. Okay, okay. So these are the dates. Okay, from the, of course you must have guessed the present date by now, which I'm using the system. So this actually today returns the system date. Okay, if your system date is something else, then it won't show. So what are, so these dates are the dates within which have surpassed 60 dates, surpassed 60 days from today date. Okay, so today's date is 9th of September 2021. Okay, and these dates, remaining dates are the ones which are within the 60-day threshold, and these are the days which are past the 60 days threshold. Okay, so this using this specific thing also you can calculate the specific due date. So having said all this, see, I have always insisted on using this conditional formatting and entering new rules. But the point is, you can also use this to clear rules. You can clear rules from entire selected cells if you want to do it, or you can clear the rules from entire sheet. You click it, everything will be wiped out. That is one thing. If you go to manage rules, I'm sure you'll not be seeing anything because all the rules have been eliminated. However, instead of clicking new rule every time, uh, and entering a formula, you can always click this, which format only unique or duplicate formulas, or use those values which are above or below the average for specific things. You can also select top 10 or 20 percentile of the selected range, which is this deals with the quartile ranges or percentile ranges, which are discussed in the statistical analysis classes, previous class. and we can only do the cells which are between this and this. Okay, so technically for the you can use it for due dates, or else you can use it for other values, and format cells on that basic values. See, I have skipped all this because once you have learned how to use the specific formula, all this become very easy to follow. Okay, these are like served on platter. This is something which you have to make on your own. This okay, let me cancel it. That you can do, or else you can also instead of what you call clicking on greater than or lower than or something like that, you can just use this directly. For example, I have selected this. Instead of typing all that formula, I can use for greater than. Greater than, I can put a value here. Sorry, my 234, and it will 0 0. So that is this something you can do. Cancel this, or else get less than you can do, or between you can do. In between 5000 and okay, 8000. I put 8000, I think only one value should show up, one or two values should show up. So yeah, so that you can do. So this will be much easier. I'm reserving it for a final thing, or else in between also you can do, or even if you want equal to a text that contains, for example, let me show this, equal to a text that contains, say, Shanghai. So it will show you the specific rule. And formatting wise, you can just click this anyways. The same similar window will pop up. Another formatting you can do is, you can ask for which I have discussed here. This is for date formatting. So a date occurring yesterday, fulfilled, or today, tomorrow, the last week, in this week, last month, this month. So these are pretty much easy, since you have understood all this just a few minutes ago. You can click on more rules. It will open the same format, new formatting rule format. Okay, I'll just cancel it. So this is how you can do. You can use click top 10 items, top 10% items, bottom 10, bottom 10%. This all deals with percentages, above average, below average also. So what I'll do is, before doing that, clear rules from the entire sheet. Fine. I'll select this, go to this conditional formatting, click top 10% items. So it is showing that. I'll put cancel. Bottom 10% items, it will show similarly. Cancel. And above average, these ones. And similarly for below average, excuse me, this ones. Now you can also use this gradient fills also, as how much percentage it will be shown, etc. For color scales, also you can do this by applying the rules. Icon sets also you can do, whether it is average, it is low, below average, or more than average. So it will naturally show it. The point is, you have to click on more rules. If you click that, you will get to this specific one, where you will be able to see. For example, I want to put up this icon. Say it is tick mark when the value is greater than or equal to 67%. Instead of percentage, you can put number also, direct numbers. So when it is greater than 7,000, I want a tick to appear to it, next to it. Okay, and when the value and I want it to be what to call a question mark or a doubtful mark here, exclamation mark, or else let me put yeah, I can put it. Okay, I'll put this exclamation mark only when less than 7,000 and greater than equal to, it's asking. Here instead of percentage, I have to put number, because that is less than, greater than say 4,000, and rest I want to put it as into mark. Okay, now click OK. See, you are getting all the icons next to it. So this way you can what you call use icons next to your data values easily. Then I'll clear. Wait, give me a second. Clear the rules from the entire sheet. I'll demonstrate more. These are icon sets. Instead of the present icon sets, also you can use other things also, indicators, ratings, and even what to call the graphs, which will dynamically indicate the percentage and percentage and also the relative value, etc. Okay, so this square specifically shows the percentiles or quartiles, etc. So click that, you click more rules. You can do this also. Icons here you can choose the icon style. You click this icon style, you will have this 5 demarcations, and you can even do that. You can choose in form of percentage, number, formula, or you can put even a specific formula if you want to. You can even choose on percentile. Okay, so this is how you can use conditional formatting very easily. Now arrays, as you know, is one of the more Excel's most interesting and also intriguing and also powerful feature. Okay, so the point is that we can apply even formulas to these arrays and also perform calculations. So before going to in depth about array formulas, let's understand what an array is. So an array is something nothing but a collection of items that is uh, used as an individual element or as a collective as two or more elements. Now in Excel, we can have one-dimensional or two-dimensional arrays. Okay. So for example, if I select this entire row, it can be a one-dimensional array. Even if I select these two, these three, what you call items of this row 1, even then it is a one dimensional element. Similarly, an entire column can be an one dimensional array. Even the selection of couple of items can be called as a one dimensional array. Similarly, for two dimensional arrays, we'll be selecting more than one row and more than one column. These are called two dimensional arrays. However, Excel doesn't support more than two dimensions. It doesn't support like three-dimensional arrays, but its VBA application programming language does. Okay, so having said that, so there are a couple of things or formula, two types of formulas in arrays, that is called single cell array formula and multi-cell array formula. Now the point is, what is single cell array formula? A single cell array formula is something which when applied gives out the result in a single cell. So if you type that single cell array formula somewhere, you will get the result in one cell only. At the same time, there are something called multi-cell array formulas also. So what happens is when you apply multi-cell array formulas, you'll get the result in an array or in a specific range. Okay. Now I'll just show an example now. Now we have a table here, small table, which depicts the item type, the amount sold, and price per kilogram. So how do you usually find out what to call the, the revenue in this case? It is simple. So what you do is equal to this multiplied by this. This is a normal procedure, right? And then what we do, just click it and we get the end result. Fine. So, but we can do it in a single shot. Okay, using a multi-cell array formula. So how do we do it? So for example, now we have the what you call uh, the values from 2 to 13. Okay, so if you try to multiply individually, even then the results will be of the similar ranges. Okay, you can even put it here also, but just from 2 to 13 I'm just selecting the cells here. Okay, after selecting this, go here, put equal to, then select this range. Okay, multiplied by this range. Okay, then press enter. So in a single shot you will be getting all the values. Okay, so if you even if you go and check each and every individual element, it will show the same formula. So you can actually check for consistency of formula if you want. Now what has happened? I have put only a single what you call formula here, and I have got all the values. Fine. You can do it like this, or else. Okay, so you can do after entering, you can just put press enter, or else you can put Control Shift Enter. Even that you can do. Okay, so what happens is when we enter Control plus Shift plus Enter, then you can see that it's adding flower brackets to it. Okay, so it said so it typically signifies that we have entered a array formula. Okay, now coming to the point, let's look into what a single cell array formula is. So here's a multi-cell array formula. So that means it is written in a single shot. We are getting all the different what you call values, and that too that has been represented in a specific range rather than a single cell. Now the point is, one of the advantages, you can't actually tamper with this so easily. Okay, it's not like you have 100 collections and for this 100 collections someone can meddle with somewhere here. No, it doesn't happen that way. So it is a it acts like a kind of fail safe. Now we'll look at an example of a single cell array formula. Okay. Now here I want to calculate the total revenue here. Okay. So what we'll do usually, we'll put is equal to sum of the entire value. Okay. This is normally what is done. I'm just showing an example how it is done normally. Okay. I'll just put total here. Fine. So this is how it is done. Now how do you do it using single cell array formula? Okay. So that how we can do this, he is equal to, we can do sum of this array, okay, multiplied by this array. Okay, close it, control shift enter. So we're getting this value. Fine. So this is how, see, the point is we have calculated for an entire range rather than taking the sum of after, right, rather than taking the sum after individually multiplying then adding it up in a single shot. What we have done is equal to, we have taken the multiplication of an entire range and then added it. Okay, so that is what the sum of this entire range actually signifies. Now, so this is how, what an example of a single cell array form. The result is displayed in a single cell. Now, having said this, let's define an array. Okay. Now, the point is we have already till now we have used the array formulas to calculate the values which are already entered previously. Okay. However, if you want to enter a new array or you want to define some horizontal array or vertical array, how do we do it? We can do it like this: equal to flower brackets open. We'll put as 2 comma 85 comma 91 8 comma 65, okay, 54, something like that. We can do that also. So this is an array. Okay, we can define array. Now let me see, now let's see what happens when I press enter. So it gives a new row. Okay, so instead of entering all this, you can enter a row like this also. Now we can do one thing, equal to sum of, say, this entire array if you want, say 2 comma 85 comma 98 comma 54. Okay, if I press enter, it is a single cell array. Okay, so you'll get the result. It's equal to sum of all these things. Even that is how you can do, instead of having all the separate. Okay, so this is how you can use sum function. Now the point is you have done sum for this one and this one. Now let's see what if you do if you multiply two arrays. Okay, I'll just delete these both things. So this is one array. Okay, which I have defined down. I'll define another array now. Okay, equal to, I'll just define one more, 6 comma 91 comma 77 comma 45. Okay, so what will happen? So I have entered another array here. Now the point is I can also what to call, select this, and now I can put multiplication. Okay, equal to multiplication and sum of, excuse me, for example 2 comma 85 comma 98 comma 54. This is one array multiplied by 6 comma 91 comma 77 comma 45. Flower bracket close. I should be putting one more flower bracket here and close, press enter. Okay, so technically I have got this value as a sum, multiplication sum of all these things. Cool. I'll just show you how, whether the values are same or not. Equal to normal sum I'm putting. So the value is same 17723 17723. Okay, or else you can, this is one way you can do, or else individually you can do one more way, is equal to sum of 2 into 6, 2 multiplied by 6, comma 85 into 91, comma 77 into 98, comma 54 into 45. Okay, press enter, you are getting the same values. So this is various ways where you can do it. Okay, in addition to or else you can use even sum product also, is equal to sum product. Here we are using what, you can use direct ranges here, comma array 2, or else you can also do sum product. You can declare one array here, that is 2 comma 85 comma 98 comma 54, and second array we can put it here 6 comma 91 6 comma 91 comma 77 comma 45. Okay, so you'll get the same values. Okay, so this is in one way you can perform several array types of calculations in a single shot. Else, now we have seen only numbers, right? Now you must be wondering whether we can add any text or something. So that is true. So the point is, I'll just declare one more array here is equal to flower bracket open. I'm adding a number 1, then I'm adding a name or a text. I'm putting line, okay, some random word. Then you can add even boolean also. That is how false. See, I'm not entering when I'm typing false. I'm not putting it within quotes. True. Another name Tom 76. Okay, flower black press enter. I'll be getting all these values here. Sure. So this is how you can do this specifically in the what you call different characters in a single array. Now, having said this, till now I have dealt with horizontal arrays, right? So all these are one-dimensional horizontal arrays. Okay. Now let me show you how it is done for vertical arrays. Now see, for entering vertical arrays, instead of comma, I have to put a semicolon. Okay, equal to, I'll put 54 semicolon, so 87 semicolon 56 close. So you are seeing here that the values have been arranged vertically and not horizontally. The only difference is here I have put comma, here I have put semicolon. Fine. Now the point is, the same thing can be done for even this multiple of it. I'll copy this. So I'll just go here. I'll put equal. I'll put Control V, and instead of comma, I'll be replacing it with semicolon. Right. Okay. Done. So what I'm getting, all these values I'm getting in vertical form. So this is how you can do the horizontal array and a vertical array. Now let's move on to whether we can, let's understand whether we can do a two-dimensional array just by typing things up. Okay. So how can we do it? We can do it. For example, you must have, uh, I'll show a small, I'll enter a simple 2 by 2 array equal to 1 comma 2. After this, column should come. Okay. Then I'll put semicolon 3 comma 4. Okay. See, so I'm getting this entire form in this form 1 2 3 4. Similarly, I can extend it to even 12 cells, 13 cells, or 14 cells. I'll just show an example equal to semicolon 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. That's fine. 5 into 3 I'll put. Let 86. So this is another this thing, and the final one I'll be putting it as, say, Tim mom 6 11. Okay, so now you can see that now you can say I have put it a 5 by 3 array. Okay, so it has technically 5 on 5 horizontal and 3 vertically. So you can put it as tell it as 4 into 5. What Excel will do is allowed you to enter all the elements, also arrange it approximately into the array form, whatever data you have put. But the point is, if you are not adhering to the constants, then what will do? It will throw an error message. For example, instead of last element 985 removing it, it will show an error. Okay, so there's a problem with formula, so it will show an error. It shows that it's not acceptable. So it will not allow you to enter a formula that contains an invalid array. All the elements must be matched. Now we have dealt with creation of specific what you call arrays, and by the vertical, horizontal, even two dimensions, right? Now the point is, can we create an array and also give it a name, and can we use it again and again in a worksheet, for example? So we can do that. So how do we do it? So we have to go to this. We have to go to formulas. Okay, go to define names. Let me click it. Okay, go to formulas, go to define name. Now, in this specific thing, we have to put a name here. So, if I want to say list, I want to put friends, name of my friends, and I'll put it here equal to refers to. Instead, I'll remove this everything. Okay, since already once, give me a second. It's already been selected, so it's showing an error. Okay, now fine. Now I'll go back. Define name, friends. I'll remove this whatever it is there here, and I'll open a flower bracket which is used to define names is equal to Tim, comma, okay, Tim, John, and Paul, Ram. Okay, so I'm defining four names under my what to call specific what to call array named friends, and I'm clicking OK. Okay, so I just created an array here. So if I want to use just friends, use this specific array already all I have to do is equal to, see, if I'm typing FR, I'm getting the friends here. Just click on it, press enter. Simple. So I'm getting all the names in single shot. So this is how you can actually create an array and also use it again and again. Fine. Now, if you, the same thing you can apply, use here. What you call, instead of what you call friends, I can use what you call favorite food, favorite foods, and here I can put it a vertical array also equal to, okay, flower bracket open, pizza, but instead of normal comma, I'm using the semicolon. Pizza, burger, dosa. Okay. So I have put dosa here. So these are the list of 3 favorite foods. I'm clicking OK. Okay. So all I have to do is equal to favorite foods. So I have press enter. I'm getting all these 3 in a specific array format. This is something you can do. Now the point is you have the list in a row. Okay, now the point is I want to put them in a vertical fashion. How you can do, you can use a transpose function equal to transpose, click that, and within the transpose you can put bracket open friends. See, so all the names I've got in a vertical fashion. Similarly, you can convert the same thing into rows also. For example, we have foods here. I want to put it in a row. So how do I do it? It's equal to transpose favorite foods. So pizza, burger, dosa. So this is how you can convert from a row to row to column, and column to row. Now, having said all this, this is a small catch which I'd like to share with you. The point is that you can't change the contents of an individual cell that makes up an array. Okay. The point is this is array. Okay. Now if I want to type 76, 77, what will happen? It will show an error. Okay. The entire array will get deleted. So that is one thing which you can't do when it comes to arrays. We can't move the cells up and down unnecessarily. Like what you call just like a normal this thing, we can't apply the similar functions to an array. Similarly, we can't delete any specific cells that is for forming a part and parcel of this array. For example, if I click delete here, it's not getting deleted. See, if I click, if I'm selecting this and pressing delete, it's not getting deleted. You can delete an entire array, but you cannot delete a part of an array. Okay. Also, you can't insert a new cells into an array instance. Okay. But however, you can modify the formula here. You can click here, modify the formula, and then you can add it. But the point is, you can't put a number right next to this and make it a part of an array. Okay. So this is about the arrays as such. Now, now let me delete all this. I would like to show something else. Now the point is, if you want to create, now these are the individual values. Okay, I have entered it specifically. And all these are also except this which is actually an array formula. Okay, it's a multi-cell array formula. Now the point is, from these values can I create an array actually. Okay, so for example, I have this entire range. Okay, can I create an array from this as such? Yes, you can do it. How do we do it? I'll just have to click this, click here, equal to a1 till a4. Control Shift Enter. So the array has come. The point is we have to select it before, otherwise it will not show up. Okay. See, so all the values have been copied from there to here. Sure. So all the values which were existing previously, I have put here. This is one thing you can do, or else Control Z. I'll just delete it. Or else, for example, we have this specifically how many cells we have. Okay, so 1 to 13 and 3 here. Okay, so the same size I can select here 1, 2, 3 and 13 cells, and here I can enter equal to a1 to this, Control Shift Enter. So the array will be copied. So if you click anywhere, you'll be getting the same formula. Cool. So this is how you can create an array from values in a specific range. Okay. Now the same thing, I want to create an array constant. Okay. Now how do we do it? Now let me delete this before demonstrating it to you. Yeah. Now the point is, what we want to do is we have to create an array constant from its entire values. Okay. So first what we should do is we have to create an array from this in first place. Okay. So this is first most important thing. So what we will do is we'll select a similar range. Okay. I'm doing it from start to prevent confusion. Then we'll go to here. We press equal to. Then we'll select this entire range. Okay. Then Control Shift Enter. So we have got this specific this thing here. Now once this is selected, we'll press F9 now. Give me a second. Yeah, F2, F9. So if we press F2 and F9, we'll get this entire what you call table in format in this formula format. Then we'll have to do Control C. Then press Escape. Then go to here. You define name. Here, what I'll be doing, I'll be instead of putting an item, the table one, and here I'll be putting Control V. Okay, press OK. Okay, that name should be unique. So instead of table one, what I'll be doing, okay, I'll use list 1 2 3. Okay, some random number. So it has been done. So what I have to do, if I had to use this array constant again, I just have to select this thing equal to list 1 2 3. Okay, so I'm getting it here. Click it, press enter. I'm getting the entire data as an array constant in single shot. So this is something you can do. Now, having said that, let's move on to how to perform the different mathematical operations, etc. on a specific array. Okay. Now, yeah. So we have seen one array here, right? Now, how do you perform mathematical operations? We can put it here equal to. Wait. I'll copy this. Here, I want a array that is double. Okay, double of this array. So what is equal to? I'll put equal to this array multiplied by 2. Okay, so I'm getting it 2 times of this array. Okay, so similarly you can do for any specific arrays also. Now if you want to multiply this one array and this one array, what should I do? Okay, I can if I can multiply even two arrays here equal to this array multiplied by, I'll define one more one, define by 3 comma 4 semicolon 5 comma 6. Okay, braces close. Wait. Okay, it's about semicolon, a typo, press enter. So there I'm getting the multiplication of this one array with another array 6 3 4 5 6. So what is happening here, it's getting 1 multiplied with it, that is 3, and 2 multiplied by 4, that is 8, and 3 multiplied by 5, that is 15, and 4 multiplied by 6, that is 24. So you can multiply two arrays also in this way. Okay, so in addition to that, you can even take the square of arrays also. How do you do it? I'll put this one power 2 or anything. So I'm getting 1496. So technically I'm squaring this primary array 1 2 3 4 square, I'm getting 1496. Okay, and multiplied by instead of this 2, I can put it as 2.98 also. Even then it will show. Just a mathematical function. So that is something we can do easily. Similarly for this one, okay, now I can take even the square root of this. Okay, equal to sqrt, that is what you call function for, that is a usual form for a square root, and I'll remove another equal to here. So I'm getting square root of 1 is 1, square root of 2 is 1.4121, or square root of 3 is 1.73, square root of 4 is 2. Okay, this is something you can do. Now similarly you can even use transpose for an array also. Okay, the previously we have seen that rows become columns, you can convert column to rows, but the point is you can do it even for an entire array also. Okay, now I'll put equal to transpose of control V. I'll put an remove an additional equal to here. press enter. So we had 1 2 3 4. Now rows have become columns and columns have become rows. So it is coming 1 3 2 4. 1 3 2 4. This is how you can apply transpose on an array also. Now having said that, let me delete this couple of things. Yeah. Now the point is, if I want to count the number of characters in a range, for example, we have SALT that has 4 characters, PPPR that has 6 characters. So I have to do individually, then take what you call summation, etc. and so on. But the point is, if you can do it, what you call if you can use an array formula, you can calculate all the characters in a single shot. Okay. Normally, what you will do for counting the characters is equal to len length of this under normal circumstances length of a1 or sorry a2 here, press enter, you will get 4. Then what you do is you drag it down, you get all the individual characters, then you have to put sum of all this entire range, press enter, then you'll be getting 84, right? So instead of doing all this, you can do it in a single shot. How? Let me show. Is equal to sum of length of, okay, instead of selecting one thing, you can select the entire range here, okay. Control Shift Enter. Okay, so in single shot you are getting it. Instead of doing all this, we have to, instead of calculating individually, then applying a sum, then so you can put it in a single line. So this is one advantage you can uh, apply using array formula. So you'll be getting, instead of 2 or 3 steps, you can do it in a single step. Now having said that, let me define a formula, let me define a name, range name, which consists of these items, okay. Amount sold in kilograms. Define name and amount, okay, let's put it as amount. Let's delete, press OK. Okay. Now the point is, I want the smallest amount, the amount, I want to know the item which has been sold in the least amount. I can use a function called is equal to small of amount. So I'm getting the amount array here naturally, comma 1. That means the smallest first amount of this entire data. So what is it? 175. So smallest amount is 175, which pertains to cucumber. Now I want the second smallest, what I can do? The same thing is equal to small of this array which I have mentioned as amount, comma second 2. That is the smallest second, while that is 215, which pertains to turmeric in this case. Now the point is, uh, I want even the third one means is equal to same is equal to small of this entire array amount, comma 3. So this is it. Now if I have to add all these things, what I have to do is equal to sum of these entire things, press enter, excuse me, is equal to sum of, breaks this open, these entire ones, press enter. So the last, the sum of the last 3 items which have been, the total amount has been sold is 611. Okay. So instead of this thing, you can also nest a formula like is equal to sum of small data 1 comma small data 2 comma small data 3. That's a bit cumbersome, right? So instead I can put a single array formula here. All names of all this is equal to sum of, sorry, sum of small of. Now what you have to do, I put the array. What array? What is the array? Amount, comma. Here I have to put 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay. Back close and Control Shift Enter. So in a single line I'll be able to do all this work, okay, instead of calculating individually then summing them all up, else using a single line formula which incorporates everything. I can use a nested I can use what to call single cell array formula, and I can get the final result easily. Now having said that, in this entire range, okay, let me check one thing. I'll just use define name array formula of this one. Instead of item I'll be using mine, okay. This name already, okay, mine, okay, item 11. So I have defined this entire range as item 11. Now the point is I want to know how many cells have text in it, okay. So instead of calculating individually, there's a small trick which you can use. So what you can do for this is equal to sum of f of is text of this entire range. You can include this one also because it contains one additional this one, comma 1, comma 0. Okay, so there are 17 ones which have text in them. Now let me explain how it works actually. Now if each text of A1 to A14, that means it returns 1 or 0. Okay, so if it is true, every instance if it is true, it returns a 1. Else it will return 0. Now what is the sum doing? It is adding all those individual ones for which for those values of individual cells where text is there, which is validated by each text. So this is one way by which you can what to call calculate the number of cells which have text in it. Chart is nothing but a visual representation of whatever data we have in an Excel. Okay, so by looking at a single shot, we can actually find out the trends. We can find out the differences. We can observe the what call how different values or different data points are actually related. So this will actually help us to communicate whatever we want to at a quicker and also easy methods, and also at the same time it will also help in presenting our data in a more user friendly manner. Now the point is Excel is something what to call I mean the charts have been something that has been integral part of any spreadsheet software since the early days of Lotus. Okay, so Lotus is quite an old software. Even they had even that software had charts. So having said that, we can say that right from the starting stages till now, the Excel, I mean, the charts that have been generated by early spreadsheet softwares, they were extremely crude. Crude in a sense, very low key. Now, however, over the year, and even in this most recent Excel software, we can find that the flexibility has increased, then the types of number of charts has increased, and etc. and so on. Now, since a chart is usually a picture, then and also as a saying goes, a picture says 1,000 words. So, and a single, so it is actually very useful for summarizing all the information given by our data. Okay, so we can spot trends and patterns which might otherwise go unnoticed. For example, if we have 1,000 data sets or 2,000 data sets, it is very difficult to pinpoint each and every what to call each and every data set and say that we have an inversion here, we have a trend going here, we have a trend going from this data set to that set data set. But if we have a chart, we can visualize it very easily. Now the point is if we have to say create a chart, we must have some data, right? So only on the basis of that data only we can actually create any chart. Okay, now that data is of course stored what to call stored here like in a Excel different cells in a worksheet. Now usually the data can be in a single worksheet, but it is not a 100% rule. We can have a chart which can use data in stored in 4 or 5 worksheets also, and these worksheets can also be in different workbooks. Now the point is we have to decide how to use data. Okay, we can whether we want to use data from one single sheet or 2 sheets, or the nature of our data points and etc. So chart is nothing essentially an object. Okay, that Excel creates for us when we use its features. So this actually contains one or more than one data point series that is displayed graphically. Okay. So how the data appears in what form is depends depending upon the type of chart we use. Okay, we can if you see here insert, and if you click here, you can see hundreds of different chart types. Okay, so we can have different colors. You can even have gray scale, etc., and so on. But the point is, we had to see that if these charts are actually dynamic in nature. Okay, so if we change the underlying data, the same changes will be depicted in the charts dynamically. That means automatically. So, but however, once we have created a chart, we can always change the type, formatting, add new data, etc., and so on. So the point is, when it comes to what you call a chart, it can have that technically can be located in two locations. The point is, once when we select this data, and when we click the insert and put any recommended chart here, let me draw one. So when I click it here, you can see you have actually seen that the what you call that chart has actually appeared in the same worksheet. So this is what you call as an embedded chart. An embedded chart is something that is usually appears on the same worksheet. Okay, so technically we can actually move here, can resize it, etc., etc. So it is almost similar as drawing a specific object. Okay, like if you are putting a specific shape or something, you can put it on an Excel worksheet and then you can move it, right? So it works similarly to that. So and also another point is you can have 20 or 30 different charts on I mean in an embedded style as per our choice. Okay. So whenever we click here, insert and put a new chart, it will always by default come as an embedded chart. Okay, so it is default one. But however, if you select this data here and press F11, I'm pressing F11 now. What will happen? A new sheet will open and the chart will be put up. So this is called as a separate chart sheet. Okay. So however, you can make changes here also, but it's on a separate sheet, not on the same sheet where the data is existing. Now the point is, let me move back. Give me a second. Yeah. Now the point is, you have this embedded chart, right? That means which I have placed it right now. If you want to open this on chart sheet, and you can use by clicking a sheet tab. Okay. Now now some of the basic differences is that in a single worksheet you can have 20 or different 20 or even 30 different chart types, right? Because they're embedded and you can resize and even adjust them as per your will. Now this usually helps up when you are having what you call when you want to print two or more graphs in a single sheet. But however, if you want a sheet or if you want a chart to have an its own separate print page, or if you want to if you want a chart to occupy an entire sheet, then it's always recommended for you to shift over to chart sheet. That is by pressing F11, which I have just shown now. So this is one of the this what you call chart sheet actually is quite useful when you want to point out a specific chart rather than pointing at a group of charts. When you want to segregate a specific chart for any specific analysis or something. Usually 90% majority of the cases we don't use chart sheets at all. They're usually used in embedded form only. However, there's another functionality which usually is offered by the Excel. Okay. Now, having said that, let's move on to what are the different parts of a chart. Parts means the different components that make up a chart. Okay. Now here I have just shown here that this is actually a chart which I have created just now by clicking on Insert tab. Now the point is you can have a chart that has no chart elements. That is an empty chart, but usually not very useful, but Excel allows it. Now the point is here we can see that it is a common. This chart has like line only. This is a pure line chart. Okay, but however, if you want to use, you can even use different types. For example, click here. You can have this 3D area. You can have 2D area, etc., and so on. So we'll be discussing all these types in this in a moment. Before that, we have axis. All charts have this one horizontal axis and vertical axis. These are known as the category axes. Here you can see that 60,000, 50,000, etc. This shows the numerical values. Okay, be it toys sold or even revenue. So here this blue line represents number of toys sold and the red line depicts the revenue. And on the horizontal axis you have the different days, right, from Monday to Sunday. So these are the value axes and each one has a different scale. Now for example the actual chart itself can be changed several times, which we'll be discussing in a few moments. Now the point is we have here incremental values, okay, 0 to 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000, 6000, etc. So this is called the incremental values, okay. So this is something also which we can change here. You can also toggle also, and also we have what you call the data labels, okay, the number of toys sold and revenue which we'll see here. We have the legend here. We also have the plot area. Plot area is the area on which the part on which the actual chart, that is the entire data, is usually displayed. Then we have chart area, means the entire background of the chart, which includes the chart title, number of toys sold. But this is a plot area. Okay, if you click it here, then you can see the difference. So this is a plot area, but this is the chart area. So we can have based on different types of charts, we can have additional parts or fewer parts. So that will be seeing pretty soon now. Now the point is any software, and it extends to even Excel also. This charts which you are displaying has some amount of data that they can handle and they can usually depict. It's not infinite, okay. Now the point is how many number of charts you can have in a worksheet, that is dependent on the memory. If you have more memory you can do it, but the number of worksheets that can be referred to by a single chart. For example, here we have a chart, we have 2 or 3 charts and they can be used by a single sorry, we have 2 or 3 worksheets and they can be used by a single chart and there will not be an issue. But there's a maximum limit to it, that is 255. So you cannot refer more than 255 worksheets by a single chart. So this is one limitation. Second limitation is number of data series in a chart is limited to 255. Okay. Now, and having said that, the number of data points here, okay, 100, 121, all this refers to data points in a data series. I'm not talking about the chart. I'm in a specific data series is 32,000. Okay, that is for a 2D chart. And if you are using a 3D chart, then it will be further limited to 4,000. Now, the total number of data points that can be depicted in in a specific chart is 2,56,000. So these are some basic limitations which we'll have to remember while working with the Excel charts. Okay. Now, having said that, let me delete this. Now we'll go to actual story. I mean the actual process of creating a chart. Okay. Now the point is we have a data here. Okay. Now what's the first step? We have to select the data we want to use in the worksheet. Okay. Uh, or else we can also do one thing, we just click one cell here, so it will, and when we click what you call use this we can even select one cell also. Even then the Excel will consider the entire range or entire data set uh, for the creation of a chart. Okay, if you have a data range like that. Now the point is, let me select this, click on go to insert here, then click on charts icon. This is a chart icon group. Having said that, you can if you click it here, then you can see there are several types of data what to call data representations, that is charts available here. Fine. So you can choose any one of them, click that and you will get the what to call the chart actually. Now now let me choose a data type. Let me choose this or this. Okay, now we can click one and voila, we get it. Or else I'll choose a different one this time rather than the same thing. I will go to insert, go to charts, I'll use this one. Okay, so there we go. So we have a specific chart here. Now when we create a chart, then it uses a proper internal logic or internal algorithm to determine whether data is to be arranged in columns and rows. Okay, that is already decided by the Excel itself. Sometimes it guesses correctly, sometimes it doesn't guess correctly. If we instead of this specific orientation, if we want to change the orientation, then we can go to this and can go to chart design tools here. Okay, then we have to go to data here, and then we can click switch row or column. Now let's see what will happen if you click the switch row and column. Okay, so then what will happen? We'll be getting this. So if you want to change the any specific orientation, even that is a possible. Okay, Now click again, it will revert back. So this is something which we can do. Now the orientation, you must have seen that when you click on this orientation, it has a massive difference change, right? So also it represents the same chart type. Once we toggle the switch row or column, we will have a total different orientation. Now the point is, if you want to change the chart type itself after creating the chart, that also you can do. Now this is a chart column. I want to separate another column if you want that. Okay, so what we do then, we in the same chart design tools itself, uh, we can go to actually type, and we can change the chart type here. Okay, this one we have and this one we have. That is for long. Then we can have line one also. It will show like this. Also we have this one which you have seen previously. Also can click here. We can click even this. We can click this. We can click this. We can click this, and we can have even this one. Okay, this is a 3D chart actually. So that is something which we can do. Okay, if you want to change the chart type dialog, then we have to click it. Then we can, okay, I'll put XY scatter. Okay, or else radar type. Click this and click OK. Simple. It will change. And you can switch row or column, then it will show this file. Okay, so this is something we can already anytime toggle. After doing this, if you want to apply a specific layout to your chart, okay, before doing that, let me change the chart type to more column type only. Click OK. So I have reverted back just for sake of understanding. Now each chart type has a pre-built layouts. Okay, so you can depict it in a specific way or depict it in some other way. So that we can already what actually a layout contains is sometimes has additional chart elements in same format. You'll have other things, additional things like a title, label, axis, and so on. So this is optional, but if you want to use it, then you can do. Now the point is, if you want to change this, what you have to do in this chart design only, go to quick layout. Then you can go for quick layout gallery. So here, if you click this, we'll get this one. If you have click this, we'll get this one. So you can actually see that for same the type of chart is not changing, but it's how that each and every chart is getting depicted, that is getting changed. Okay. For example, if you click that one, you're actually seeing the values, actual values. So it works like that. Now, after doing this, if you want to apply a specific chart style to it, okay. Now, for the same thing, you can have different chart styles. Okay. So, how do we actually apply chart styles? Here itself in chart design, go to here chart styles here. Okay. Here you can have several types of chart styles for similar layout. Okay. See, if you're moving the cursor over here, you're actually seeing that there are differences. Now the point is, if I okay, you can toggle it and see how the chart style is actually changing it out. Now, if you want, now this is about how we actually make some cosmetic changes to charts. Now, if you want to add or delete any specific element, okay. Now I have already applied a chart, but I want more information, or I want to remove any specific information I don't want to be seen on chart. Even that you can do. Okay. Now the point is, here, how do we change it? How do we add or delete elements? For that, we have to go to chart tools. Okay, here are the chart styles, and this is the filters, and the other chart elements. So you can add or delete here. That's something you can do. Now, having said that, you can do it from here. Click it here, you can have access, and within access, if you click this arrow, you'll have primary horizontal, primary vertical. You have more options. Also, click that. You'll have all this data. So you can always toggle it. This you can do here, or else, okay, for example, if I were to add access titles, you can add access titles. Click here, primary horizontal, primary vertical. Then you can have data tables, you can have data labels. All this you can toggle here. You can do it somewhere from here also, or else click this chart and okay, go to chart design, and here also you can do it. The same thing you'll be finding it here only. Okay, primary horizontal, primary vertical. The point is, when you toggle it, you'll be able to see the changes. Okay, whatever cosmetic changes you'll be getting it. So this is how you can format different elements. So technically these are self-explanatory, but the point is, you can always look into them easily. And now, having said that, we'll can actually what to call, there are another method which we can do for changing the effects, etc. So what we can do is click this, press Control plus 1. Okay, so you don't have to, you can do by using keyboard only. The what you have to do is just click this chart, Control plus 1. I'll show it again. So this is how it works. So here you can actually what to call, compare, you can actually use the different chart options here. Chart title, you can do this for series, number of solid tool. You can use gradient fill, you can use picture fill, you can use pattern fill. For example, click this, see it is changing here. That is for this one specifically. And if I go here, number of toys sold, okay, I will click series revenue, then you will be able to see it easily. So pattern fill, see it is changing. Even the color also you can change. Okay, it's a compound type, I can put this, even then it will change. So all these functionalities will be given by Excel sheet. Okay, now we have already made this. Now how do we modify and customize data, sorry, chart actually. So you can actually move or resize the chart. So if it is an embedded chart, then you can freely move it or resize it using the mouse itself. See, you can just move it like any normal common object, and even resize it. Now the another thing which you can do is you can go to chart tools format here and say user size controls. Okay, even that you can do. You can add this thing, you can add the trends also. You can also do save several things. You can also use this click this thing to move a location. You can so you can have, you can actually see here it is in chart 3. You can object in chart, you can even toggle it also. You can also choose where our chart where we want our chart to be placed. You can control, you can actually cut it, copy it, or either paste it like any other normal object. Now we have all the, now after having made these changes, no, so some after making putting a lot of hard work and you make some normal cosmetic changes. Now this is an embedded chart, right? Now the point is, after doing that, you want to convert it into chart sheet. Okay. Now how do you do it? It is easy. Now the point is, you can use the same option. You can go to new sheet. Now having clicked this new sheet, what we can do is, this is for converting an embedded sheet to a specific chart sheet. I'll put some random name, or else can even the default name will also work fine. So instead put chart 1, 2, 3. Click OK. See, so it has been converted back to a chart sheet here. You can see that this is chart here, and there's and it's not an embedded one. And if you want, similarly, if you want to make an embedded one into normal, sorry, if you want to make a chart sheet into an embedded sheet, the same thing. But here you have to choose another. So object in, so object where we have to put chart. Okay, click OK. So it will be back. It will come back. So you can actually toggle whether toggle this. To move a chart from an embedded to a chart sheet, from chart sheet to embedded sheet. Now, if you want to copy this chart and paste somewhere else, simple Control C and Control V will do. If you want to delete it, you can just press delete and by clicking that one. So it's a simple thing. If you want to add new elements also, as I have shown this, all these are option is available. And if you want to move any move or delete any elements, even that you can do. For example, go here. If I click this specifically and press delete, it will get deleted. So I have deleted that specific element by clicking that individually. So I press Ctrl plus Z, so that you can do. Now if you want to choose any specific element and you want to format that specific element alone, all you have to do is go here, click this specific element, click format access. Okay, so this will specifically apply to only this specific element alone. So now what, now you can have glow here, you can have fill, solid fill. See, this is something you can do. Transparency also you can change it. So this is how you can actually format any specific individual elements here. You can also click one, double click it, even then it will come. You don't have to do right click also. Now, having said this, see, for example, what our chart style, how, etc. have applied in the specific chart, it's not available by default in the Excel, right? So what I have done is I've chosen a specific chart style, then chart type, then I added my own elements, some formatting, etc. Now the point is I want the same thing to appear in other charts which I want to use in the future. Okay. So this is a specific formatting which I applied for this chart. Now I want the same thing to be applied again and again. Okay. So how do we do it? How do we do it? So we can do it in a single step. Otherwise, we have to follow all the steps from starting again. I have to choose a chart type. I have to choose a start style. I have to add all the elements and I have to format all of them. So this is a quite a long process. Okay. Now the point is what I have to do is if I want to make a copy of this actual chart and change the data, then we can do is we have to go to this chart design here, then go for this data here and select data command. Okay, so if I want to do any make any specific changes, that is something you can do. Okay, so I can remove this Monday, I can remove Tuesday, Wednesday, click OK. So only this thing will be shown. So you can actually make the specific changes here. Or else if you want to create the other charts but you don't want to apply formatting, that is something which you can do. Just press Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So I have copied this, I have pasted this here. Then instead here in paste, excuse me, in paste options, go to paste special. Okay, in paste special, click the formats option. Okay, you can keep the source for formatting, you can keep the destination format, the destination theme, etc. and so on. You can use it, you can also paste it as a simple picture. This is something you can do. So we can also create a new templates also, which we'll be discussing it pretty soon. If you want to rename a chart, even that you can do, because we'll be having what will happen is when we are dealing with 5 or 6 or maybe 10 or 20 data sets, then we'll be having as many charts. Okay, so it is usually better to name them. Okay, you can name them as a chart A, can put it as chart A, chart B, chart C, chart D, and so on. So this is quite helpful in such cases. Now the point is we can actually use a chart name that is already for another one. Okay, so you can have hundreds of different charts and having the same name. Okay, but later when you're trying to use VBA macros, then we have to it will create a small issues like that. So how do you actually rename a chart? We have to do clear simple click the chart, enter the what you call the name in the name box. Okay, instead of here there is a chart one, right? Instead of chart one I'll put uh, okay, first chart. Press enter. Now having said that, let move towards what are different types of charts that are available. Okay, now let me delete this so that I can explore more, can show you better. Fine. Now there are several types of charts that are usually available in Excel. Okay, so almost in every case, the point is we should be able to communicate effectively what in a visual representation what the data is trying to tell us. Okay. Now the point is whenever using a charts, we are using we may often compare data with time. We may have to compare data with other data. We have to compare two different set of data points, and sometimes we may have to compare data relationships. Then we may have to compare the volume or the frequency which we're actually seeing, and sometimes you may have to identify the outliers or unusual situations. Okay. Now you might be wondering which is the data, which is a chart type that is best for depicting any specific data. Actually, there's no specific answer for this. You may actually choose what is actually actually we can choose any date, any chart which actually tries to depict the information in the way we want. Okay, so that is something you can do. The point is when once we select this in charts, we have hundreds of these things, right? So here see, for example, you have column charts here. Okay, so this we have seen already, and here we have seen the stacked column. That means our one data set is presented above another, and then we have the percentage stacked column. Now, what's the percentage stacked column? It depicts usually one data set as a percentage of the whole. Okay. Now, for example, on Monday we had 100 toys sold and revenue is 3,000. So that it tries to depict in part of percentage. However, this is not the suited one because number of toys sold and revenue are not directly related. I mean, of course, there may be some minor relation, but at the same time, they are not well depicted by this data type. Okay. Also, we can this is the chart style which you usually toggle, which shows the numbers here, but it's not useful in this specific context. However, if you go to this and I'll delete this. However, if you put this one in a staggered column, that may depict. But the point is, the disparity in the numbers is so great that the changes is not visible. So if you use this, then you can actually see that the each and every individual uh, data range is depicted separately. Okay, so we click this, then we use switch row and column, where we can actually see the number of soy sold. Then we'll be using this specific chart styles to depict the actual numbers. So we can actually make a comparison. So this is how we have to choose the proper methodology for depiction of chart titles. However, we also have this what to call. Let me show again 3D data, how to depict data in 3D fashion. Okay, you can even click this, then switch row or column, but this will obscure certain data here, so this is not advisable. And we'll number of toys sold. Okay, let me, yeah. So this has a better readability than previous data types. Fine. Similarly, we have this line charts. Let me show this. Insert line. Okay, we have 2D line, 3D line. We have 2D area. Okay, and we also have 3D area here. Okay, this is usually technically quite useful in to plot continuous data and also use for depicting of trends. Okay, and switch row or column that we can do. Then we can use certain things to depict the numbers. Give me a second. Yeah, this is good. Okay. So the apparent usage of all this will be more useful when we have like the 100 or the 200 different data set points. Or else let me choose some other data from this thing. So wait, just give me a second. Yeah, so I'll copy this and try to depict in my chart. Okay. Yeah, so we have the same thing, month and January. Now let's show this same charts here. Yeah, so now you can make a more comparison here. Fine. We have 3D bars also, verticals and horizontals. My point is when you are using for time series, then line charts are always better. Maybe 2D lines or even 3D lines. Okay. So this can actually depict the trend much better or much easier. Now I will delete this. I'll try to use another one. Okay. So here you can actually see the trends much better. okay, rather than the previous examples. Now we can actually see this pie charts also. Pie charts are usually useful when you want to depict the whole thing as a relative proportion. Okay, so for a pie, the entire circle represents 100%. Okay, out of that, whatever percentage that element is contributing, that will come out as a specific uh, part of this pie. Okay, so yeah, we can have 3D pie like this. Excuse me. So this is how a pie chart looks like. Okay. Now, having said this, there are different types also. For example, here you can see this one legend is more cluttered. This is also not so good. Not good. Okay. So there are too many elements. That's why it's making it clutter. So instead of this, let me choose page layout. Okay. So if we click this, then we can see what percentage of contribution is depicted like this. Okay. So contribution of this specific element, etc. So you can back compare it with the legend also, which you'll be able to see. So I'll make some small changes to this data now, so that you can see actually. So from January 18 to this, I'll delete now. So we have only for specific year now. Now it will be more clear. Okay. Go to here. Go to pi. Okay. Now it is showing for each and every. Now you can see here for each and every element how it is being depicted properly. Delete. Yeah, even this you can see now. So this is how a pie chart is actually used. You can also convert into dow chart also, donut chart also. Now then later we have XY scatter charts. Similarly, this is XY scatter. So it technically depicts the data in form of individual points on the chart area. Also we have the area charts here. We also have histograms. We have tree maps. We have sunburst. Okay. So for all this, go to click this recommended charts, click all charts. So here you can see here, we have line and we have area charts also. Okay, so you can actually see here how it looks like. Click this, you can see the, of course it's not depicting it properly. Then we have 3D charts. Okay, this is something in the pie charts you have seen. This is how an XY scatter looks like. Then we have radar charts. Now radar chart is something wherein which what to call from the center a specific line is drawn, and the point how if it is further more from the center, then it depicts a greater value. Okay, and all these lines are in turn what to call located. All these points, individual points, are then joined by a line. So this is how a radar chart looks like. Fine. So it can be used to show specific sales or something. So we can have this form of radar. Then we have fill up radar charts. So this depicts in form of area. Then we have surface charts. So for this surface chart, we must have at least two series of data. Okay. So it is only one series of data. Okay. So I'll just create one more and show it to you here. I'll click profits is equal to, let me put it as is equal to 25%, so, or 0.25 multiplied by this. Okay. So I'll just toggling it a bit. So some I'm putting at 25%, putting it as 0.30%. Then this one has 18%. Okay, now I'll select this data again. Now let's see how recommended charts, all charts, time series chart, the surface charts, how the surface chart actually looks like. So for the surface chart, you must have two series. So usually useful when we are actually depicting time-based series or something, interrelated ones. These are 3D surfaces and these are 2D ones. Okay, this is something you can do. And then we have bubble charts here, and tree map, radar charts, etc. Let me see one by one. So this is a sunburst which I have seen shown before. Let's go for box and picture. It shows like this. If you go for waterfall types, you can actually see this. Then we have something for funnel to look like this. We can have a combination of more than one charts. So you can actually even change that one for this one, and for this you can put it as this. So you can actually change this. You can make it secondary axis or primary axis. So these are the different types of charts usually available in the Excel sheet. Okay, and there's one more important thing called tree map. So in this tree map chart is used mostly suited for hierarchical data, and for this funnel it is mostly useful for representation of data at a specific stage of any process. Let's move on to certain advanced charting techniques. Now, how do we do it? Now, we must have seen that we can actually make the charts quite easy using Excel. Okay, we have to choose a data, choose a chart type, and then we can end up doing it. And we can also make some customizations, etc. Okay. Now, the point is, if you want to delve deeper into it, then we may have to. Then it is always worthwhile to know the more advanced information on this. Now, let me create another chart now. Okay, insert chart. Fine. I click this. Fine. So having said this, now if I want to make any specific change, we may have to select this one individually and or then make necessary change, then click this individually. So that is something we have to do, can do with mouse as a shown. Press Control and plus one, all that we have seen. Now we can actually see here that we can uh, toggle this using mouse or keyboard also. Now, the mouse is something that's self-explanatory because whenever we click anything and when we just hover it, then we can see the information of the data is actually displayed here. For example, here you can see the series revenue where the cursor is there, series revenue generated in Maryland USD, and the point is Turkey and the value is 752. Okay, so same thing will happen here also. Click here and you can just hover your mouse over there, then you can see the respective data here. So this belongs to profit series, and also the point is Turkey, value is 188. So this is something you can do like this. So if you want to use a selection by keyboard, you can just what to call, you can use when this chart series is selected, you can use the left and right arrow. Okay, for example, see, you can press the left arrow, right arrow to toggle the individual item selections within the series. And when the data labels is selected, you can use even the same thing. Okay, for example, left and this one. That is something you can do. There is another way to select this elements. For that, you have to go to format, go to chart area, and click here. You can select here the chart title. You can put here horizontal title. You can use it to select the legend, etc., and so on. Okay, this is something you can do like this if you want to select the different elements. Now, as I have told you here, the what you call, there's something called chart area, that is an object that contains all the other elements. Okay, so this is a chart. This is a individual element here. Click here and you'll feel the individual elements. But if you click the background, that is a chart area. Fine. So you can double click this and then you can make any changes here. So you can make it a solid fill. Only the only thing you can do is make some cosmetic changes. But even that you can do. Now, having said all this, you must have seen that I have made some several changes here. But the point is, I want to revert it back to the actual formatting. Okay, so how do we do it? You have to go to chart tools. Okay, select this, go to format, reset the match type. So it will revert back to the default one. Okay. Now there is something called as a plot area, which is this specific region where the graphs are usually plotted. So if you want to modify that, even that you can do. You can just one thing is you can actually resize it. You can also move it. Okay, there's something you can do. If you want to double click it, the thing you will get the same options here. You can even change any specific this thing. Okay, so you can change the plot area dimensions. You can see in the what to call how to change how the way it looks. So this is something you can do with plot area. Now if you want to say for example, say I'll extend this. Okay, now here I want to put in some additional information. So that you can do, all you can do is insert a text box here and then you can type. So I can put this is the data from our office outlets in 6 countries, which, which are as okay. Okay, so this is something you can actually make changes like this. So by the can add more shapes also to this. If you really want to put up any specific items here that you can do, you can put even more information. You can put any shapes. Just have pasted my what to call text box here. So all this we can do here. Now having said this, now having done all this, if I want to say, I like this chart formatting, okay, which I have created so meticulously. Now the point is, if I want to say copy this, save this chart as a template, what I can do is right click this one, save as template. Okay, so as a, I'll put as mine. Okay, put it as save. Done. From the recommended charts, you can always choose this line. For example, this one has already shows this one. Okay, go to recent or go to templates here. You can see here mine formatting is already available here. So if I want to create a new chart, I already have to go to this change chart type, or of course you can change anything always. But if I want to create a new one, even then this will be applicable as mine. Okay, this is how you can save your chart actually. And create one and also work it out. Now if you want to change this everything, you can go to this format, go to here insert shapes, which I have done shown previously. You can also what you call format selection. I can use a gradient fill. I can use even pick one, which is something I've shown you rightly. You can also offset this only when we are using it as a pick. You can change this thing color and transparency as well. I want to make further changes. Right click this one, go to here, go to grid lines, click this. Can put primary vertical also. Can put click on more options here. I can even increase the width, decrease it, and I'll put it as a solid line instead of this color. I want to put it as black. I can put it as, yeah. You can also put up these arrows or dots, etc. Fine. So I'll close this for time being. Now this is not just for this axis, something you can choose for any element available here. Go to, if this is an axis and you want to format this, click format axis and you can do the same thing. Okay. Now the boundaries we are having 0 to 800. and for minor we have 20 to 100, right? This is also can choose instead of maximum 800, I can put it as 1000. Fine. So you'll be seeing that two more bounds are added here. Then for units, instead of 120, I can put it as say uh, 10 and 50. Okay. So you can see more bounds are being added here. Now usually we can have this one, or you can put as access value. You can change this one. Can put various display units instead of hundreds or thousands or millions or like that. So that will get divided accordingly. Okay, now let me remove some of these things. Okay, now you can also depict this in a logarithmic scale also. Okay, so they're not fine. So this is a logarithmic scale with a base of 10. We can also change the bases. If we want to put, we can put the base of 2. We can also put the values in reverse. So it goes like that. These are various ways which you can end up doing this. So tick marks you can put on the inside, on the outside, etc. Let me close this now. Set the matching style. Okay, now it's fine. Now having said this, now we have a category access also, right? So that also we can do. Just click here. You can use the various data labels and all. So that is something we can do. So the formatting options for any element is almost same, but it has some functionality differences when it what you call mm, uh, functionality differences when it comes to different things. So all I would like to suggest you is to try to experiment each and every option available here, so that you can get a more grasp on what each and every function, what each and every change does to your chart as such. Now, having said this, for example, I want only certain things to be shown. For example, there are two series here, right? One is for revenue generator and this is for profits, right? Now, the points I want to show up means how to do. I can click this, click out this profits, then click out this, then open it. That this is something you can do. So you can actually hide them whatever services you want. This one, click out profits, then click on apply, so it will go off. Click out this apply here, you get only this one. So for all categories, I can remove Australia also, click on apply. So only this will be shown. So this is how you can actually choose to show any specific information of this out of this entire data set. That is something you can do. And another thing is you can actually delete this entire profits. For example, click this entire profits, Control X. Also, I will just delete it. So the entire will be removed. Why it's not showing? Because click here, apply. Now it will show. Okay. Now the point is, if you want to find it reappear, you can just Control Z. It will show up. Okay. So this is how you can actually add a new data series, or you can actually what you call remove any specific data series. But however, if you have already this data, right? Let me select all, apply. Yeah. Now if you want some more data to this chart title, okay, you have some data, but you want to add something more. So how do you do it? Let me do this here. I'll put one more data set. So normal expenses, this is simple. Okay, this is equal to revenue minus. So there's different types of expenses. You just thought of putting it up. Okay, so this is now I have entered this expenses here. Now the point is I want this another range to appear in this. Okay, now how do I do it? So if I have another new data set to chart, that is also something you can do. Now for this you have to activate the chart here and go to chart design, remove. Now you have to add this thing. Now what is series name? Series name is going to be this. Okay. Then for series files, delete this and put up, select this. Okay. Done. Okay. So you have seen here this another line that has appeared here. This is, represents expenses here. So this is how you can actually add one more data set or data range to your already existing chart if you want to do it. Now, having said all this, I would like to mention one small fact. For example, when you click any series in this, so there's one series for revenue collected, there's one series for expenses and profits. So if you click any one of the series here, then you can see that automatically in this formula sheet, you can see that there is a series formula. That is series chart of from what you call B12, chart of A13, A20, etc. And so this is actually series form that usually appears for each and everything. Okay, this appears for this series, this appears for this series, this appears for this series. Okay, so that is something you can actually not enter directly in a formula box and expect results to appear. But once you have put a chart, this series formula will appear, and then you can use it to modify the respective data sheets. Okay. Now that is one thing. Now if you have observed here, I have added two more data points here for Sri Lanka and Bhutan. Now how do I add these two extra data to here? Okay, for the series. So you can do that. For example, I have to click on this, then we'll get the data that is represented by this selection here. All you have to do is just click and drag. Okay, see these two are getting added. Similarly for this data series also, expenses you can pull it here, and for profits you can pull it here like this. Yeah, so this way any other additional data is added below to this specific range, all you have to do is click that specific data series and just drag it down. So in that way you can do it. Now going back to the series formula, the format is, first it comes the series, then this first argument is series name. Okay, then comes the category labels. Okay, then values, and then order and the sizes. Okay, now what is series name? This is actually an optional thing, so it is a reference to the cell that contains the series name used in the legend. Okay, now what is for example, if I click this one, so for example I click this. Okay, even then here it is coming D12. So what is D12 here? DN12. Fine, it shows here expenses, right? So that is the name um, uh, series name used in this cell. For example, this is defined by the name expenses here. Fine. And the next one, what we done is category labels. The second argument. The category labels refers to those things which is used for this category access. Okay. For this expenses, what is the access here? Use this one. So that is represented by this. So it is non-contiguous sense, but even then the reference is value. And then comes the values. Okay. So what are the values used from D13 to D20 here? Okay, chart, that is the name of this worksheet, and D13 to D20. So that is D13 to D20 is the this range of this values used. Okay, and what is the order? So order is usually that is specifically used for the integer. That is specifies the plotting order of the series. It is only valid if the chart has more than one series. Okay. So in this, using a reference is not allowed. There is usually another this thing that is usually used, that is sizes, but it is only for used for bubble charts. But this is just a line chart that is not ignored here. Okay. Now you can actually toggle anything specifically, and then also end up generating any specific changes here. For example, here it is D20. I can modify it to make D19. See, one range has disappeared from here. If I were to put D20 here, before pressing enter, see here is this one. Let me press enter, what will happen? See, another line has appeared. Now I'll put one dummy number here, 896, and click this here first. Instead of D20, I'm putting D21. Press enter. See, another one has appeared here. Okay, so this is how you can actually use the sheet formula to make necessary changes also. Okay, other than dragging, even this is something we can actually use. Now, having said this, now previously you must have seen that. For example, let me show here. You can also include cases where you'll be able to see the data values, right? Excuse me. Select this. chart design. Let me, yeah, 1 minute. I'll just show the format. Okay. Now the point is here we are seeing that the different in certain cases some of the values are just overlapping other things, right? So can we change it? Yeah, we can change it. To click that, move it to the side. So you can see that you can actually change the location of this data labels also. For example, here let me maximize this. Here you are seeing the 65 and 44 or something that is overlapping each other. So what I can do, click one this thing here, move it a little bit. Okay, so you can change this here, move a little bit to the side. So that way the 65 will click, move it a little down. So that way you can unclutter whatever data that has been shown here. So this is how you can unclutter this. Let me bring it back to normal. Now having said that, there may be some cases wherein the data may have some minor errors, right? Can vary by 1 to 2%, etc. So on. So can we depict that in this chart? Yes, we can do. All we have to do is click this, add plus, go to error bars. Yeah, let me show it again. Okay, error bars. From error bars, there are different click error bars. You can put it as a form of standard deviation or percentage. Click on percentage. You can put it as a standard deviation also. You can put it more options. You can put it for any profits or revenue generated or expenses also. Click OK. Simple. So this is something you can do. For vertical error bars, you can put it plus or minus, etc. And here standard deviations, percentage, you can put it as 5%, or you can put it as 10% or something. Fixed value will not come mostly because it varies with each and every uh, value. So this is how you can add even error bars to it. Now let me delete this for time being, and here I will deal with the specific data. So I will show one more feature, how to add a trend line. Okay. Now trend line is something that points out general trends in your data. So sometimes you can forecast future data also using these trend lines. So how to add this thing? Let me put one chart here using this. Go to insert. Okay. Now how do you add trend line? Let me move it. Yeah. Now click here. Go for trend line. Okay. Trend line I want for number of toys sold. Okay. Click OK. And whether I want linear, I can put it. I can put whether I want exponential or linear forecast of a moving point average, etc. Okay, 2 point moving average also you can do. So this is something it will show you. It's linear in number of toys sold. It is linear for this one, etc., etc. So it goes like this. So this is how you can put trend lines here. I will delete this. Now, if you want a chart which is a combination of more than one chart, okay. So I want a chart which has, say, histogram and even excel scatter or histogram or line month. How can we do it? Now the point is, click. I'll use this. Click this. Insert chart. I'll put this one normal. Remove this one. Now I have to activate the chart. Okay. Then I have to go to this change chart type. Click here. Here go to last one, click on combo. So here you can see the various types you can see. So you have XY line, we have this one, what call area types, this one, and custom combination also you can do. For chart type instead of this one, I can put this bar. Okay, secondary axis, so we have to check select other one. You can use this. This one we can use this. Click OK. So you can actually see the various types of charts which you can put it at a single stretch. So we are using a combination of charts. And in some cases, what we want to do is want to attach this entire data to this chart itself. How do we do it? Click on add, click on data table. Okay, right click with legend keys or without use. So we have more options also here, which is about formatting. So the point is, in this chart itself, you will have the data also. So this is particularly useful when we want to print everything as a in a single sheet, rather than, for example, if you have data somewhere. For example, we have 10 or 20 pages of data. So every time you want to look at the actual data, you don't have to scroll up and down and then have to look at the data. So this will prove useful in such cases. Okay. So this will, what it will do is it will add all this data to the end of the what call specific this thing only. Okay. So this is quite useful in that situations. So even when you are printing the chart using a normal print command, then all the data will come in that single printout itself, without ever having have to include both, try to adjust both the data in the same page. However, if you want to put it, if you can also put it in a chart sheet and can print that individually. Now, what is actually exactly a sparkline? Sparkline is nothing but a small chart that is usually displayed in a single cell. Okay. Now, till now we have seen about various charts, right? So, will be it is similar to that, but instead of displaying it as in a separate chart sheet, or displaying it as an object which can be resized and done, etc. Sparkline is something which is usually depicted in a single cell of an Excel. Okay, they are actually compact, so it is easy for us to spot certain basic trends or variations quickly in data. They look like miniature charts only, not much difference. But yeah, before explaining further, let's delve deep into it. Now, as far as the sparkline types are concerned, there are actually three types of sparklines. Okay, one is line type, that is mostly like a line chart. Another option is like a histogram or column type. Another is a win or loss. Now, what is a win or loss means? It is mostly like a binary type of data. That means it displays each and every data information as a high block or low block. Okay, so this is the third type. Now, why is this sparkline actually required? It is because if you have several data and you want to really compact all the information in single sheet or something. For example, if you have, say, for example, see here we have data about various cities and the profits registered in the city. Now, if I want to display the charts for everything individually, I want to display the trend for Hyderabad individually, Chennai individually, Tokyo individually, Delhi and Shanghai individual basis, then I may require how many charts? 5 charts, right? But instead of that, you can, so it will take a lot of space. So instead of that, I can manage to cram all that in a single cell. That means for Hyderabad will be displayed in a single cell here, and for Chennai in a single cell here, Tokyo in a single cell here, Delhi and Shanghai also in a single cell. So what do we do? How do we actually put up this sparkline graphics? For that, we have to select the data here. So select only the data. We don't have to select the legends here because legends are not displayed in sparklines as such. Only some basic trends are shown. Then go to insert. Let me click insert. Here insert, you will see sparklines. Okay. So we have line, column, and win or loss. Okay. Let's click line sparklines. So here we have to choose one thing. So we can choose the data what we want. Here we are saying data range is B3 to F7, right? And where we want the sparklings to be mentioned here, then we'll click here. So sparklings will be posted here. Click OK. See, here is something you can actually see this sparklines as such. Fine. So this is how we can put up a basic sparkline here. Now I'll show another one. Click for here. Here again insert sparkline column. Location, the data range has already been selected. So location range, I'll be putting it here. Click OK. So you'll be seeing the sparklines here. So the point is, what you're seeing here is it is depicted for an entire entire row here. Okay. So the point is, you can actually see the trends here very easily without ever having have to refer a complete chart by itself. Okay. So this is how you actually you can end up putting the sparklines as such. Now coming to the point, you can even customize them. Okay. Now this is like now entire Sparkline is as it comes as a group. Okay. Now click this. Click on 1 second. So you can click one of them. Go to here Sparkline. If you click that one Sparkline here, here you can do all the customizations you want. Okay. The point is you can edit the data here. Edit. So since we already defined the edit, group location and data, that is something we can edit here. We can also switch row to column or column to row. See, it is shifting like that. This now this is working similar to those what you call Excel sheets. That is something you can do. After this, see the when I'm clicking any one sparkline here, you can actually mention that all the sparklines are getting selected. Okay, so to prevent that, you can go to ungroup. So after doing ungrouping, you can edit any one individually. Okay, so click ungroup, click ungroup. So in that way, you can actually work on this individual sparklines as such. Having said that, you can even clear the data. That means if you want to delete something, even that you can do. Now, having said that, now let's see what will happen if I increase the size here of the individual cells. See, it is changing. So it's dynamic. If I'm increasing the size of the cells which hold the sparklines, then the appearance also changes because the sparkline as such occupies almost entire cell. Now if I want to change one type of change from one type of sparkline to another, that I can do very easily. Okay, select them, go to sparklines. Here, hit column. Simple. I'm getting the same thing. And here, if I want to change from here to back to say line, even that I can do. Okay. Now within this, we can even customize how they look. Okay. Now the point is, we can change the color like this. Click on sparkline color. From this one, I can change it to red. Okay, and change it to any other color like violet. Or else I can even add more weight to it. See, so this is how it looks. Now, okay, give me a second. I'll reduce the weight. Looks a bit more. Okay. Now, having said that, we can highlight certain data points. Okay. Now we can add what is high point. High point is a maximum numerical value in this entire series. Okay, so that gets highlighted here. So I'll make this bigger so that you can actually see it better. Okay. So here is the high point here. You can see here. This is a small red dot here, right? These are the high points. High point is here, high point is here. Similarly, you click the low point means the lowest value. You can see the low point here, 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 here. And if there are any negative values in this, that will be shown the negative points, but this is all positive, so it will not be shown. Then we'll have first and last points. What are first and last points? The starting of the series and the ending of the series. Okay. So these are the what you call features available, and then we have markers. So even that will show up when we select it. This option is available only for line sparklines. Okay. Now what are the markers here? Here markers means it will highlight all the individual points here. For example, let me take off the high point, low point, this one first and last points. Okay, all are removed. But since I have markers here, only markers is selected, so I'll be able to see all the individual ones. Okay, you can also change the style here. For example, if you want let me click this, so it will change the style. Now having said this, let me okay, give me a second. I'll copy this table here. I want to demonstrate something, so just give me a few moments. Fine. Now we have cities and the profits registers in the city respectively. Now the point is, if you say if above 100 is acceptable for the profit registered, and if it is below 100, it's not acceptable. How do we actually use Sparkline to debit it? Okay, what we can do is this is equal to use an if function. If this value is greater than 100, then it's 1, or else it's -1. Okay, press enter. So it's 1 here. Now I'm dragging it here. So some are showing it like this, some are showing like that. So we here we can get that which are on which city and on which date the performance is satisfactory and which is not. So this data we can use now and insert a new sparkline using the excuse me, win or loss. Okay. So location range I'll put it here only. Press OK. So you can actually see which are blue is acceptable and red is not acceptable here. Okay. So you can say which day, how many days and which are the days when the performance has been acceptable or not acceptable. This shows only the binary formula which is acceptable, not acceptable. Now the point is, if you want to know the magnitude of their activity along with the acceptability or not, then you can do it one more in another way. Here, if B is greater than 100, you put it 1, right? Instead of that, you do one thing, greater than 100, then what you should do is equal to B3 minus 100. Okay, or else minus 1, or else, excuse me, then you can put it here as the value is equal to B3 minus 100 and again B3 minus 100. Okay, press enter. So we're getting the difference here is 100, 126 and it is 26. So drag it down. So we're getting for all the specific ones. And once it is done, drag it sideways. So we'll be getting the differences. Yeah, fine. Now the point is, click on this Sparkline here. Go to Sparkline, column, win or loss. So here you can actually see. So for this one now we'll be using line or column based. In column, we can see we'll ask them to show the negative points. For example, line we'll ask them to show the negative points here. Then we can actually see, yeah. So which days have has the specific performance been negative for specific city. Okay, for Hyderabad there are no negative points. For Chennai 1, and for Tokyo 4, and for Delhi 3, and for Shanghai also 3. So this is how you can actually depict these points actually. Now moving further, now this is a date and revenue for different days in the April of 2021. Okay. Now let's create a sparkline for this. Fine. Excuse me. Okay, this insert sparklines and column. Okay, I want the range to be here. Click OK. Now you can add, there's a small catch in this. The point it is, let me maximize this. One thing I forgot to tell is, okay, the sparklines work specifically well for even merged ones. Okay. So if I merge this, then it will show. Now you can see here for that the revenue has been actually implemented properly. But the point is there's a catch here. The point is the data is not contiguous. For example, 4th, 5th and 9th and this is 10th, and then there are certain gaps here. Fine. You can see that there are certain gaps here. So how do we actually implement that into this Sparkline? So click this, go to Sparkline design once. Then we have to go for group, then axis. Then we have to put date axis type, and for date axis we can select this. Okay, click OK. So you can now see that the gaps are appearing where there's a missing data when there's no data. Now, what is visualization? Visualization is nothing but, as I discussed previously, it's a presentation of any specific data in visual format to some sort of graphics. Okay. Now we can take several examples in normal life. Like for example, if you have something that is painted red, then it means stop. If it is painted that is green, that means it is ready to go. Something like that. Now, first we'll start with visualization of formatting when dealing with numbers. Okay. Now the point is that in number formatting, we'll have several formats like accounting number format, percentage style, comma style, decimal, increasing the decimals or decreasing the decimals. That we must have seen in the starting itself, the one of the introductory class itself by selecting these. Okay. Now these are already preset now. Fine. Now the point is there are certain things which you can custom. you can make a custom this thing also. So we'll be looking into further into this in this specific class. Now, for example, let me type a number here, some random number, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, this is there. Now what I'm doing is Control plus Shift and the button right next to it. Let me select it first. Control plus Shift plus this, so it makes a general number format. If I press Control plus Shift plus 1, it becomes a number with 1,000 separator and a hyphen for negative values. Now the same thing if I put here minus 1 2 3 4 5, see, it becomes a hyphen. Now the same thing if I put the same number, if I put Control plus Shift plus 2, what will happen? It becomes a time number format. Since that is unsupported, it doesn't show up here. Okay, so it shows an error actually. So I'll do one thing. I'll do 12 0 0 45. Okay, Control plus Shift plus 2. Okay, so now it's showing 12:00:45 p.m. and the PM has been added. If you must have seen, it was not there previously. Okay, now the point is, if I do the same thing with if I want to do with dates, now let me type a date number, date here, excuse me. So it's 12 comma 12 comma 2021. Okay, now press enter, it is directly taking it. Now what if press Control plus Shift plus 7? So it is accepting it as a date form. That's 12th December 2021. Now any number if I'm typing, press enter, it is I have already formatted this so as a what to call currency format, so it's showing like that. So I'll type once more. Okay, so this is normal. So Control plus Shift plus 4, it shows the currency decimal format. Now if I were to type any specific number here and press Control plus Shift plus 5, so it shows in form of percentages. So it is multiplied by 100 automatically and shows percentages with actually no decimal places. I'll put 5.65, Control plus Shift plus 5, press enter, Control plus Shift plus 5, it's showing 565%. Sure, 0.0087, Control plus Shift plus percentage, it is showing us 1%. Why? It should be 0.87%, but it's getting rounded off to next integer. Okay, I'm typing a huge number here, press enter. Okay, even that is formatted like that. I'll put some other number here. Okay, now if you press Control plus Shift plus 6, it is showing in scientific number, scientific notation, plus it has 2 decimal places. This one thing I would like to mention is that when you click any one of them, the data is not actually changed, but the how it is visualized and shown on the screen is different. Okay, the actual value stays back. Fine. Now let me enter another number, some random number here. Okay, let me right click it, go to format cells and go to directly to custom. Of course you must have seen what is general, what is number, then we have currency, accounting, date, time, percentage, fraction. Okay, scientific, text, special, and we'll be seeing for a time being we'll be dealing with custom. Okay, what is the number actually appearing here as a sample here. Now the point is whatever we click here, that will be shown. Okay, let's go in this custom itself, let's go to topmost. Yeah, we click decimal, then we will have 1000 separator, then 1000 separator with 2 decimals. Now this is thousands decimal, this is with thousands separator, and after this, let me explain this format a little bit. Now the point is, what we are seeing here, we are seeing a hashtag, then comma, then 2 hashtags and 0, then we have underscore and left close bracket, then we have a semicolon, and then we have 2 braces, the similar format without this. Now what does this actually signify means, for example, if any number is positive, then it applies whatever formatting needs to this one. Okay, since it's a positive number, this function is given. Now if any number is negative, then it applies a format to this side of it. Okay, so the everything that is to the left of this, to the right of this side, will be applied here. Now let's click OK. So this is for positive numbers. Let me type a negative number, minus 765. So it shows within braces 754. Okay. Now similarly, I'll format the same cell here. Go to format cells. Yeah, go to this custom. Now instead of this one, I will make a small changes here. So instead of just normal cell, I'll put a positive here, and here I'll remove the these things, what you call brackets, and put a negative here. So whatever number is that will show in the plus or minus sign. Now click OK. You can see that if I put any negative number here, it's showing as such only 7. So it is showing minus 76, comma 467 thousand separated. Plus if you put any positive number, it is suffixing it with, it is prefixing it with plus. The same thing you can do with percentages also. Go to format cells. So instead of this one, I'll remove this. I'll put plus 0%. If you can see this percentage actually, okay, and minus 0%. Okay, so what I'll be typing, it will be in form of percentages. So I'll put it as minus 0.54. Let's see what will happen. So minus 1%, where it is into single one only. And if I remove the percentage here, minus, I will just type minus 0.54. It will show the same thing. Now same thing if I were to put, say, so it will show plus. Fine. Now the same thing you can do with, you can even apply parentheses also here. Okay, I'll put one underscore and colon here, and this one minus. Of course, I'm doing it as a custom way. You can do it any way you want. Fine. This is positive number. I'm putting minus 8, so it is showing like this. Okay. Now the point is, let's see how to format the numbers in thousands or millions. That is something we can do. I mean, we have seen the thousands separated till now. Now, but the point is, we can format numbers to give it a more specific look. Okay. For example, I'll type a huge number here. Okay, some random huge number I have typed here. Fine. Now, the point is, I want to add a k to it. You know what k is, right? This thing. Now, I'll do is right click, go to format cells, go to custom, and general, I'll remove it. In terms of general, what I'm doing is I'm using a thousand separator as such. Okay, hashtag 0, and again I'm putting comma, and then I'm putting as k. Okay, now press OK. So it is showing this much k. So if you can see that enter last 3 has been removed, and that is rounded off and then put as k. So to be more precise, I'll put 11807. Okay, so it should come 12k because it is rounded off. Fine. And this is something which you can use on even negative numbers also. Minus k, positive k, etc. Now I have, this is for positive side, right? For negative side, I'll put a semicolon and then I'll add everything else. The same thing else. This one 0, comma k. Okay, so this is for positive. Now I'll put a negative one. Let's see what will happen. So it is showing minus 12k. Okay. Now the same thing I want to do, but I want to do it in million. If I want to show numbers in millions. Okay. So how do I do it? Go to format cells. Here, I'll just remove to prevent any confusion. Even this one k also I'll remove. Okay. So this is standard format, right? Now what I'll do is I'll be adding 2 digits of precision here, just for the cosmetic sake. Then instead of 1 comma, I'll be putting 2 commas. Okay, 2 commas, and then I'm suffixing by capital M. You can put small m also as per you wish. Then I'll click OK. Fine. So it is showing minus 0.001 m. Now for positive, I'll be putting as 120,564. So it is another one. Okay, fine. Now let's see. So it's 1.21 million. Okay. Now we have understood that what is the formatting we need to put in place for anything positive and anything negative, right? Now I'll just click this one. Now instead of when someone types 0, I want something some text to appear. For example, I'm putting 0. Okay, so if someone puts a value 0, it should appear as 0. Okay, this also we can do. Okay, so this is a positive. Now I'll put a 0 here. See, now it is coming 0. Fine. So another color if you put, and we can end up doing that. Now, having said this custom, what you call number formats and all, let's move on to custom application of custom colors actually. I will show one example here. Okay, go to format cells. Let me customize it. Now, for something positive, I want to put up as green plus 0%, and for negative, it will come red. Okay, red minus 0%. Okay, so any positive will show up in green. Okay, it show up in green only. And if I want to put any negative number, minus 876, it will come on red. So there is also something you can do. Now the point is there are certain colors, totally 8, which you can call out by name as shown as. If you want to call out by a name exactly, that you can do. These are black, blue, cyan, green, magenta, red, white and yellow. Okay, that is something you can do. But at the same time, if you want more colors, then you can use call up a color by number. That is, there are 56 color palettes, so that is something you can do. So for that, I'll show another example. The same thing I will do here. Instead of green, I'm putting say color, excuse me, color say 11 plus 0% and red minus 0%. Okay, it is showing like I'll put a positive number here, so it is showing a different color. Fine. So it's from 0 to 50, any from sorry from 1 to 56 you can enter here. Now having said that, now let's move on to the formatting and visual representation of dates and times. Okay. Now first and foremost we'll do is MMDD etc. So the point is, if let me put a type the specific date 01 28 2020. Okay, so this is it. Now instead of let's toggle and see how each and every comes specific comes. Okay, instead of MMDD while put a capital M only, so it will put, see, it will show only one. Okay, so it's showing the first month. I'll put it, go to format cells, I'll put it as two M's. Press OK, so it will show 01. If I put as format cells 31 3 mm's, it will show the name of the month. So more if I put 4 m's, it will show the entire name. Similarly, if I want to I'm just showing one by one so that you can get a small clarity. You put dd, it will show the 28th, that is the 28th date. Then if I put format cells dd 3ds, it will show the day of the week in a small format, in a abridged format. If I put 4ds, it will show the entire name, the full name. That is, it's a, instead of TUE, it will show Tuesday. Fine. Similarly, if I were to do for just YY, it will show only 20. That is pertaining to 2020. Okay. If I were to format this and if I were to put 4 Ys, it will show complete 2020. So now you must have understood what is exactly format cells. I can put DD, MM, *y. So it will show the exact date 28/1/2020. Cool. Similar that you can actually toggle this also. Instead of you can put it as format cells MMM, it will show 28th January 2020. So this is how you can actually toggle it. Now I will show the time also. Say for example 0 is 5, 05, 45, 65. Okay, I'll press enter, showing like this. Now I'll format the cells, go to custom, and instead of general, what I will do is H space AM oblique PM. So what it will show 5am. Okay. Again, instead of I'll change the format a bit and H mm. If you put it, it will show minutes also. So 5:46 am. And again, if you format it H mm SS, right? SSAM, it will show 5:46:05. Now, having said that, I would like to show, let you know little bit about the symbols or something. So symbol is something which are specifically Unicode characters. They are not actually fonts, they are Unicode characters. They are a set of industry standard elements which are designed to provide a reliable characters interface. Okay. Now we know what is corporate symbol C. So for that, instead of using any specific graphics, we can use this and click type. So how do we do it? How do you insert symbols? Click here, go to insert, go to symbols here. So here you'll be having, you can enter equation of symbols, so click symbols. So you'll be having hundreds of symbols here. Okay, so if you want to search something, you can actually search here. See, if you click this one, this is a copyright symbol. Insert, close. So that gets copied and pasted. So symbol, this is how you can do. Okay, so technically you can even copy paste them just like any other character on keyboard. Now, one more thing I like to show that these things can be specifically used for what you call creating your own custom uh, what you call visualization as such. Now in the symbols we have uh, up arrow and down arrow, right? Let me check. Let me go. Everyone has to search. I'm searching it as well. Okay, give me a second. So here in the subset, you have to go to this basic geometric shapes. So there you can actually okay, instead of arrows, let me choose something else. Yeah, I will choose this one. Insert, downward, insert. Fine. So I copied these things. This is only for reference. Now I will choose another cell. What I will do is I will go to format cells here, and if it is positive, go to custom, and if it is positive, what I have to do is let me give me a second. I will copy these two things. See, okay. So format cells, custom, paste. So what I'll do is if something is positive, it has to be greater. It should come as greater 0 semicolon. If something is negative, it should come like this. Okay, so this is what I want to represent as. Click OK. I'll put as a pause 87. So it is showing upward arrow 87. If I put minus 92, 98, it is showing negative arrow 98. So this is how you can actually improve your visualization. Now having said all this, let me read everything. Now we will explore visualization using shapes and icons. Okay. Now how do we actually put up a shape? That is simple. Insert. So we go here, go to illustrations, and in illustrations we have several things like smart art, 3D models, icons, and shapes. So we can click that, and we'll be having hundreds of options here. So we can choose any one of them and click that. It will what you call, it will just get pasted over here. So insert this. I can put it here. So the shape is inserted. You can do for anything. So once you have done it, you can even format it in the usual ways, much similar to charts or something. No line, solid gradient fill, picture or text fill, something you can do that. Now, having said that, this can be done for any shape, so it can be as creative as possible, and even end up making a chain of shapes which depict some action. So, having said that, there is something called SVG icons. What is SVG? That is free scalable vector graphics. SVG stands for that. So, that is something which can be sized or formatted without losing image quality. And there's technically a set of graphic files which can be used to add visual elements. Okay. Now, to add such an icon, what is we have to go to insert, go to wherein after insert we have to go for insert icons, illustrations, icons. Okay, so these are the icons which we will be getting. Please wait. Yeah, so we have medical icons, apparels, bugs, and etc. and so on. Now let me click any one of them. Choose what, home, vehicles. I'll choose this. Insert. See, so this is something which we had done, and solid fill color. You can put it as red, and transparency, no line, solid line. Right. So these are the various things you can toggle actually. Shadow, 3D format, bottom line, reflection, no, shadow, yes. See, this is how you can toggle around with SVG icons. Now one must be wondering what is the use of all this specific icons, etc. in Excel sheet. The point is you can really make a visually attractive kind of reports, etc. using these individual elements of space. Okay. Now how do we do it? I will just show a small example. So yeah, so see, this is how I've made a small, really good looking interactive kind of uh, visual representation of a chart actually. They had taken four small data points, that is a region and average medical expenses for Asia, Europe, America and Australia. And this is actually a chart, normal chart, histogram chart, and these are the SVG icons which I have individually showed you before. So this is how we can actually create really attractive what you call dashboards. Now the point is when you click on anything, for example, I'm using the shape now, it is appearing over the chart actually. So what I do, right click it, then you can always say bring it to front or bring it back. When I'm sending it to back, click it, so it is getting obscured by here. And I'm clicking this, sending it to back, then it is get staying behind the auto shape. I mean this SVG icon. So this is how you can actually toggle and use your own creativity to create even much further good looking Excel sheets. Now the point is we can actually modify our own shapes, the shapes which we usually have to our own what call specific requirement by hitting on there, clicking there. So there are certain points here which are different color, so that is you can see. So use that and you can actually make changes to the shape as per your wish. Okay. For example, you can even shift here like this. This appears for majority of the shapes or illustrations. Let me show one more. For example, click this. Okay, this doesn't have any. Let me use illustration, use more shapes. So some have, some don't have. You can actually look into them. Yeah. So here you can see that we can actually change the what you call the entire shape rather than maximizing or minimizing them. Okay, this is something you can do for certain shapes as such. So this you can do and create your own custom images as well. Now the point is, see, for example, in this, for example, put a text box here. Of course, if I'm typing here, say 7,000, it will change automatically. Now, but the point is, if I have a shape, for example, insert shapes, I'll insert a text box here. So here you can enter a formula here. So what are equal to this? Sorry, this. So if I press enter, so it will show whatever has been typed there. Okay, excuse me. So within the shape, I can make whatever changes I want. If I'm linking it to a specific cell, for example, typing like this, it will change. Okay, so this is something you can do to create dynamic labels. Then we can also create some link pictures also. For example, let me show. Before that, let me delete all this. Okay, now the point is, let me select this. I'll put as copy, and now let me delete this also. Now I'm putting it as paste. Okay, in paste we have paste. Especially we have option, can paste values, formulas, transpose, formatting, paste link. Okay, now in paste special, if you click that, excuse me. Now we can paste as picture and linked picture. Now I'll show what is pasting it as a picture normally. Okay, click picture, pink, normal picture. So whatever it is there, it will be pasted as a pic only. Okay, so you can't actually select. So it will be in form of a pic. See if how I'm moving it. But the point is, if I make any changes here, like for example 6,900, this will change, but this will not change. Okay. Now the point is, I'll delete this. If I were to paste, copy, and if I were to paste it as linked picture, right? So this, so what will happen? Whatever changes I'm putting in within here, that will be shown here. For example, putting as 6,900. Press enter. That will also show up here, but this will still be a picture. Okay. So having said that, let me delete this. There's a couple of other things which you can do. You can insert from illustrations. You can insert even pictures. You can insert even smart arts, etc. So on. So let's see one by one. Smart art is nothing but a specific kind of flow chart or something. You can click and see here. So it's already preset. Of course, it is made of individual elements which you can toggle later on, but they're already preset, so it will help you. Okay. For example, let me choose this. We have this one. Okay, so it has come here. So here you can actually type here and even change whatever you want to. CEO, middle management, junior management, JMT. I'm putting it as like that. So you can do that. But however, you can always toggle anything which you want. Okay. For example, you can select everything. You can create decrease the size here. Constant tutorial, put it as 10. Okay. Similarly, you can do for this. For this. Yeah. So you can do all this like that. Once you have done, if you have to add more layers here, you can do that. So all you have to do is click this add shape after. So you're getting this. So instead of JMT, I can put it up edit text. I can put instead of JMT, I can put it as clerical. And also you can also make the necessary changes. So it goes like that. So you can add shapes, you can remove them, you can do anything. So this is the basics of this what you call, excuse me. Yeah. smart art. Now we can also do is word art also. You can insert word art as well. So word art is something that has been present till ages here. So majority of the people will be aware of it. So for that, what you have to do, you have to click here, insert text, here word art. Okay, then we have hundreds of styles. Put any one thing, just type it up, and then you're good, cool, and you're good to go. Even this also you can make proper selections. You can change, you can add ribbons, etc. So on. Fine. Now, if you want to insert an image from the your computer, then you can do that also. Just go to choose, go to choose insert illustrations, and from pictures you can do from this device or stock images or even online pics also. I'll click this device, let it open. I will click on pictures. I don't have any sims. Okay, go to D. So there are several, some of them are okay. There's some random image I have chosen. This is my home image actually. So this is something you can insert for images like this. Click that, press delete. If you want to do it from normal copy paste also, even that will work as well. Now, there may be a situation where you may want to have enter any mathematical formula. That is also you can do. Go to insert symbols equation. So there's already certain preset ones. Or else you can ink equation. Ink equations means you can type something here. So you can write using this thing. So what I'll do is equal to square root of, okay, it is showing a C, it is, let me erase it. Okay, square root of b square minus 4 a c divided by 2a. This is a simple quadratic equation. So I'll put the complete equation. B plus or minus. Yeah. So I have completely copied this. So this one I have done. So I'll click on insert. So whatever is there here, that will show. Click on insert. So it's going to be minus of b square plus or minus b plus or minus b square minus 4ac by 2a. There you have seen. So this is how you can do it. So this is how you can implement various visualization techniques to make your Excel worksheet look more interactive. So the rest is left to your anyone's imagination. I mean, like you can be more creative, as creative as you want. You must be knowing that there are that data is specifically everywhere in this computer world. For example, if we have an e-commerce store, it will generate data. If we have a normal store, it will generate data. And at the same time, we are also collecting data whether we know it or not. Okay. So whenever we sign up for any web page, that is creating a data. If someone signs up for our web page, then it is some data is getting generated, etc. and so on. Now this is just one example of the way data is actually collected. So most in majority of the times, the system usually collects the data and also stores it, right? Now once this data is stored, we must be in a what you call, for example, in a position to analyze the data properly, so that only when we analyze the data we'll be able to glean information from it. And also once we glean the information, we should be in a position to display it in form of different tables, different charts and other visual aids, which I discussed just previously. And it also happens that sometimes the data what we have collected may have errors, may have some redundancies, it may have some duplicacies, etc. and so on. So in this, we'll be looking at certain various methods to do the same thing here. Okay. Now, first and foremost, let's see how to import data first. Okay. Now, how do we import any specific data from any specific file? So we go to file, then we click the open command. Okay. In that open, here we can actually see whatever data with the recent locations here. So these are files from which you can get the data, and go to click here browse. Okay, so if we just click it, you can see several what you call types of files which you can import data from. Okay, so here we have spreadsheet files which are like XLS. Usually all Excel files and Excel files include this. It could be like XLS. XLS is something that is a binary files created by Excel 4, 95, 97, Excel 2000, 2002, 2003, etc. And then we also have XLM files. So the binary files that contain Excel 4 macros, which has no data. Then we may have some XLT files also, which are binary files for an Excel template. Okay. Then we have XLA files, which are binary files for Excel add-ins. So these are the usually ones which come under all Excel files. Then we have spreadsheet file formats, and then we have database file formats also here. So under that we have can have two types, that is .mdb and .accb, and we have dbase files which usually produced by dbase 3 and 4. Okay, but however Excel usually doesn't support dbase 2 files. Now we also have text file formats also here. In text file formats, you usually have CSV, that is comma separated values. Then we have what you call TXT, that is the text files, which are columns, where the columns are usually delimited with the tab and rows are delimited with the carriage return. Okay. And then we have PRN, which are columns delimited with multiple space characters, rows are delimited with, and again carriage return. Okay. So Excel imports this file type of file into a single column. Then we have DIF format, which is a file format which was originally used by VisiCalc spreadsheet, and again which is actually rarely used. Then we have SYLK files here. Okay. Now what is SYLK files means? Originally used by multiplan. Okay. Again, it is also very rarely used. So these are the most of text types of text file variants, and you can also open even HTML files also. Okay. So whenever you are opening HTML files, it comes under this. It is usually uh, has some variants in majority of the cases, but some very exceptional cases, HTML file may also look as it is in a browser. However, we'll be looking more about it in a Power Query. And we have Excel XML files here. What is XML file? XML is extensible markup language. Is a technically a text file format suitable for structured data. Okay. So you can also open XML files and simple files will open up very easily. But however, if the files are a bit complex, then it will require some small effort. Okay. Now the one thing must be wondering, what is the difference between importing and opening. Okay. Now whenever we are using file and open here, I mean the same procedure here. Now we are trying to open a file that is not actually in a traditional Excel format. That is, we are opening something that is not an Excel file as such. So we may be actually opening the file or we may be importing it, but it depends on the file type. For example, we have this XML file right here. So XML files, when you are opening it, it will not open directly. It will, whenever you try to click and open an XML file, you will have the choice of opening it as a read only, or maybe you can import it directly into a specific table. And sometimes the text files are also open directly, like for example, the CSV files. Okay, so the CSV files, it doesn't ask any questions, and for majority of the cases when it is tab delimited or fixed width type, that fixed width files, the text import wizard will actually help us in identifying where data ends and begins. So whenever file is opened directly, the Excel title bar will show the file's name. Okay. When the file actually imports the data, it's imported into a new workbook. In that case, the title bar will have a generic new workbook name like in book one. Okay. For example, let me show one example here. Here, when you're clicking here, it is already saved as book one, so it will show that only. It will happen when you're opening a file, but when you're importing something, this will not change. It will show as a normal file only, and it will not be the title will not change it. That's the difference when we are importing or opening a thing. Now let's see how we can actually import a text file. Okay, so actually one of the advantages of importing a text file is that we can, instead of directly opening like any other worksheet, we can actually choose where the data can appear. Okay, we can put it directly from here, we can put directly from here or something like that. Now before we can actually do that, we have to go to file. Okay, when we go to file, we have to go to options here, last one, click that, and in that we have to go to data. Okay, in click data, we have to enable certain necessary items here. Show layer from access, from web, from text, from SQL, from OD. Technically, we have to enable. If you want to do from text, you can only enable this. But I'm enabling everything for sake of proprietary. Okay. Now just click OK. Fine. So it's done. Now, if you want to technically import any data from CSV file, I'll just show one example. Let me show my desktop first. Okay. So yeah, so let's click on this. So this is a Microsoft Excel comma separated file. Okay, CSV. So usually I have default by default I open with Excel. So let me change it first. Okay, instead of changing also you can just use Notepad. Actually this file it has been done in Notepad only. Click OK. Okay. Let me open this one. So this is how CSV file actually looks right. So we have different values and there are commas, and each and every value is separated by a comma here. Okay. Now, how do we actually put it into Excel? Let me go here, go back to Excel. Let's go to data. Okay. From data, we will get and transform data. Okay, in this one. From there, click get data. Okay. From that, get legacy wizards. Okay, click legacy wizards. And from here, from text. Okay, click that. So here I'm going to my desktop here. Excuse me. Yeah, desktop city. Okay. So this is how the file actually opens like. Fine. Now here it already by default has been put delimited. So characters such as commas, tabs separate each field. Each field means this is one field, this is one field, this is another one, so on. Now click next here. Okay. So instead of this tab, I'll remove this. I'll put comma. So you're seeing how it is actually getting the lines are getting drawn here. Okay. So it means instead if I put tab back, click both also it will work because technically what do you call both comma and tab are selected. But if I remove tab and remove comma, it becomes normal. If I put space, even then it will come. But the point is, there's some small small value called gold cost. Okay, so there is space in between, so I can't use this for time being. Fine. So I'll remove this, and the only values that is constant between all of them is what, which separates the values is what, comma only. Okay, so I'll put comma. So and there we are done. However, if there's another delimiter, even that you can do it. Okay, I'll just remove this. Even here I can put a comma here, and then it will accept the same as a delimiter. Delimiter is what, it separates one field from another. Simple as that. Having said that, go to next. Okay, and here we can actually select each and everything. For example, you can treat this as a general. You can treat it as text. Okay, and this next one you can treat it like a date. You can treat it as text. Put it as general only, similar for each and everything. Okay, or if you want more advanced, even that you can do by using decimal separators, etc., and so on. So there's options which you can toggle and experiment about. Now having said that, I'll click on finish. Okay, now once we click on finish, it will show this specific uh, wizard, part of the wizard. So it will ask you to select from where you should start, from where or from which cell should that data start appearing. Okay, so here all you have to do is click on existing worksheet and you can press where you want, click where you want the data to appear. So having said that, click OK. See, so you got all the data from the uh, what you call notepad file to here. See, Fargo, Brighton, Eureka, Ecos, Drupal, Gold Coast, etc. and so on. And if after this commas, whatever values are coming, after the commas, whatever values are coming, they have come in the consecutive cells. Okay, consecutive columns. This is how you can actually import data from somewhere. Okay, now we'll just add a few more links here because they are not in the primary this one. City name and I just put profit and I'll just put one more. Excuse me. Insert one more. Okay. Profits. Excuse me. Profits for the year. And this one will just margin center. Done. So I'll put it as there are 5. So I'll put it as 2016, 2017. Okay. And make it bold. Bingo. So I just added a few more data to the table because it is not present in the primary this one. Now we have imported data. Okay, this is one way you can do. Another thing you can do is you can paste a special also. Okay. Now once done, let's now we may have so we have technically imported data from a text file, right? Now there is a possibility that sometimes it may happen that we may have some certain duplicate rows, we may have some duplicate data, etc. and so on. Okay. Now this doesn't have any duplicate data because I've personally cleaned, made taken great care while making the CSV file. But for sake of what you call uh, demonstrating how to remove duplicate files and I mean duplicate data, etc. Just copy and paste some of them right now. Okay, and this one. So technically I have some duplicate data. Okay, press escape. Now we have some duplicate rows. Okay, so how do we remove it? The point is you can just select any one cell within that range. Okay, you can select this one, any random thing, and go to data here. Click data here. Go to data tools. Here you'll find an option remove duplicate files, remove duplicates. Okay, click that. Now the point is entire range will get selected. Okay, now here within which you will be seeing so many columns like city name, profits for the year, and the column cd, etc, etc. Now here what might usually occur is when you're copying data from 4 or 5 different csv files, sometimes it may have that happen that some duplicate data may get entered into this excel file. That's point number one. Second point is, since you have probably copied from or imported data from different csv files, like for example say only one or two cells in the row might be unique and other data will be the same. Okay, that can also happen. So what you should do is while checking for duplicates, for example this is default options. Okay, so technically it chooses all the columns, okay, where the duplicates have to be checked for. However, if there are certain things which contain unique ones that you can unselect so that you can choose and search and remove the duplicate data from other what you call uh, columns which form the part of the row. So here, having said this, so this is how you can do it. Then click OK. Okay. So it shows 3 duplicates values found and removed, 10 unique values remain. Simple, as simple as that. Okay, now if you have done some if you feel that some mistake has occurred and you want those duplicate values back, all you have to do is press Ctrl Z, as simple as that. Those will come back. Now having said that, if you want to identify the duplicate rows, okay, so you just don't want to remove the duplicate one, but you want to know which rows are duplicate in nature, then there's a small shortcut which I like to mention here. Okay, so what do you do is, here is equal to, you have to concatenate everything, concat of this entire thing. Okay, press enter. So it will come like this, and from here you just do for it. So technically it is not, it's doing nothing but combining all the values in this specific row. After having said that, is equal to, put equal to c is equal to count f, the entire g column. Okay, because just doing this, and press the first row, first one, that is g3 here. Press enter. Okay, the same thing, you drag it down. Here you will see here that, see, if any, the logic here is, if any row is duplicate, then once you concatenate everything, right, it should have similar values. For example, you have seen that ecourse, this specific row number 7, have copied and pasted it here. Simple. Okay, so technically I have created a duplicate row. Now what will happen after concatenating everything? The whatever value will be getting in this G column will be same as this one. Okay, you can compare it personally if you want. Now what countif does? What countif does? How many out of this entire G? How many values? How many times the similar value is occurring? Here Fargo doesn't have any. This one, this row doesn't have any duplicate, so it is counted as one. But Brighton, here it is available here, 4th row and 14th row. That is getting counted as 2. Okay, similarly for Eureka, only it is occurring only once, so it is showing 1. So that way, if you look about, then you can see that what you call, whichever values have the number 2 in it, that many times it is occurring in the entire data set. Okay, now I will post one more thing. So this equals, I'll just copy this again once here. Okay, equals Control C, I'll paste it here. Fine, done. Now I'll do is, I'll drag it here and see, it has got updated. See, wherever it has come, now it is turned to 3 because it is occurring 3 times. Okay, okay, now let me delete this. Having said that, fine, it's been deleted. Now moving ahead, for example, say if I have copied directly the values from CSV file and pasted here, you can actually see that the data is coming, turning up like this. Okay, now how do we convert this into specific columns? Actually, that also you can do. For that, you have to select this and go to data here, go to text columns. Okay, click that. Now you can see here the same, from here on the procedure is almost similar to how we have done previously while importing text. Okay, so we have to go delimited, then go to instead of tab, it is not showing up because there's no tab here. We'll put comma here. So it is getting split into different columns. Then click next. Then you can do any formatting here, whatever you want. Then click finish. See, so you can actually technically see that the entire data has been organized like this. So this is something you can do directly from by copying also. Okay, all you have to do is copy and paste here, and then use this function from text to column. Okay, now let me delete this. Excuse me. Now there might arise a situation wherein which the columns, etc., they are not in a specific order. Okay, so there may be variable length. There may be the important data may be not equidistant apart. There may not be any proper delimiters, etc. So I'll show an example here. For example, this has 5 statements. Okay, 6 statements. Fine. So Mary has 5 sheep. John has 65 marks, and so on, and so on. Now what do we do when? Let me copy this here. Control V. So I have copied this data here. Now the point is I want to extract only numbers from this 6 statements, and I want to put it in a separate column. Okay. So if you can do this, then you can probably extract any specific data from any text file. This is a gist of this small exercise. Now how do we do it? Now we can do it by using flash file. Okay, so how do you do it actually? Just select the column where we want the data to appear. Then um, give some examples. Like for example, Mary has 5 sheep. I want only number. What is the number one? Number associated. It is 5. Okay. Now what do you have to do? Press Ctrl plus E. Okay, so you will be getting all the data. So it has extracted 5 from this, it has extracted 65 from this, but there is a small error here. Okay, you can observe it is 1.412 and it is given for 412, and another is 10 kilometers away, it is short 10, and it is instead of 2.9 it has given me 9 directly, and GIL is 25. So it is showing some errors here, but it has extracted other things perfectly. Okay, now the point is, as you can observe here, only the decimals, only the part where the decimals have added cropped up, they are showing errors, right? So I will do what I will do is I'll just put another one here. I'll put 5 here, then 1.412. Okay, I'll press Ctrl E. Enter. Now you can see that is given even the 2.9 properly. Okay, so flash file is nothing but a function wherein which the more the number of examples you give, the greater the accuracy of the output it will give. We'll be getting it. So the technically its accuracy increases when we provide more examples. However, we must examine our data sets very properly after using flash file, because sometimes it may throw some basic errors. Okay. Now here this is actually CSV file. For example, if I have just some errors, like for example some extra spaces here, after sheep some extra spaces is there, and before maybe some extra space is there. It may happen every time when you are copying what you call uh, data from an online source or any other external source. Okay, I'm adding some random spaces here and there. Let's see. Okay, so this is the data which has extra spaces. I mean half as early. So I'll paste it here. Okay, so it has come up directly. Now, how do we actually remove these extra spaces? Basically, because I'm telling this because whenever you have extra spaces, it usually creates problems when you are working on such data with formulas. Okay, so how do you do it? You can do it using a small function called trim. Okay, trim of this. Press enter. So you can see here that all the extra spaces has been removed. You put the I'll have to drag it down, and it looks good, similar to this. I mean, like before the extra spaces were introduced. Now there may arise a situation where we want to have certain case problems, like changing the case of the text. Here you can see that all there are all small letters here and all. So what you have to do is equal to proper. That proper here means proper capitalization. That means each and every first letter of a word is capitalized. Press enter. See, so Mary has 5 sheep. So drag it down, you will get the same thing for all this, all the remaining ones. For example, you want to convert everything into capitals, you can do it. Is equal to upper of this. Press enter. Okay, this is how you can do. And if you want to convert everything into lower, even that you can do. I'll just drag it a bit. Is equal to lower, same thing. It works the reverse, converts everything into lower texts. Done. Cool. Now, having said that, when you're especially importing any data from any XML file or external file or HTML file, then you may end up having certain strange or unprintable characters, right? Then you can use a function called clean. Okay, is equal to, all you have to do is equal to clean. You can click that, so it removes all unprintable characters. Then you have to choose a text which is appropriate. Okay. cancel this. Fine. Now the point is we may have certain values which we have to convert from one metric to another. Okay. So that also you can do using convert function. How do we do it? For example, say I have some random numbers 12, 50, 34, 36, 32. Okay. Now I want to convert this into another metric equal to convert. This is a number, comma. Now from here when you click comma, you can have several what call options here. It will be applicable for weight, energy, temperature, volume, liquid, speed. For example, if it is 12 and it is in say let me choose one thing, anyone. It is in Fahrenheit, so 12 degrees Fahrenheit it is, and I want to convert it into degree Celsius. Okay, so all I have to do is press enter. Use this, press enter. So 12 degrees Fahrenheit is equal to minus 11.1 this one degree Celsius. Now we have another value 34, and this one is something which I want to convert this number from meters to nautical mile. Okay, so there's 34 meters and I want equivalent value in nautical miles. Okay, press enter. So this is the value. Similarly, equal to convert this number from the unit. Say I want to convert it from seconds to years. Okay, press enter. So this is so 32 seconds is becomes this part of the year. So convert is actually quite flexible here. So this is something you can do. Now moving ahead, now there may be certain cases where we want to join the contents of two different columns. So for that we can use the concatenate symbol. Okay, click that. This one, comma, this one. Okay, press enter. You will be getting this one, and this will go on. Now the point is you may want to what you call end up putting a small space here. Okay, there will be some space within Jim and Jack, etc. So how do you do it when you want to do such thing? Equal to text join. Then we have to introduce a delimiter. Okay, so delimiter is what which connects these two things. So we are putting a space here, comma, true. Why true? Because you want to ignore the empty cells. Then we have to include comma, this one and this one. Okay, press enter. So you are getting a space here, right? Drag it down, you'll be getting the same for everything. However, if you want to change it, then you can put another thing also. You can put comma. So Mary, comma, McLeod, John Whistle, Jim or Jack. So that is how you can implement text join. Having said that, now see, for example, I have, okay, fine. Let me delete these two things. Now we have here some sentences, right? Now I want to randomize it. I want to put it in a random order. Now how do you do it? Is equal to, I'll put here RAND, press enter. So it just generates a random number, okay, till here. Now all I have to do is copy this entire thing. Then I have to sort it. Sort it according to sort by column B, smallest to largest or anything like that. See, so it has changed it effectively. Then once you have done it, you can actually delete this column, press delete, and the order stays. So let me revert it back. Yeah, done. So this is how you can randomly rearrange the rows. Now moving further, I want to add sentence numbers to this one. Okay, so this is first sentence, second sentence, third sentence, fourth sentence, fifth sentence. So this is something I want to do. So how do we do it? So I'll put here 1, 2, okay, and I'll drag it down. Okay, so we have got the numbers. So I'll put as this is equal to this plus, I put here, excuse me, and so and is another thing for concatenation. this one, a colon like this, space, and this, and put another ampersand and this. Okay, press enter. So you see that I added the sentence name. Drag it down, I'll be getting all this. Of course, you can put even more complex by adding more complex formulas, but this is simple ones. Now, once you have done it, the point is copy this, uh, Control C. Then here, go for paste special, paste only values. Done. Okay. So that once if you delete, for example, you press escape. If I were to delete any of these, let's see what will happen. See, all this will get erased, but this will not change. So because I have pasted this as values only, I can safely delete this. Shift cells left. Simple. Got it. Okay. So this is how you can what you call make some small cosmetic changes also. Now having done that, now I want now okay. So I have made certain changes here, and I want to, instead of importing it, I want to export it to a separate text file. Okay. How to export it? Till now we have got data from external from a notepad, etc., and so on. But the point is I want to save it uh, externally, not as a workbook but in some other format. So how do you do it? I go to save as. In save as, of course, click more options, go to here. Now here, instead of Excel workbook, you'll have the same options here. Okay. Excuse me. You have comma delimiter CSUTF-8. You have Excel 2007 to 97 to 2003 template. You have comma delimited formatted text with space delimited, etc. So I'll be choosing this CSU only. Click one, and I'm going to put it as what example. Okay, click example, press save. This example file, click on it, open with a notepad and see. So the same data is available here. Okay, we is usually delimited by commas here, and this is nothing but the same content but spaced using commas. So this is how you can export it. Now the same thing you can do for txt files, you can do the same for other files also. Let me show one by one. Actually this is a multi-sheet, so uh, technically it saves only a current worksheet. That is something we can do. More options, go to more options. Instead of this one, I'll put it as formatted text space delimited, and I'll save it as example only. So it shows. So we can save only the active sheet, and if you have to save all this, we have to save them individually. Okay. Let me minimize this. So this is that specific file. Okay. So this is how you can export the data, and there are hundreds of I mean there are several other formats which we can do. We can use symbolic link, we can save it even as a PDF extension. However, it will be only a read-only format only. Then we have DIF or data inter-exchange format, then we can save it as a web page, etc., etc., and so on. Now what is the data validation? Actually, data validation is something that enables us to add any specific rules or conditions for what is acceptable in certain specific cells or not. Okay, so this is we can do without any macro programming. So this is one of the very powerful feature. So we'll be looking about that in the present class now. Now for example, say uh, enter age between 18 to 100. For example, if there's a prompt like this, and we want the content in this to be only between 18 and 100, and no other nonsense or unacceptable data like any name or something like that. So how do we do it? So we have to select that cell. You can even select a range of cell if you want to do that. You have to click that, go to data here. After going there, we have to go to data tools, and in data tools we'll get data validation. Okay, so click that. So once you get that, we'll get this dialog box. Now what you have to do, select the settings here, settings tab only, and instead of allow any value is technically by default. So once we click that, we can add a whole number between 18 and 100. Okay, click OK. Now I put here 76. This is accepting. We put this, okay, this value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Okay, so we click cancel. Now instead of this, now what to call? Once I enter this, I want a user prompt appear. For that, what you have to do? Go click this. Go to data validation. Once this, go to input message. Show input message when select or show in error. I will come to that. So we have to put stop. What title we can put here? Please enter again. So we'll get, and please enter a whole number between 18 and 100. Okay, click OK. Now let me see what will happen if I put some invalid one. See, so whatever we have put, please enter again, that is coming here, and here what is asking, please enter whole number between 18 and 100. Okay, so you can put retry, and I'll put 67, and it accepts wonderfully. So that is for one thing. Having said that, let's see what other types of, I will just show what are the other types of validation criteria you can apply. Okay, click this. Here in setting itself, you can see instead of whole number, you can put a decimal. So technically, if you put a whole number, it will accept only whole number. For decimal, it must enter a specific number within a specific range. Okay, and we can have even a list. List means that you must choose a list of entries that we provide ourselves. Okay, this is usually in form of CSV, and then we can enter in form of a date. You can enter a specific time, or you can even enter a specific length. That means the length of the data or number of characters is limited. Okay, it could be one or it could be anything. Then we can also put any specific custom, so which has a logical linking. Okay, and again if you click this ignore blank, then that means it will accept even blank values. That means you don't have to enter anything and still it will be acceptable. Now click OK. Now having said that, for example, if I have a series of numbers, say for example I'll put some random numbers here. Sorry, I'm putting everything the same. Okay, okay. So I have some random values here. Now what happens is, now if I want to, or if already the data is there, if I want certain invalid data, that means that those kind of data which is not within our acceptable limits. If I want those to be highlighted, then what we should do it. So for this, we can select the data here, go to data validation drop down list, and click circle invalid data. Within the circle invalid data, we have to put, before we have to put in the validation rules here. Okay, so first we'll select this data here, go to validation criteria. So I want a whole number between 1000 and this one, only these are values, these are the acceptable values. So anything below 1000 and above this specific value, they are invalid. Click OK. After that, then we should go for circle invalid data. See, now you are seeing the values below 1000, that is 123, 234, 435, 887, that's highlighted. This is how you can actually circle any specific invalid data. And if you want to remove this, the same thing, you can go there, clear validation circles. Okay, this is how you can do it easily. Now having said that, now just now a few months earlier I had told that there's a possibility of a drop down list. Okay, so how do you actually create it? Now go to here, now click anything, I'll type here, type a day of the week. Okay, done. Here, now click the here. Now what I have to do is click this, and before that you must have the data for which is to be put up here. in a specific location. Okay, for example, I'll put the number data here, like this Sunday, excuse me, Sunday, and I'll drag it down so it will naturally show till Saturday. So click this, you want the list to drop down list appear here, right? So click here, then go to data validation. Now here click this list. Okay, once you click this, now you should ignore blank and also put up in cell drop down. Okay, then click source here. As soon as you click source, you have to select the range where the data is there. So for day of the week it should be from Sunday to Saturday and the data is here. Okay, so you should select that, and naturally that will get the respective formula will get copied. Click OK. Done. Now if you click here, you'll get Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, etc. and so on. So you can select one of them and that will be activated. Simple. This is how you can put up uh, or create a drop down list in Excel. Now, having said that, we can even use formulas for this specific feature. For example, if I want to enter only what you call specific odd numbers or even numbers in the specific cell, what I have to do is I'll just enter one prompt. I'll text here enter an odd number here. Okay, it's just a rudimentary kind of thing. Or else let's put an even number here. Okay, even number. So I want only even numbers to be entered in all these cells, and it should throw an error when someone tries to enter an odd number. So what I should do is select this, go to data validation, and settings. For this, I should use custom. For that, you should go to is even. Okay, of B9. So for this entire cells, we will be doing this one. Click OK. So if you put an odd numbers, it shows an error. Similarly, okay, I'll put 66 here. Okay, 6 is fine. Similarly, if you put it throws the same one. Okay, same errors. I'll put 78 or else just 8. Then it will accept. Now the same thing, you can go to this data validation and we're getting for all this. Go for input message. Sorry, error alert. Style stop warning. Also I'll put it a stop. Even number. Please enter even number. Press OK. Okay, the same thing will occur anywhere. I'll put here 7, press enter, please enter even number. The same thing which I have done. 8, it will accept. So this is how you can do. Now the logic here is, now whenever you're entering any formula into specific for data validation, it is quite straightforward and pretty easy. But the point is that the formula which we are specifying must be a logical formula. That means you should return true or false. Now, for example, if I have put here is even, means it is coming as true, right? So if it is true, then the value is accepted. It stays in the cell. However, if that is data is considered invalid and it is computed to false, then a message error occurs. So this is how we can use formulas for data validation actually. Now, the same thing which can do with other things also. Now, for example, put one, please enter a number greater than, here I'll put a small number, and here a number greater than this only should get entered. Okay, so I'll just put a random number 100 here or 1000. Here what I'll do is I'll go for conditional formatting, go here any value, but I should choose custom, where this must be greater than this one, and it should be absolute. Okay, click OK. I'll put an error alert. Please enter a greater value. I'll put the same thing here. Of course, you can put anything, that's not an issue here. Click OK. Okay, so now here I'll put 11. Please enter greater value. Cool. So put 1000. It will still show here. Why? Because I put something greater than 1001. Now it will get accepted. Now I wanted this thing specifically. I want a cell where you should accept only text, like accepting a name. So please enter. I'll put it here. I'll delete this. Please enter your name. Okay. Now here I want it to accept only text, right? So what should I do? Click this. Go to custom is equal to is text of this or else error, but warning, please enter your name accurately. Okay, so click OK. So what if you put a number here? It shows warning, please enter your name accurately. Now if you put any text here, it will be Larson. It accepts beautifully. Now having said that, if you want to have a name, it's comes with a specific starting letter, like name. Please enter not. Please enter name starting with say C. Okay. So how do you do it? Go here. Go to this one. For that, what we have to do, we have to remove this. Is equal to left of this value equal to C, right? Press OK. So if you put any name like Jack, it will throw an error. But if I were to put Cas, it will accept. Okay. So in these methods, you can actually use as many logical functions to create as many data validation techniques as you want. Now we can also show an input message also. For example, if I'm clicking something here, then for example, go to this and go for input message. So it will ask us to show input message when the cell is selected. So what it should be? Please enter the proper name. Now here input message you can put please enter a name which starts with C only, else the name will not be accepted. Okay, click OK. Okay, so whenever I'm trying to select any this one, so it will show this message, please enter the proper name, please enter name starts with C only, else the name will not be accepted. So this is an input message which can technically show up when we are trying to enter the data in a specific cell. So it can also show further rules for data entry as well. So what is specific and outline? Outline is a feature that allows the user to view the headings and subheadings of a specific document without bothering to go into details. Okay, so it technically gives us a summary of the entire data or the gist of an entire data that is contained in any document, be it even Excel or sometimes even Word, by only showing the most important facets of the information that is contained in that specific file. Now, for example, if you have used Microsoft Word, then you must be knowing that there's an outline mode which allows us to view only the headings and subheadings of the document. However, once we click it, then we can expand it and view the further details if we want to. The same thing can be done using in MX Excel also. So how do we do it? For example, see, now this is the entire data which is in which we are dealing with the profits from four cities of three different countries. That these are the countries for India. These are the cities for India. These are the cities for USA. These are the cities for UK. And the data has been segregated and total on India-wise basis, USA basis, and even UK basis, and even the grand total has been arrived at. Similarly, the data also has been actually pulled out for over 1 year. Fine here. So for each and every quarter, for like for example, quarter one is a summation of these 3 months. Quarter two is summation for the next 3 months. So the data has also been compiled and totaled on a quarter-wise basis. Okay. So this is the actual data. Now the point is, if you want to apply outline feature here, then how do we do it? So what you have to do is select it, select everything, go to data here, go to group, in group, excuse me, click group down, click auto outline. Okay. If you see that if I click auto outline here, you will see that there are various what are controls, outline controls, controls that have appeared here. Okay, on row wise basis and column wise basis. Now, for example, if you click one here, so you can see that the all the finer data pertaining to say India has been collapsed. Only the India total is being shown. Okay. So similarly, if we click this, only the USA total is shown, that the details are hidden. Similarly, for this UK total, if you click that, only the UK total is being shown without the further details. Similarly, column wise, if we click this, only the quarter one details is shown, and if we click this, only the quarter two details, quarter three details, and quarter four details is shown. Okay. So this is how an outline actually works. So technically, instead of showing the entire data, what we can do is we can implement outline feature and concise the entire data into say a visible area, and whatever pertinent information we want, we can just click on those specific tabs and we can view it. For example, if I want only the say quarter three details of USA, what I have to click is click USA, click quarter three. Okay. So I'll be getting these details. So which is pertaining to only the USA and also quarter three. And then I can minimize it later. For example, if I want quarter four details of India, I can click this button, I can click India. Okay, so I'll be getting the quarter four details entirely. Sure. So this is how you can actually use outline feature in Excel actually. Having said this, now there are a couple of points which you need to keep in mind actually while dealing with outlines. The point is a worksheet can have only one outline. Okay, so if you want to create more than one outline, then you have to move the data to a different worksheet. Okay, now the point is you can create this outline manually, or you can use the Excel what you call you can ask Excel to do it automatically. Okay, see, for example, click here, I click it this one, right? So it is automatically created one such. Now the point is you can create the outline for entire data on a worksheet, or you can do it only for specific selected data range. Only you have to select and do it. Okay. Now if you want to have already made this outline, you want to what to call remove this outline, then how do you do it? Go to ungroup and clear outline. So it will revert back to normal. Okay. So you can remove an outline like this. Now you can even hide the outline symbols, and each and every outline can have up to 8 nested levels. Okay. So this is something we can do. Now the point is, what outlines us actually helps us doing is as we have seen just now, it helps us in creating a high level summary of the entire data. Okay, and also it concises the entire information to visible region. Okay. However, there is a catch here. The point is, if you want to actually create an outline, the first and foremost thing is you have to organize your data properly. Okay, so here I have organized my data on city wise total, USA wise, I mean country wise total, and also quarter wise total. So it was Excel, when we were creating an outline automatically using Excel, it was able to recognize the pattern and even generate it. If it is has not been done, then the outline, if you use the automatic outline option, then it will create erroneous results. That is one thing. Second thing is, for example, you should also have some conformity with formulas being used. Okay, for example, this one I have, for example, the India total for March I have computed using a formula. Okay, so similarly for all this. Okay. Similarly for quarter also, I have done a specific for, what you call conformity with the formulas here. If you can see the formula bar, you will understand. So there must be some pattern in either in the formulas that have been entered. That is first one thing. Second thing is if you have created the specific table for data by inserting a totally new table. For example, you must have known that if you can go to here, insert and insert a table here, right? And if you have used this feature to put up a data, then you can't uh, use this specific creating an outline automatically. You can create an outline from even a table, but you should do so manually. Okay. Now, having said that, now just in case if you really want to, uh, what you call apply these outlines manually instead of using auto outline, or else if you have encountered some small error when applying auto outlines which you don't want to appear in the main document, then you can do it manually. So how do you do it? So that is simple. All you have to do is select the entire row or something, then go here, click on group, simple. Okay, then you'll be able to see that outline an outline feature has appeared. So click that, you'll be able to use it similar to what I have Excel automatic outline. Okay, which you have seen just before. Similarly, for entire one, copy this, click group. So here you can do for this one. Again, select this, click group. Okay, so click here, so you'll be able to do it. So this is for the rows. Okay, now if you want to do for columns, even that you can do. Just select this, click group, and you'll be getting the necessary features. Now select the entire one, click group, you're getting another features. Now now select these four, I mean these three, sorry, click group, another one. Now select one, the entire one, click group, and there you go. Now the point is if you want to select all these and click group, then becomes a multi-level. See, so this first set of plus signs are one level, and this another this level is another level. Okay, this is something you can do. Fine. And similarly, if you want to do the same thing for here also, even then you can do click everything, click group. Okay. So grand total, and for this one you can actually put up a what you call outline group here, and then accordingly you can adjust also. So here what you are seeing here is we are generating multi-level hierarchical outlines here. So an outline within an outline. Okay, this is how you can create one outline manually. And another thing which I would like to mention is let me undo everything. I just want to show a few more pictures. Yeah. So I can do ungroup. So okay, done. So the point is now we have created an outline, but we want to undo it. How do you do it? So I'll just create an outline here. So I have put group here, and there's an outline here. Now I want to remove this outline. So what you have to do? Then click here, click on ungroup. So that will get removed. Okay. So click here, click on ungroup, and it will get removed. Okay. So this is how you can put up and even remove any specific outlines. Now the point is instead of entire data, if you want to group only a specific set of data, say a couple of only a couple of rows or columns, that you can do. For example, select this, click on group. Okay, so then it will ask what you want to group. You want to group the rows or columns. So if I click on rows, it will show up here. Fine. I will click on group now. Ungroup rows, so it will become normal. Now the same thing if you want to group it again column wise, it will happen this one like this. Okay, quarter wise. Even that you can do. So click on group. So ungroup columns. Done. So this is how you can group or ungroup any specific data. Now, however, if you want to know such certain keyboard shortcuts, then you can do. So you can select this. Now press Alt, Shift, and right arrow. Okay. If you press Alt, Shift, and right arrow, if you can see that I have pressed Alt, Shift, and right arrow without moving my cursor. So it means it groups the selected rows or columns. This will apply even for these columns also. Okay, yeah, let me select this. Now Alt Shift right. So you can find that a group has come. Similarly, if you want to remove it, how do you do? Alt Shift and left arrow. Simple. So it will remove the group here. And similarly, if you want to remove here, Alt Shift and left arrow. Done. So this is how you ungroup. Okay. Now let me apply the automatic outlining feature here. Excuse me. Auto outline. So yeah, okay. So we have all the outline, have added outline here. Now if you want to add any specific data to these outlines, that also you can do just by clicking here and putting insert. You can add the data. But however, if you find it difficult, then you can remove an outline, do it and add it back. Okay. Now, having said that, see, for example, if you can see all the this thing, you can see that the what you call the symbols have come at the end of the what you call grouping, right? Now, if you want to move this buttons to up topmost of the grouping, that also you can do. So, how to go to click this, go to data outline, click this button here, and unselect this summary rows below detail. So, see what will happen. So you can see that it has moved to topmost of the this header. Okay, so if you click here, you can see the India total, city total, liver total, etc. Now the point is, if you are want to hide these outline symbols and all, see for example these are visible, but if you want to hide them for some reason or something, then you press Control plus 8. Okay, if you press Control 8, then you will be able to see that all the symbols have disappeared. But the point is, once you have hidden them, you can't expand or collapse the outline. So what you do, press Control 8 again, you'll be able to see them, expand all of these. Okay, then if you want to ungroup, you can ungroup, clear outline, and then you can do it. Okay, so Control 8 actually hides or shows the symbol, but if you are as long as it is hidden, you will not be able to make any specific changes. Okay, now what is actually difference between the two terms, linking and consolidation? Now one thing, linking is nothing but it is a process where we get the references to the cells in external workbook, and that is linked to the data in our present worksheet. That is called linking. Okay, so we are using references to the cells in the external workbooks to get their data into what are the worksheet we are presently working. That is one thing. And consolidation is something where we combine, or we usually bring together and will put up a summary of information from two or more worksheets. Okay, so this can mean again in multiple workbooks also. Okay, so it not necessarily be in a single workbook. Now before that, let's deal with linking of workbooks. Okay, now actually there are several methods by which we may actually link workbooks, but before going to that, let's analyze one situation. Now the point is that Excel can have as many sheets as possible. I mean several sheets as possible, and it can also have several data. Now when that being the case, what is the necessity for anyone to have a link to an external workbook? Okay, so is there a necessity? Then only then we should try linking the workbooks. Why? Because in majority of the cases, the linking of workbooks is fraught with errors, and sometimes the links can be a bit fragile. Fragile in a sense, a small error may make it go haywire. Now, however, in certain situations where we have, for example, data from different sources, which we may want to save in different workbooks, then this need may arise. Okay, instead of combining all the data in under one file, which may become too cumbersome and too what you call bulky to handle, we may split up the data into various workbooks and then try linking up. Okay, so in such situation only we should try to attempt linking workbooks. Otherwise, linking workbooks is not such a useful practice. Now the point is, we can what to call use linking in several ways. We can type the cell references manually, or we can point to those cell references easily. So there are several ways. Okay, and also we can even copy and paste the links, and we can also use data consolidation tools. Okay, so before that, the we'll under now this is a specifically a workbook. Okay, so I'll open a new one. I'll try to demonstrate live. So I'll click a new one. Okay, let it open. Yeah, done. Click new blank workbook. Yeah, done. Now the point is, I will try to link the data, etc., consolidate data from the previous worksheets. Okay. So how do we do it? We don't have to technically actually enter so many links manually, but it is good to know if the structure the links in case we have to specifically solve any problem if it occurs. Now the general syntax is what? Equal to square bracket open, example dot we already saved it as example, right? Let me save it. One second. Okay, it has okay. XLSX, XLSX, sorry. And within that, what is sheet name? Sheet 1. Okay, instead of sheet 1, okay, it's showing error when I'm trying to show it up. Okay, fine, that's not an issue. I'll put it as instead of sheet 1, okay, I'll put sheet 1 only. Sheet 1, so it is all, since I click that, even that has come. In within that, I want to say put A1. Okay, press enter. So what is there? It is showing city. So within this specific file, within sheet 1, A1, whatever data is there, it is showing up here. Okay, see here. Here also it is showing city within sheet 1. Okay, if sheet 2 has empty, and if I put as example here, instead of sheet 1, if you put as example, give me an example. Type example here. So it is showing Mary has 5 sheets. So technically I'm making this specific one from that only. Okay. Now the point is there's another small catch here. The point is if the now here see if you can see here the example is a single word. Okay, single name. Now for example, example space 123, and there's a space here. Then you have to enclose this specific formula in quotes here, single quotes here till here. Okay, this happens only when this file name has a space. Otherwise no. Else this will directly beautifully work. Okay. So it technically works like normal any drag formula. So if you go here, we'll go to example 2 and all. So instead of this example, let me put here sheet 1 only. Okay. If I were to drag it, I'll get all the data. Okay. USA total, London, Bristol, Liverpool. See, it is behaving just like till here. Let me show the sheet 1. Till grand total I can pull. UK total. Okay, so it is showing 0 because it doesn't have any value. If I drag it sideways, okay, till here it will work fine. Cool. So this is how actually it works. So you can technically point out that specific data and even open it. Now this is one thing you can do, or else you can even, for example, use a direct complete path. Why? Because this will work only when the other sheet is open. Okay. If the other sheet is not open, then you may have to use a direct reference. So for this, let me see. Let me minimize this also. Uh, Let me see where have I saved it. I'll do one thing. I'll save as instead of CSV XLSX and more options. I'll store it in desktop only. Desktop as Excel workbook. Okay. Now I'll go there. Right click here. Okay, it is taking a couple of moments. Give me some time. Now I have to do is right click it, go to properties. Here I'll be getting the link location, right? See user desktop. So I'll copy that. Control C. Now the point is you can see here I closed this example file. Okay, I can't directly go and click. So instead what I can do, I can go here, put here equal to single colon Control V desktop. After this put another slash, and within that you have to put the file name. Okay, example dot xlsx. Okay, then sheet 1, then close the single quote, exclamation mark, A1. Press enter. So it comes. So for this specific formula to work like this, you don't have to keep the workbook open. Okay. So let me drag here and it works similarly. Okay. Drag this side. It also works similarly. You can see that I have closed it. Fine. Only single file is there and that is closed. Now having said that, if you have a specific document in on the internet, then even then the syntax is same only. Okay, instead of this c colon users admin desktop till here, from here till here you have to enter the online address or the URL address. Okay, and after that the sheet name, I mean the workbook name, sheet name, and then the specific cell. Okay, this is something you can do. Now you can also create a link formula by actually pointing. Okay, so for that pointing to work out, you have to specifically open that workbook. So let me open this again for time being. I closed it for demonstrating the specific. Okay, now this is open. Now we have to open the source workbook. Now we have to open any specific formula which will hold this one and press equal to. All I have to do is just after pressing equal to, just open another book and click any specific data. Okay, this one. Okay, press enter. So we'll be getting the data here. All you have to do is use equal to, press it. Equal to, and say, open that specific workbook and then press enter. Okay, so you'll be getting the data here. Fine. So you don't have to type anything specifically. You have to just doing press enter. So that is how you create a link formula by just pointing. See, the point is when you click here, you can see that the formula has been automatically printed here. Okay, got the point? But this is something you can't actually once you have posted it now, so you can't actually drag it and end up extending the formula, for example, just like this. Okay, this doesn't work that way. Now the point is, for this the book must be opened. See, now let's see what will happen if it is closed. If it is closed, then the entire formula, you must have seen that there is a difference. So the entire formula has been changed to the specific c colon user admin. Before it was not there. Okay, so this is how you can do by pointing it. Now you can also do by pasting links also. Is another way to create a reference formula. Okay, how do you do it? Now again, I'll open this source workbook. Now let me copy something here. I'll copy a random thing plus Control C. Now having said that, I'll open the book where I want to. Now click some cell here where I want the data to appear. Now here right click, excuse me, right click, okay, paste. Okay, I didn't copy it, seems. Okay, Control C, copy it here, go here, paste, and in paste option, you can see here paste link. Okay, so you just click paste link, you will get the entire data here. See, for example, here you can see is equal to example.xlsx sheet1.d14, etc. and so on. Fine. Now, having said that, I have a couple of points which I'd like to mention now is that we can also create links to those workbooks which are not yet being saved. Okay, so we have two workbooks here: workbook A, workbook B, or workbook 1 or book 2, as we may want to call it. For example, if both are unsaved and we want to create links between them, even that it is acceptable. Okay, so even that can be done, but the point is whenever you're trying to put it, then what will happen is it's always safe to save them with a specific name, because once you're trying to put up any specific links and save them, then it will throw up Excel will usually throw a prompt asking whether we have to save it or not. Okay, because it has references to unsaved documents. Okay, now before moving further, I'd like to save this once. Okay, I will save this as same place, desktop, more options. I'll save as instead of example 2. I'll save this and then I'll close it. Okay, close this one also. I'll close this. Okay, now let me open example 2. So I have extended, I have put up references, etc. and done it. Now the point is, here it is showing a security warning whether the automatically update of links has been so we have to enable that content. Okay, once we enable it, then it will work smoothly, else no. Okay, now there may arise a situation when this final destination workbook has been was not active and someone has made some changes to the source workbook. Okay, from and that means from where the data was actually taken. Now, when you're opening this, then there's a probability that there's a data mismatch within this workbook and the other workbook. So, how do you actually refresh the data? That is something you can do easily. So, what you have to go is first you have to go to data here, then refresh all. So, click this means all the data will get updated here. Okay, that's something you can do. Now, if you want to change the link short, even that you can do here. For example, instead of one Excel file, if you want to change it to the other Excel file. Okay, how do you do it? Go to edit links here, click that. Here you can see whether if you want to, you can see that the source is example.xlsx, okay, and worksheet and this one exactly, okay. So you can do that, or else you can do one thing, click update values here, okay. So that is something you can do. If you want to change the link source also, even that you can do. Click the change source here, or else you can click the edit links, okay. You can change the source also, then so you can once for example let me show. Okay, so if you want you can, okay, instead of the okay, this is a different one. So desktop, okay, so this is password protected, so it is showing. So the point is you can actually change the source also, you can even open. Now the point is having done that, for any, okay, I'll just close it to prevent confusion. So you can actually change the source of file also, you can even what you call even refresh the data. Now the point is if you want to sever the link, so whatever data is there, you don't want that to the changes to appear here, you can do that, go to edit links and break link here, okay. Example is break the link here, okay. So it will be what will happen is it will be converted into existing values, okay. So click break link, so it will be like this one, close. If you go here you will see the actual values here, okay, instead of the references, okay. So whatever references has been there, that will be converted into values. So whatever changes that will be done in the previous book will not be reflected here, and only the values will be seen, okay. Now these previous methods can be done if can also be used when the workbook has its name changed, or else if the workbook's what called location has changed, etc. and so on. So whenever it happens, you can always go to this edit links and modify it accordingly, okay. Now, having said that, this chain linking, they can be even processed to link uh, two or three workbooks in a row. For example, workbook one can be linked to a cell in workbook two, and that specific cell can be linked to workbook three. So there is no limit to how many links you can do. So in that case, what will happen is that between the workbook two will be known as an intermediate link. Fine. Now the point is, having said that, we'll move on to something called consolidation of worksheets or workbooks. Now, what is consolidation means? In this context, we are referring to something where a process wherein which we'll usually perform, instead of just referring to the data, we'll be performing operations on the data which involve more than worksheet in multiple workbooks. Okay. So instead of just pulling the data, we'll perform certain operations which is usually done. Fine, that can be done, right? So how do we do it? You can technically use this external formulas as I have shown here, or else you can use even this what you call paste links, something like that. Or else you can go to data, and within data tools we can use consolidate. Okay, within that we can do consolidation tools also. Now, how do you do it actually? It's quite easy. Let me show you. First, we'll deal with formulas only. For example, let me open another this workbook again. For example, example one. Okay. So here you can see that okay, this one has like this, the data has like this. So we have sheet 1, we have sheet 2 also, and in sheet 1 we have some data in B2. Okay, in sheet 2 we'll be having another data in B2 again, say for example another number, and another sheet 3 I'll put one more sheet 3. Okay, I'll put another sheet 3, and again in B2 I'll put another some random data, some random numbers. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to add all the data from sheet 1 to sheet 3 belonging to the workbook of example. Okay, so how we can do it? So we can do it this way. I'll go to this example, not this one, example 2. Here I'll put equal to sum of, you can open this. So you can see that the formula is already active here. So B2 here, comma, number 2, you can put it as B2 here, comma, you can put B2 here. Okay, close it, press enter. So you're getting the final value here. So you can perform this specifically like this also. But again, if you want to add data from more than 2 sheets, okay, so I'll open one more file. Let me open one. Control, instead of open, I will try to example 1, example 2 we have seen. I'll open another one called book 1. So this is an old file which I have been using since ages, so it will have a lot of data. Let me open, so it will take some time. Yeah, so this is another sheet which I have opened it right now. So if you want to do similar operations here, I can put here equal to instead of sum, I can do one thing and just click the values directly. I'll open one file here. In sheet 1, I'll click this, plus I'll put this, plus I'll open sheet 2, I'll put this, plus this one here, this one, and then I'll open the third workbook. Okay, then I'll put plus here again, plus. Now you can see here example.example.xlx is now I'm opening it book one Excel. Now I will take some data here plus this one. Now you can see here that the book one.xlsx plus sheet one of this one is showing. So you can see that you can technically add up any data here. Okay, plus then I can put this one also, plus can click let me show another this one. Okay, I can put this. Okay, press enter. So it is showing the entire value. Now if you go here, you can see that I am adding multiple values across multiple workbooks and multiple sheets. So example.select this is sheet 1 C3, and example sheet 1 G12, and sheet 2 B2, and sheet 3 B2. So this is one I have done, and after that what I have done is click this down here. You can see from book 1 I have added tables 1, and from conditional formatting B8, and from book 1.xlsx I am adding B3. Okay, so what I have done is I technically consolidated data from more than one worksheet, and more than from one workbook. So this is technically easy to be done. So that is something we can do. Now, having said that, now let's move on here. Now the point is, I'll like open a separate worksheet. Now there is another option of consolidation, that is consolidation of several worksheet by using consolidate box. Okay. Now, for this is actually can create consolidations which are static with no link formulas, or which are dynamic with link formulas. Okay, so in this consolidation feature actually supports two methods. That is, one is by position, and another is by category. Now, what should we do for this? Go to data, data tools. In this, we'll be getting consolidate. Okay, so yeah, so if we'll go to here, we'll go here, we'll get the consolidation window, and there we can get sum, count, average, max, minimum, product, count, number, standard. So these are the functions that are available here. Okay, so before going further, let's discuss about this box, dialog box a little bit. So here in this function drop down list, we can specify the type of consolidation. Mostly sum is the most used, then but we can also choose any other things. Then we have this reference box. This is a place where you can specify a range from a source file that we want to consolidate into present one. For example, if you want to consolidate from some other workbook and some other worksheet, that we can click here and then enter this. Okay, so we can enter any reference range manually, or we can use standard manual pointing technique, which I discussed just now. So what is for pointing technique? We just put equal to, and then we open the other workbook, then click on that and any specific range, then that will be entered here. So after, or else if that is not open, then we can click on browse and then we can open the any specific file also. Once we do that, we can have to click the add with all the references will add up here. Okay. So the point is, you can add any references here or you can even delete them. Now, having said that, there are a couple of things. For example, use labels in top row and left column. So if you want to examine the put up the labels in top row, we can click this. Or if you want to put in the leftmost column, even then we can do this. Then one more feature here is available is create links to source data. Okay, so when you select this option, then Excel what it will do, it will add summary formulas for each level and it will just create an outline. But if you don't select this, the consolidation doesn't use formulas and the outline is not created. Fine. Now, having said that, now let me show an example of how it works. Okay. Now here I have already opened another this thing called example here. Okay. And this is another sheet of example 2. Excuse me, it's opening up. Okay. So this is example 2 and another is example. So here in example, in clicking this, so here what I'm doing is opening this, going to another one, sheet 1, and I'm putting the entire data till here. Okay, so having them click add. Okay, so what is happening, the same data is getting added. Okay, now if I want to add another range, then I can deselect this, then go to here, I'll go there, then click here, click this, click on add. Okay, so having said that, I'll put create links to source data, then click OK. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll go to this example formula and check everything else. So the previous data is already available here. Okay, so you can actually see the data whatever I have asked for. Okay, so even these outlines are getting copied, but since due to this copying format, that we may have to click the whole ungroup. There we are. So this is how you can consolidate data from other workbooks, etc. However, let me open another sheet here. Okay, here I'll click it, and when you go to consolidation, instead of actually putting up what you call opening other book and actually typing it, you can also and pointing it out, you can even type any specific reference also. So this is how you do it. You can put some count or even average, so you can actually toggle and find out what gives the specific appropriate data, and within a few toggles you must be able to understand it. So this is okay, because we have not referred, so it is showing that. So this is how you actually end up putting up consolidation using this consolidate function in data tools. So when you want to refresh any consolidation, then we can do one thing. We have to either refresh all, or we have to go to edit links, or maybe we have to check this. These are only things we have to check up. And there's a couple of things before wrapping up. This is when you are learning more about consolidation, we should be careful about couple of things, whether the workbooks which are in question are open or closed, and if you have to if we need to enter the reference manually, but we can use browse button also, and also make sure what kind of reference you are putting. Okay, even that is quite important. Okay, in addition to that, you must, if you were to perform consolidation by matching of labels, then you must see that the matches must be exact. For example, if you use for example Monday with MON and date and matching is not case sensitive, so it doesn't match it. Okay, so we cannot match two separate links. We if their matching labels are not 100% matching. Okay, so even the case and the number of characters must match. Fine. Now, what is a pivot table? Pivot table is something that is technically very technologically most advanced component in Excel. Because with what Excel usually does is it usually stores, analyzes data points. Okay, so what pivot table does is with only with very less effort, we can actually segregate the data. We can summarize data in several different ways. Okay. Now, pivot table is something which is dynamic in nature, and also it brings out a summary of the entire data. Okay. Now, the data can exist within a specific worksheet as here, or it can be in an external hard drive also. Okay. Now, one of the very important facet of a pivot table is its ability to interact. Okay. After creating, that's because once we create a private table, we can rearrange the rows and columns in any almost several ways, and also we can also put up certain special formulas. We can also link them to convert them to a report, etc., and so on. Okay. So this makes a pivot table quite important while operating Excel. Now, the point is the pivot, the only one of the drawback is pivot table doesn't automatically update when we change the information. Okay, but however, this doesn't is not a specific serious problem because we can always refresh it. Okay, that too with a single click. Now, pivot tables are something that was introduced way back in Excel 97. Now, and has been continued ever since. And also the fact that the feature has improved with every new version of the Excel. Now, the point is, many people usually avoid this feature because they think it's too complicated. But I'll try my best to make this concept very clear in this specific lecture. So, after doing this, you'll be able to see that the pivots tables are technically quite powerful, and also we can learn about them very easily. Okay. Now, before going further, we need some data, right? So, this is the data which I have created. So, it contains the gist of around 1,001 customers. Okay. Scroll down, you can see 1,001 customers approximately, and it has the date when the purchase was made, and the name of the customer who brought the purchase, and amount of purchase which he has done, and also whether the type of customer is a returning customer or specifically, or whether he's a new customer, and also the day of the purchase. That means which day is this 18th, Thursday or Friday or Saturday, and so on, and also whether they have used cash or whether they used credit, and also the city store. Okay, the location where they actually brought this purchase actually, and all this is a customer data for XYZ hypermarket. Okay, this is a fictional entity which is created. Now the point is, you can see that the data is quite unorganized. Okay, so the dates are random, the names are of course random, amounts, even the types of type of customers, whether it's cash or credit, or in the, even the city store, all these are in a random fashion. Now the point is, with this data as an example, then you may have several doubts like which store has the highest turnover, which store has the most cash, which store has the most credit turnover, and on which specific day the maximum amount of purchase was made, and who brought more, like new customers or returning customers. All this doubts, not only us but even any specific middle or even upper management people will be asking. Okay, so the point is, if you want to glean that information from this huge data, then what you have to do is you have to organize this data and also summarize this data, right? So this is something which you can do with pivot table. Okay. Now, before going further, I would like to know I would like to explain a little bit more about the term pivot. Now, what is a pivot? Pivot is it technically a verb, okay, or a term which means to rotate or revolve or turn around, something like that. So, if you have any strange physical object in your hand, for example, and if you want to explore it, you don't look at a single angle, right? You turn it, you view it from one angle, different angle, up, top, bottom, below, right side, left side, and you turn it in different ways and different orientations to study the object very carefully. So, similarly, if this data can be assumed to be a specific physical object, then the pivot table, what it enables us is to, we can turn and rotate the data in various different permutations and combinations, and glean certain necessary information from whatever we want to do. Okay. having said that, no, there are certain before we actually use the pivot table feature, no, we should make the data ready for pivot table. Okay, sometimes what will happen is the data might be a little bit unorganized, may have some errors, so we have to remove those errors. We have to make it into proper format. Usually, that pivot table requires that our data must be in form of a rectangular table. Okay, so this is a rectangular table, right? So there should be in this form only, and it must the two main things that must be contained within the data. Point number one is the data points, that is in the like 18th, this is a data point, hectare month is a data point, this amount of purchase is a data point, Sunday, all these are individual data points. So it must have some data or some values which can necessarily be summarized. Okay, having said that, and this data must not be haphazard. That is the second most important. It must be neatly categorized here. For example, if you put date here in type of customer, and if you put customer here in name of customer, and if you put name of customer in cash or credit, then that will not work out. So that will be throw up as an error. So it should be neatly organized into categories. Simple. Data must be there in proper rectangular format. Point number three, they must be neatly organized into different categories. Simple. It need not be in ascending or descending, or it need not be neatly what you call sorted out. It can work wonderfully with even with unsorted data, as the case is here. But the point is, but they must be neatly categorized into different subheadings. Okay. So having said that, a single table may have, there's no specific limit for number of data points and number of what you call category fields. So we can do anything. We can have as many as we want. Now the point is, the data can be numeric or non-numeric. For what is numeric data? That is like date or this amount of purchase, etc. This is numeric data. And non-numeric data is something that is okay. So in form of a text, like Andreas, where that could be very well non-numeric data. Returning customers is numeric data, non-numeric data. Similarly, Thursday, cash, and New York. All these are non-numeric data. Okay. So the data can be like this. The second thing is it should be a rectangular format, which I told in the beginning itself. So actually we're organizing the data in this form is called normalization. Okay. So for in pivot table parlance, we say that when a data table is normalized when it others to these specific conditions. Point number one, data points must be there and there are no limits. Point number two, they must be neatly organized into different categories. So this is what we call normalization is. Now, however, you may end up I'll show one more example of which is not a normalized data. Okay, so now this is an example which you must have seen previously, which contains the city wise and turnover for various months. So you may think that this can be a normalized data because it's rectangular in format, neatly categorized, but no, this is not a normalized data. Why? Because it actually resembles a summary. This doesn't have a summary. Okay, so the normalized data is something which usually doesn't have any summaries. Here you have summary quarter wise. Okay, here you have summary total wise. Here you have summary country wise, and so these summaries must not be existent within the pivot table data. Okay, otherwise, because even if summaries exist, even this is included into raw data. So finally, when you are trying to add something anything, that will show up an error. For example, if you want under submitting January all the data that is made, so what it in this specific data has done is, so we have taken individually here and added up here, then individually these data points and added up here, and similarly individually these data and added up here, and again we have added the total grand total at the end. However, if you end up using the data, it will add even these intermittent fields. Okay, it will include these into calculation. So naturally, the end result will end up being including those data points which should not be there in first place. So normalized data for pivot table should not have any specific summaries to start with. Only raw data, organized data, categorized data, and but no summaries. There should not be any summaries in that. Okay. However, you are using this normalized data, you can create summaries using a pivot table. As such, which I'll be showing you in a few moments. Okay. Now, how do we create a pivot table automatically? Now we can. There are two methods of creating pivot table actually. Point number one is when you will be using automatic features. Point number two is when you are doing it manually. Okay. So creating first we'll see automatic creation, which is a technically quite easy method, or the easiest of all the methods. So what do we do here? We just click any specific cell within here, then we'll go to insert, And within these things, we have two things. Okay, we have table, recommended pivot tables, and pivot table. This pivot table is for manual. This here recommended pivot tables is for creation of a pivot table on an automatic methods. Okay, click that. So once you click that, now you can see here that the data has already been what you call selected by the Excel as such. So it has recognized that this is an entire table. So technically, so this is where this is the actual data which must be processed into pivot table feature. Okay. So technically, it's already recognized it. However, if you have two or three more data, three sets of data within a single worksheet, then you may have to select it. Okay. That then you can select everything and then put up this automated recommended pivot tables format. Now, having done that, now you can see that within this recommended pivot tables, you have several formats here, right? So we can actually click here and enlarge it. Now here you have one specific flavor. Here you have one specific flavor. Okay. So what it is doing, it is showing the sum of amount of purchase by city store. So if you want to know how much each and every city store has made, then you can click this. Okay. Similarly, sum of name of customers by count of name of customers by city store. So in each and every this thing, how many customers have actually arrived? So that shows this, and this is some amount of purchase. Okay, and again it is shown into divided into new and returning customers. Then similarly for count of name of customer, cash, credit, or customer type, amount of purchase. This is for amount of purchase by cash or credit, and this is amount of purchase by new or returning customer. Okay, and one of the final which is offering is count of name of customers by cash or credit. So these are different already pre-recommended styles of pivot table that is usually Excel is offering us. Okay, so the of this, so we can choose anything which actually is the nearmost pivot table to our requirement. Okay, so for example, I'll choose the sum of amount of purchase by city store and click OK. So what it will do is it will create another specific a new sheet, and in that specific sheet only you'll be getting all this data. I mean this pivot table to be precise. So this is how you actually create one, and after this you can if you want make any changes, even that you can make changes here. Okay, so that is easy. Now this is how you can do automatically, but if you want to do manually, uh, that also you can do. Let me show once. So what you do is go here, click on same thing, go to insert pivot table, insert pivot table. Okay, so it will select the specific range, and then we'll get a chance to what place the pivot table in new worksheet or existing worksheet. In previous option, it will automatically put it in a new worksheet, but here you can have we have an option to put it in an existing worksheet only. So that is something we can do. So we will choose a new, of course, existing worksheet means you can select some cell and there itself will be posted, but it will be a bit confusing because moving here and forward, it will be a bit confusing to us. So I always choose a new worksheet, click OK. So here it places a blank pivot table. Okay. So this is a blank pivot table. It doesn't have anything. It doesn't have rows. It doesn't have columns. It doesn't have anything. But however, now it is our responsibility to lay out the pivot table. Lay out the pivot tables. Choose the various features which go into this pivot table. Okay, that's something we can do here. Pivot table fields. Now the same thing you must have seen previously by when I created this automatic pivot table. So the functionality is same, but the only option, but the only difference is there you get already the preset form. Here you will get a blank one, so you get to make pivot table from scratch just in case if you want to. Now, how to actually set up this actual pivot table? Okay, from blank to something that gives us any specific summary. So there are several fields here, right? If you have seen the fields, they are nothing but the actual column subheadings which are present in the data. One is date, name of the customer, amount of purchase, type of customer, day of purchase, cash or credit, and last but not least, city or store. Now, what do we have to do? We have to technically click any one of them if you want to put it in the table. So I want date, I click it. Okay, so it itself automatically what you call puts this data into any one of these, like filters or columns or values or even rows. It automatically chooses it. Okay, or else if you don't want in rows, if you want in columns, even then you can just drag and place it. Quarters, years, date. See, so you can see here that everything is changing. Fine. So you can even change it once the placement has been done. Now, or else you can do one thing, click that, right click. Here also you can put, you can add to report filter, you can add to row labels, you can add to column labels, and you can add to values also. Sure. So this is something you can do. This such flexibility pivot table offers you. Now let's do one thing. Now what I will do is I'll drag this amount of purchase amount field into values area. Drag and place here. Okay. So and it shows sum also. Okay. So the sum of amount of purchase in entire quarter one was this one. That is for entire data, not just in a specific one. And for entire quarter two is this, quarter three, quarter four is this, and the grand total is this. Okay. This is for the entire data, not just any specific this thing. Now I will do one thing. I will put that what call city store. I'll put city store into rows field. Okay. Now let's see how it changes. See. So now an extra this thing has added here. Okay. So you must have seen that this hasn't changed. The bottommost row, which was previously. I'll put Control Z. No, wait. Let me remove this. Now the point is, it is showing only the sum of amount of purchase, right? For quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four, and grand total. As soon as click city store, now this has just moved down, but the what you call the subheadings regarding all the specific cities, I mean city stores like California, Columbus, Dallas, Denver, all this is appeared here. So the split up for 10236.43 is shown here. Similarly for quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, and grand total also. Okay. So this is something which has shown. Now in columns we have already this one. Now let's choose one more thing. In columns area, we have already seen the quarters, years, and date. Now what I will do is I will just remove this field. So if I remove the quarters, you will get in years wise. Okay. So click that. So you will for each and every year we will be getting the split up of what you call monthly wise. So collapse it. You will this will go off. Now I will remove even this date. So only when I remove the date, only year wise it is showing. There is no further bifurcation possible. And I'll remove this one also, and you'll be getting only the sum of purchase here. Okay. Now having said that, if I'll click type of customer, it is coming here under this rows only. So I'll put it in the column. So drag here, type of customer, put up here. Simple. So but now we can see that in California, new customers have brought 222799903. Okay. This is for total years, all the years together. Similarly for return customer, and grand total is this. Okay. So this is how I can actually toggle hundreds of features here. What you call by what you call, you can change your own views, you can change the whatever final data format you want, and then you can generate the summaries here. Okay. Now here yeah, so now, having said this, let's do one thing. So, let's learn about a bit about how to format the existing pivot table. Here, till now, what we have seen, what all categories to include in rows and labels, and how do we add specific columns and rows, and whether we want to sum it or we want to do any other function. Now, the point is, let's learn how to actually format the table as such. Okay, in pivot table here, you will get pivot table. For example, let me click one here, right click here. Okay, so in here what we'll be getting is we'll be getting pivot table tools. Okay, or to be more specific, pivot table tool options. Here you can see the layout and format. Okay, you can merge and center with label any specific labels. You can, for error values, if you want, you can specifically show anything. For empty cells, you can show instead of this thing, you can put up no data. That is something you can do. Then we can auto fit. Of course, is already there. So similarly for other things also, we can just explore them. Click OK. Okay. Having said that, let's go, click this pivot and go to design here. Okay. So in design itself, you can see various table styles. So that you can toggle this. And here you can technically see several things like subtotals. Subtotals means Okay, do not, if you do not show subtotals, it will change because of course they are not showing anything because there are no subtotals in first place. Let me do one thing. Okay, now here we are having subtotals here. Okay, now here do not show subtotals means it will remove this. Okay, but however if you show all subtotals at bottom of the group, it will show here. For example, here for California you can see we have cash and credit split up. Okay, and again further divided into new one returning customer. Okay, leading to grand total cash California and grand total credit for California. Here the California total is considered as a subtotal. Okay, so that is 22799.03 and 26934.08, etc. and so on. So this is similarly for Columbus, Dallas, Houston, Las Vegas, New York, etc. So there are specific subtotals here, and grand total is the summation of all specific values. Okay, so these are subtotals, and if you want to show subtotals at the bottom of the group, that you can show. If you want to show that top of the group, that also you can show. If you want to hide them totally, even then you can do. Okay, now similarly the same thing goes for even the grand total. So grand total is which you are seeing here. Okay, the total of all this and all this. So if you click here and off for rows and columns means just remove the grand totals totally. But however, if it is on, then you will get the this one, and it is for rows only. Then this bottom line will go off. Okay, and it's on for columns only, then only these two totals will show off. So I'll revert back. So having said that, let's go for this report level. Now you can, it's already showing a compact form, so we don't have to worry. If you want to show an outline form, then you can see here. So what is the view has changed. If you click uh, this works very similar to Excel outline feature which you have seen a couple of classes earlier. So if I can actually maximize or minimize the sub details. Okay, and if you want to show it in tabular form, then it will show directly only without any maximization or minimization. Okay, so if you want to show in compact form, it will remove all this. And if you want to repeat all the item labels, means there's no change here because everything is already available. If you don't want any repeat and item labels, even then also to show it is only for duplicate items. Okay, so I'll show in compact form. That is it. Now, if you want to insert any blank line, that you can do. For why? Because when you are reading this California, Columbus, etc., cash and credit, etc., sometimes you may end up confusing between a couple of successive data points, right? So if you insert blank rows after each item, then you can see that a gap has increased, so it improves the readability. So there is a little chance of you confusing 13654 with any other data here. Okay, so that improves only the readability. So if you want, you can keep it or you can just remove it. Having said that, you can remove these row headers if you want. This will go off, others can keep them. Also, if you want to, if you want column headers, even that you can toggle them. Okay. Now, banded rows means it will add a band to here, so that will improve readability or presentability. You can even put this on also banded columns also. This is something you can do, and within here, as I have shown previously, you can change the view as per your wish. Now, in addition to these design features, you have even one more thing called pivot table analyze. Okay, so that will be visible only when you click any item that I have, any cell in the pivot table. Then these things will get activated. Then click pivot table analyze. Okay, here you have several options here. We will see one by one. Now, having said this, now the point is, of course, excuse me, yeah. Now the point is, if you have this specific data arranged from the raw data, right? Now you want to copy this and use it for a specific report or specific sheet or something. So how do you actually change it? Let me blank rows, insert blank item. No, wait, banded rows, banded columns. This is done. Okay, insert blank item. So this has been done. Now I want this data to appear in somewhere else. Okay, so I want only this specific data. I don't want the entire sheet, but I just want this summary here. Okay, so how do I do it? That is simple. I'll just show a small example. So having done that, all I have to do is just copy this. Okay, I'll second and copy this. Control C. Then we can paste it anywhere. I'll just paste it here. But while pasting, make sure you paste it as values only. So you'll be getting the entire data here. Okay, so you can just Control C and Control V and paste data only. Sorry, values only. So this, if you want any specific data from this pivot table, all you have to do is end up just copying and pasting like just any specific data point. Now, having said that, now here values you have seen this is put up as sum of amount of purchases, right? So here I have clicked amount of purchase only, but here it is showing a sum of amount of purchase. So if you want to change it, instead of sum, I want some other thing, then you can click this. Then you will see here you have other options also. Instead of sum of amount of purchase, you have count. I mean, how many times purchases are made that you can do. Then average, or is the average amount of purchase. Then what is the max amount of purchase? What is the minimum amount of minimum amount of purchase? However, product count numbers, STD, where all this will be applicable in share market related data, etc. So that will not be useful for this specific data if I'm not wrong. However, I'll stick to count and change and show how it is. So you can see the new customer has brought there are 51 instances of new customers making purchases, whereas 60 return customers were 60. So similarly for Columbus, and etc. So for new customers for California were 51. Okay. Similarly, returning customers for Houston was 55. Similarly, for New York, new customers are 91, 106, etc. and so on. And we have a grand total here. Now, instead of count, if you put average, okay, even that I can do. So this is the average amount of purchase for new customer, return customer, grand total, etc. etc. And this is a average of amount of purchase of everything. Okay. Now, other than average, I can go for maximum. Click OK. So here the maximum purchase was California. For California was for new customer was 848, for returning customer 854. Okay, and this is not the, if you can see the calendar, max value of amount of money 871. It's not taking the average or summation of everything here. Okay, it has taken 871.87 is a maximum purchase over the entire set of data. Okay, and that is by whom 871.81 for New York, and that too for a returning customer. Among the returning customer, again the 871.87 is the maximum because the maximum for the entire data. But however, for a new customer, the maximum value is 871.33, and that is again for New York. Okay, so this is the data which you can actually glean. This is how you can glean the data very creatively. Okay. Now, having said that, for example, if I select this entire data here, now you can end up putting conditional formatting also. Conditional formatting, I can put up data bars. Okay. I think so the database will appear here. However, they're not visible so well because all of them values are maxed out. Now, other than that, I'll go to value settings and I'll put sum. Now see the differences. Okay, so you can actually see the data bars here within each and everything, along with the data available here. Okay, so this is something you can do using this conditional formatting. Now, so how this is a brief intro on how we actually use this what called data to create good pivot tables. However, now let's move on to non-numeric data. Okay, let me show this is numeric data, so it actually makes sense, and what to call and how it is how etc. everything is done. Now the point is I want to use the same thing using non-numeric data. Fine. Let me have the data here. Let me give me a second. Yeah. So now this is what a non-numeric data. So there are no numbers involved here. We only have the demographical data here. That is a name, gender, employment status, and living status. Fine. So this is a non-numeric data. We cannot technically add some product variance, standard deviation, etc. We can't do. I mean, when we take the data points at their face value. So technically, we can't add employment status with a name. Okay, we can't add a name with living status. We can't add living employment status with living. So this arithmetical operations make no sense when it comes to non-numeric data here. Now the point is, can we use this numeric data to create a pivot table? Yes, we can. So there is somewhere the procedure is almost similar to what we have done previously. So what I do is click one here, click any specific cell here, go to insert, go to recommended pivot tables, click that, and it will itself show its own flavors. Okay, so we have count of name by employment status, so how many people are business owners or employed or retired. Then we have count of name by living status, who are homeowner, lease or rented. Then we have by gender also. Okay. Then we also have count name by gender. So let me choose one. I'll choose this. Click OK. So in new cell we have got this. Fine. Now here we have employment status. So by employment status we have done it. So we can actually filter it out further if you want. If you want to see only, for example, the data of those who are employed and unemployed. So you can click this, click employed and unemployed. That's all. Okay. So it will show only that. But however, if you want only, if you want to see only those people who are business owners and self-employed people, even that you can do. Just select those and those specific data will be shown. Fine. Now I'll show. Okay, let me show all the data here. So select all, done. Now the point is, it is not counting anything. It's counting the instances of each and every occurrence. Okay, it's not counting the business owner tagline and such. It is counting how many times the term or the data point business owners have occurred in the entire range. So this is how it is showing the count of name. Now the point is, here we have okay, count of name. We can add another instance. Okay. Now how it is done? Now click the same thing, right click, add to values here. Okay, so we are getting the same thing two times. Why we are doing it, I'll just show you. Now name we have this one, but we want to define it is in form of percentage. How do we do it? Now what do we do? Right click here, show the values as percentage of grand total. Okay, so you click that. Now you can see that it is a part of 28%, 19%, 8%, 25%, 20%, etc. and so on. So this is how you can actually end up toggling things. Now the point is, another feature in this pivot table is called as grouping items. Okay, so you can combine two or more different items in a specific group. Okay, now for that what you have to do, you go to pivot table, and in this specifically we have to go for group. Okay, there only we can do it. Now if you want to group business owner and self-employed as one, what you do is click this and select this one also. So by pressing Control, I have selected both. Now what I'm doing is, both business owner and self-employed, I want to put it under single group only. So what I'll do is click group selection. Okay, so here you can get that under group one. So say business owner is 56 and self-employed, it has what you call, both together become 56 plus 50, that is 112. It also shows in form of sorry, 106, and shows in form of percentage here. Fine. This is how you can actually add groups here. So you can just this one, minimize this. Yeah, now it will remove the confusion. Now you can see here in group one, this group one also you can actually toggle the name as per your wish. It's a business owner or self-employed. You can just, I just want to change the name. So what do you do? Minimize this, and here instead of group one, I can just type this. Okay, and put both I'm putting under business category. Okay, click that, and you got simple. So under business category, there are two groups. One is business owner, self-employed. So this is, instead of group one, I have changed the name like this. So this is something you can do. So you can create groups as per your specific requirement also. So if you want to remove this, the same thing, you can go and click on group, and it goes back to normal. Now having said that, I want to bring your attention to one more aspect here. Let me show one thing. Okay, so here within this date and amount of purchase, I'm just copying these two items. Okay, so it's merged itself. So I'll just do one thing. This is Control Z. I'll copy this, Control C. I'll open a new sheet, Control V. So we have date here, cool. Then we have the amount of purchase, Control C, Control V. So, okay, done. So now I have data with respect to only date and amount of purchase. Okay. Now why I'm doing this, I'll just explain a little bit. Now the point is, if you want to group by dates, okay. So that is something you can do. So all you do is click here, go to insert pivot table, recommended pivot tables. Okay, it's showing only blank ones as recommended, so it has come here. Okay, now the point is date, click on, it is putting up into rows. Okay, and here amount of purchase is showing here. Okay, instead of sum of amount of purchase, okay, even that is fine. Now the point is here, if you can see here, when I clicked only the date, two other fields have appeared here. Okay, in form of years and quarters. Okay, so the point is it is Excel has done it automatically grouped the different dates into years, point number one, and within years it is grouped into quarter 1, 2 and 3. This is for all the data. It is automatic grouping which has been done by the Excel itself when the pivot table has been created. Fine. Now if you want to change a little bit, then you can do one thing. Then click here, go to group field. Instead of this one, I can clearly remove this and put up only months. Okay, starting at 1 to 2016, 12, 31, 2020. So these are dates in between the data is available. So the oldest date is 1 to 2016, the latest is 12, 31, 2020. And instead of grouping them into specific quarters and years, I want to group it only into months. So click OK. So what I'm getting? So it is in form of months. So in the month of January alone, the amount of purchase was this much. Okay. So this is how you can actually change the grouping also. So you can, moving further, you can even go for this, excuse me, in group field, you can go for this months and years also. So here you'll be seeing within 2016, several months, 2017, different months, 18 different months, etc., etc., and so on. So this is how you can actually perform grouping. Okay. Now the similar trick we can use it to actually create a frequency distribution in pivot tables. Okay, how do you do it? Let me show you some data which is quite useful for this. Yeah, now here we have customer and the amount spent, right? Now you want to create a frequency distribution of this. How will you do it? First you create a pivot table as you would do it normally. Insert pivot tables. Okay, so click OK. Here we got a pivot table. Here what we'll do is in rows, we'll put, instead of name, we'll put the amount spent. Okay, so we got it. It's not a sum, excuse me. Instead of sum, what will should be in this one here, amount spent. So we have this one here, and again we'll put another instance here, again amount spent. So this one will add here, drag and put. So we have got two things. So sum of amount spent and row labels here. Now the point is, once this has been done, we'll go to here, click on and put group selection. Okay. So let me show once. Fine. So here go to group selection, and here you can see that it is starting at 5 and ending at 996. What is 5 and 996? 5 is the most minimum value in this entire grouping, and 996 is the most maximum value. And here in what you call the division is by 100 values in intervals of 100. So click OK. So they will be getting 5 to 104, we will be getting 621, 105 to 204, 1634, and etc. and so on. Fine. So this is how you can actually create a frequency distribution. However, if you want to change it, you can do it. You can, instead of 5 to 9, you can put it as 0 to say 1000. Fine. And click OK now. Now you will get 0 to 99, 100 to 199 and so on. Fine. Thus, this is how you can actually create a frequency distribution. However, we'll be showing it how to create pivot chart also. We'll be seeing it pretty soon. Having said that, let's move on to the main calculations. There are a couple of things I would like to discuss. These are like, yeah, sure. So there's a couple of things which I like to discuss about this, and that is like creating a calculated field or something. Now the point is, we already created a pivot table, so we can't actually insert any new rows or any specific columns within the pivot table once it has been created. I mean, it's not like unlike in normal raw data, you can't put up any specific uh, additional rows or columns directly. So, but however, what you can do is you can add a calculated field. So, calculated field is something which involves the calculations involving other fields. Okay. So, for example, let me go to this. Okay, now this is a pivot table, right, which we have created previously. Now, if you want to insert a specific calculated field, which is so how do we do it? You go to any specific this thing. Let me change some of the views here. Blank rows, remove blank lines, so it's clear now. To make it less confusing, I'm doing that. Go to, yeah, clear rules. Done. So it's new. It is seeing now. It is now looks normal. Now the point is, how do we insert a calculated field here? So we have to select any cell here. Okay. Now in this, go to pivot tools here and analyze. Go to calculations. Click this. Go to calculations, and here you can put fields, items, and sets. Right. So click that. And here you can insert a calculated field. Click that. Name what field name of this one is. For example, see every each and every, for example, each and every customer has been given say 10% discount, and his or her account has been credited with 10% cash back. So how do you calculate it? I'll put cashback or returns. Okay, here in formula equal to, here what we have to calculate, the amount of purchase, right? Insert field into 10%, is 0.1. Okay, click add. Okay, click OK. So here you can see that the amount of purchase is this much and sum of cashback or returns is this much. This is for new customer. Okay, for returning customers, this is actually sum of purchase here. Okay, and here is the sum of cashback or returns. Previously these fields didn't exist. Okay, cashback or returns. You said decided to give 10% cashback or returns, so these are the values that has been calculated. So this is how you can actually add a calculated field. So what calculated field is, it takes the values of already those numbers which is already there in this specific field in pivot table already, and then it uses the formulas to calculate according to the what are the requirement is. Okay, so this is a calculated field. Now if you want to put up a calculated item, okay, so how do we do it? Concept of calculated item. Let me create another pivot table. Insert, come to pivot tables. Yeah, click one, click OK. So it is done. Now here, if I want to use for calculated items here, I just click one, go to field items. Yeah, now you must have seen here that using the previous data itself, I have created a small table here, which shows technically the various cities and amount of sum of amount of purchases here. Now I want to create a calculated field. Okay. So how do I end up using it? So it is quite simple. The point is, click any one of these, okay? Any of these rows or columns, anything you can do. Click this. Now the point is, for example, if our management decides that there are three prime cities in which we are doing the maximum business. That is Dallas, Los Angeles, Seattle, and Washington DC, and we want the sum of purchase in those specific four cities as such. Okay. So how do we do it? So if you want to create a separate calculated item like this, calculated item is nothing but you are not using the actual data, but you are using the categorization of data to calculate them. Okay. So how do you do it? So click for any one of them, go to fields, items, and sets, go to calculated item. Here is equal to formula one. Instead of formula one, we are putting prime cities. Okay. Instead of equal to, what you put is equal to, what are the cities we are choosing, is equal to Dallas. Insert item plus Los Angeles. This is Los Angeles, add item plus can even type it actually manually if you want to. Dallas plus Los Angeles plus Seattle. Where is Seattle? Plus Washington DC, right? Okay, click add and OK. So you can see here the prime cities has appeared here. Another item which contains the summation of Seattle, Washington DC, Los Angeles and Dallas. So this is how you can add your own calculated item here. Fine. So calculated, the difference between calculated item and calculated values is that calculated values is when you perform calculations on any specific row or specific column within that column. Okay. For example, if I want to make give a 10% cashback on this, so I'll be calculating only on these values. Okay. So that will come under as calculated values. But however, calculated item is something where you're using a categorization of these values. Like for example, in this case, Dallas, Los Angeles, Seattle, and Washington DC to create something new. That is a new categorization called prime cities. So this is the difference between calculated items and calculated values. So and these are the features which you can actually implement in this. Okay. Now having said that, let's move on to another feature called slicers here. So slicers is something that performs the function of actual filtering. Okay. But the point is there may arise a situation where in which you want to make the pivot table more interactive or something less complicated for people. Then then it can occur. Excuse me. Then it can occur that we may actually use this slices. So you go to here, insert, go to click here, go to insert. Within this field, we will be seeing filters, and within this filters, insert slicer. Okay. So slices are nothing but they're doing the function of filters actually only. Okay. So we can click date, click date, now customers, click everything, click OK. So these are the individual slices here. This is for date wise. If you click only that one, you can see. I'll just put side by side before explaining further. So each and every individual one of them is slicer. Don't get confused thinking that they're all single slices. These are individual slices. Okay. So I'll put show one by one. So what is happening here is if I click on amount of purchase here 8.3, it's not showing. Why? Because I have already activated filter here. Now unclick this. If I click this here, everything will be visible. Now the point is the amount of purchase of 8.3 was done in New York. If it is showing that value. Similarly, if you click this, it will reset that one. Now, if you want to select the name of customer, Jax Webster. So, if you click that, what will happen? He brought it in Los Angeles, and then the purchase was of 207.56. Okay, so click this, it becomes undone. Similarly, I want the data for 1/8/2020. So, on 1/8/2020, there were three purchases. I mean, two purchases. That is Columbus and Dallas, and since one of them is a prime city, even that is showing up. So the purchases were done on 44.49 and 571.85. So click this, it will go off. Now if I click new customer slicer, so I'll be getting this 227.81. If I click returning customers, it is showing different values. So click this, it will go off. Now go to insert slices. Wait. Okay, remove it. Now similarly for data purchase wise also I can do it. I want 2 for 2006 Columbus and Seattle, and one of them being prime cities is Seattle. It is showing the same values. Similar and click it. For cash or credit also we click cash. So this is the cash purchases. Okay. And for credit purchases, this is the values. Click this, it will be gone. And similarly for city store wise also we can do. Los Angeles 41594.26. For prime cities, it is 180,969.49. For Dallas, Denver, etc., it goes on. So slices are nothing but an interactive way of putting up what you call various filters one after another. And this is for technically people. Now the point is they work in collusion with each other. Okay, each of the slices work in collusion with each other. Now the point is, say for example, I'm clicking say Dallas and Los Angeles. Okay, Dallas I have clicked, and within Dallas I found only cash, so I have to click Dallas and cash. Simple, and you'll be getting this. Okay. So this is how you can actually use different slices to uh, modify the outlook of your pivot table. Now let me delete all this one by one. Okay, there you go. Okay, so I delete all the slices. Now moving on, I have just modified this pivot table by putting up the date and amount of purchase here. So here in rows we have dates here. So now you can add a timeline. Timeline is nothing but similar to a slicer, but usually works on dates. Okay, so you can click it as date and click OK. So you can technically see here from where to where you have. So it works acts like a, for example, if I click only on January, so on January of 2016, which are the dates, which are the purchases and amount have a amount, sum of amount of purchase, etc. It is being shown. If you click on March, February, that will be available. And if you want to drag it to for this 4 months, even that will be available. So you can actually see that this works technically similar to a slicer, but this is something that is very particular with dates alone. Let me delete this. Okay. Now let me make some more changes here. Just instead of amount of data, okay, instead of date, I'll end up putting city store. Okay, back. Now the point is, you must have seen that within, if you want to make some changes, but you put calculated items or calculated values, etc. However, now if you want to use a reference within reference of any specific pivot table, even that you can do. Now, how do we actually calculate for values within the pivot table? You can just click here. Okay, so we click here. We put equal to this. Okay, as soon as you click here, it gives out a specific data. Okay, where get pivot data of amount of purchase, which is reference to A3. Okay, of city store California. Okay, now this is what has happened. So this is exact pointing out data multiplied by, say, if you want to calculate the commission rate percentage, say 25% into 0.25, 0.25. Okay, press enter. You'll get the values here. Okay, so this is how you can calculate any values by referencing to some value within the pivot table. But there is a small catch in this. The point is, this value should be visible. If you make some small changes in the pivot table, for example, if of instead of amount of purchase, if you're making a small correction, then the whole thing will go haywire. Okay, only if this formula is available and can be used only and only if this is visible in first of all, and second thing, it is always what you call, the format is not changed. Okay, this is for this private what you call, this is how you can actually reference for any values within the pivot table. Now let's see how to create a pivot chart. Okay, in the beginning we had shown that when making any frequency, then specifically told you that we can actually create private charts by actually using the data of a within this specific range. Okay, so how do we do it? Just click this and go to pivot tables analyze, and within that we have to tools, and within tools we have to go pivot chart. Okay, so it will show there's nothing but similar to how you actually create a chart, but here instead of this one it will be showing the what to call, the data within the pivot chart. Okay, there you go. So you can even modify them just in case if you want, so it will show only those things. Here also you can filter them. Okay, so this is how you can actually create a pivot chart. So pivot chart is simply creating a chart of data that is available in pivot table. So after having said that, I would like to mention that this pivot table and this pivot chart are actually two-way link. So whatever changes make it will be seen here. Okay, and whatever changes you make here also, for example, select all. I'm clicking only Columbus and Denver. The same thing will show here also. Usually what happens, if you change the data, it shows up here. That's normal for a chart, right? But pivot chart has a two-way link. So if you make changes here, even that will be available in this pivot table. So click this, and then you can just make any usual changes as you can do with chart as well. As we have seen in the chapter dealing or lecture dealing with normal charts, so the similar changes you can make. You can change the colors, you can change the how they are represented, etc. So on. You can also add any more items like axis titles, chart titles, data labels, etc. and so on. So this the formatting of this chart is basically almost as same as normal charts only. Okay, let me delete this. Okay, let me select all. Click OK. Fine. Okay. Now the point is, whenever we have specifically gone through several cases and several worksheets in previous classes or lectures where where we use a formula to calculate the final value of something else. Okay, and that is usually depend on input from another cell. For example, here if you can see this, there are two items here. One is specifically for loan calculations where we enter the loan details, and on basis of these details we get the loan repayment details. Okay, now the point is this loan repayment details are calculated on basis of this one. Okay, for example, if you check the amount of loan, that is equal to actual loan amount minus the front payment in form of percentages. And similarly for EMI also we have a specific formula where we use a PMT formula, which you have seen in one of the previous classes, and which takes into account the interest, the time period in months, and also the number of also the actual loan amount. Okay, and then we have total amount of loan pay, that is equal to EMI into total number of term loans. Total amount of months in which the EMI is being paid. And the final thing is we have interest paid. Okay, what is interest paid? This minus this. Okay, I'm sorry, this minus the actual amount of loan gives the amount of interest paid. Now all this is different dependent on several factors. It varies on loan payment, varies on loan amount, months, and even interest rate also. However, if we may be interested at some point in time to find out how much our EMI will be and how much will all the calculations be, how much will the entire data be will get affected, just in case if this 12.5% is reduced to, let's say, 11%, or say 11.5%, or 11.25%, or maybe increase to 13%, etc., etc., and so on. So the point is there in that when you try to perform such analysis, that is called as a what if analysis. So what if analysis is nothing but what if this specific interest changes, then what will be the output. So what if analysis is that only the basic fundamental of that one. Now, the what if analysis is something that can be done in three ways in Excel. Point number one is we can do by manually. Point number two is we can do using a data table, and point number three is using the scenario manager. Okay, now first we'll see what is manual what if analysis. That is nothing but going to this specific value and changing everything. For example, 12.5% is there. I want to see how it will be fair when it is 11.5%. I just have to type those values specifically and press enter, and accordingly the values will change, and I can make a note. Okay, and similarly for if I want back to 12.5%, the same thing I can do. But however, the point is for each and every value I have to enter once. Okay, so that is something which I have to do. Now the point is, if I want to have say 10, I want to have say have values for some 10 different values, and I want to see them all at the same time, then this process become a bit cumbersome. Okay, so in that scenario, we can use something called as a data table. Okay, now again in data table there are two types. There is one input data table and two input data table. Okay, now first we'll see with only one input data table. What is that one input data table? That means it usually takes input from a single cell. Okay, and then calculates the various things. Now here the amount of loan. Now let me create one small table here. I'll copy this. Okay, paste here. I'll paste as a transpose. Control Z. Give me a second. I'll just paste it here. Paste special as transpose. Okay, so here I have the same data here, but in specific this thing. Okay, and here amount of loan, what I'm doing, I will just equate it to the specific cells. I'll point over the specific cells equal to this one, EMI equal to this value, and total amount of loan paid equal to this value. Okay, equal to this, and the same thing, total amount of is equal to this. So there we go. And having said that, uh, this specific cell is not used, but however this specific cell is used to store the various interest rates. Okay, see, I'll put as 11.50. Let me put it as first formatted. Okay, I'll format the cells as percentages to be precise. Percentages, sample to symbol, cell. Fine. So I'll put it as 11.50, 12.00. The same thing I'll drag down. Okay. So we have till 16%, from 11.5 to 16% in increments of 0.5. Now the point is, I want this specific data for for the same amount of loan and for 11.5%, for same amount of loan say 14%. So if you are calculating each and everything using manually, it can be done. I'm not saying no, but it will become very cumbersome. Okay, because at the same time, if you want to back check something, then it will be an issue. So what I do is I specifically select this entire range here, go to data, forecast, what if analysis, data table. Here what we are doing is, what we are actually inputting the various what to call rates, we are putting it in a column. Okay, so we should go to column input cell one, we have to put it here. Okay, because this is refer to the formula and all this. So column input cell is equal to B6, and now click OK. So now you can see, okay, this has come only due to formatting, previous formatting. Format cells, I'll put as number, finish. Okay, now it's fine. Now the point is, for 11.5%, the amount of, see, the amount of loan has definitely not changed, because the loan amount is same, the front or down payment has been same. Okay, now the point is, for 11.5%, for 90k loan, the EMI is this much, and the amount of paid, total amount of paid is the amount of interest paid is this much. Similarly, if you see here for 12.5%, the value is the same as this. Okay, this values and these values are same. Why? Because the interest rate is matching here. Okay, so this is how you can actually do this. Now, having made this table, you can do one thing. You can make changes here only. Instead of 1 lakh, I'm putting as 2 lakhs. So entire will change. Why it will change? Because these are interconnected. This is connected to here. Just come like this. Okay, now it will be fine. So 2 million, now this is connected to this and this is connected to here. Okay, that is the reason. And so down payment 10%, but 11.87%. Click. Even then it will change. Why? Because all of these are interrelated. You know, instead of 220, if I'm putting it as 120, so it will change. And interest of, and this of course we can't change now, because this is related to this one. Okay, so this is how you can make a one single input data table. Now what is single input? Now why it is called a single input data table? Because it's taking input only on one cell only. Okay, you're taking only here, only one input, nothing else. But however, if you want to do more than one input, then how you can do it? Even then you can do. Okay, let me so I will show another example for two input cells, data tables. Now, so this is example of two input data table. Here we have a details of a digital marketing campaign. Now, where we have a specific number of clicks and they have a specific conversion rate. That means out of the number of clicks, total number of clicks, how many clicks are getting converted to sales. Okay, that is what you call as a conversion rate. That is 0.4%, and there is a specific cost per click, that is 0.65, which is again varying. Here, if number of clicks is greater than greater than or equal to 1, then the cost comes 0.65, 0.065 precisely. And if it is 1 lakh, between 1 billion to 500k, it's 0.73, or else less than that is 0.82. Having said that, the number of sales is 4k. How we multiply these two, we'll get this one. Okay, and the profit per sale is, this is fixed. Okay, so 12 pounds. Now gross profit is how much? This one into this. Okay, 14, and the marketing costs, these are fixed again. That is how we put it, 0.65 into the number of clicks, and the net profit is, when you get subtract these two, you'll get the net profit. You can see that it is in negative. Now let me put one thing. Now here, instead of taking one input, I want to take two inputs. What? The number of clicks and the conversion rate. I want to take these two factors and then calculate at what specific number of clicks and what specific conversion rate will I have a profit, and at what specific conversion rate and at what specific number of clicks I will be having a loss. Okay, so what do I do is I'll put it here equal to say I'll put it as 900k. Okay, this is, let me explain. This previous one formatting is showing up, not an issue. Let's put just general number, no decimal space, simple, is equal to this plus, okay, and this one I'll be doing it for okay, now it's good. This is, so here I have clicked for various, enter the various clicks here, I mean the values of clicks here, okay, based on this one. Here instead of that one, what I'll be doing, I'll be putting up the conversion rate values, okay, 0.30. Wait, I'll format this as percentages. Go to format cells, percentage, decimal place is 2, so 30% is too high. 0.30, 0.35. So we have till 8.85. And here what we'll do is we'll equate this to this specific value. Okay, the final calculation which we are always concerned about. Now what I will do is for two input ones, I'll select the same procedure is same, the entire range will be selecting. I'll go to what if analysis, data table under this data subheading. Now for the row input cell, what we will do is, excuse me, for row input cell we'll putting this one. Okay, because this is linked to entire sources. For row input this one, and for column wise, what is here? The percentage. Go to column is this one. Okay, click OK. Okay, so here we have got an entire values. So I'll go to this formatting again. Format cells, number, negative, bingo. So here you can actually see this, whatever has come in red values, they are negative values. So for 900k clicks and 0.3 percentage of conversion rate, I'll be getting all negatives. I mean, I'll not be making any profit. For 950k, also I'll be making all losses only. But for a 100k, sorry, 1000k, for till 0.50% conversion rate, I'll be making a loss. But after that, I'll be making a profits only. So like that, we can actually see here that for which click rate and for how many clicks we are getting what specific values. Okay, so this is called two input data table. Why we are taking two inputs? Now, unlike here where we are basing a calculation only upon the variance of these ones, a single value, that is interest rate per annum. Here we are doing for two inputs. One is number of clicks and another is for conversion rate. Okay, so these are two varying inputs for which you have calculated the entire table. Okay, so this is what you call as two input data table. Now having said that, there may arise certain situations where we'll have to calculate inputs from more than one or even not even one or two, but more than from two what you call cells. Okay, so the point is, I'll show a small example here. Here we have input cost, that is per unit material cost, labor cost, and per unit painting cost, and unit finishing cost, etc. And also we have per unit sales commission. All this for range of products, like say product 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is for a factory but is producing these 5 products obviously, and certain things are fixed here. For example, shifts to produce 1 unit is fixed here, and shifts units of material required, all these two are fixed. Okay, so then we have the further calculation like final production cost, sales price, sales commission, final profit per product category, and number of units of final goods produced, and then we have total profit per category of goods. Okay, then we have a total profit. Now the point is, there may arise certain scenarios where these what you call all these specific costs, they may vary. Okay, so for example, we have 5 scenarios here. we can have say in scenario 1 is the default one, which is same as this, and we have another scenario when we have per unit material cost is high and the labor costs are high, but other things are a little bit lower. For example, okay, this is percentage, let me put it as, okay, so this is 27%. So we have different scenarios where these all factors change. Okay. So on that condition, so we have total five scenarios here, right? So in these five scenarios, we had to find out the best case scenario and the worst case scenario, etc. So how do we find out? The usual logic is the best scenario is case scenario is one where we'll be having the maximum profit, and worst case scenario is something where we'll be having the least profit. Now, if you have to do this, the calculations, the entire exercise will become very humongous. Okay, though we can automate a little bit of it using Excel. So here is where we end up using scenario manager. Okay, scenario manager is something that automates or streamlines all this process easily. Now, how do you do it? The point is, okay. Let me have copy this and put it here. So I have copied all the values here so that I can enter this easily at a later stage. Let me delete these cells. Shift cells left. Okay. So there you go. So these are the main scenario input cost, and these are the various scenarios. Okay. Now what you do is actually select this and go to data, and within data what if analysis scenario manager. Now the point is I already added four scenarios because if I were to enter here it will become too cumbersome. Now point is I haven't entered the fifth scenario. Okay, so what I will do is I'll just click add. Okay, here what I will do is put the scenario name, that is scenario 5. Okay, now after clicking scenario 5, there will be some changing cells. That means which cells you want the data to be replaced with the data in scenario 5. That is what it is asking. Okay, so here what I'm doing is go and click here, and it's already selected. Okay, so these are the values that have to be replaced with scenario 5. Okay, having said that, prevent changes, click OK. Once you click OK, it will ask you, instead of this 42 value, what should be the value. Okay, so here it should be what, 29. And for this B62, that is instead of 11, what value should come? 5. Okay, here of instead of 2.11, what should come? 1.65. Similarly for B64, that is 2.36, what value should come? 1.21. So what I'm doing is just replacing the values here. It is already asking. And having said that, for this 31%, how much it should come? 33%. That means 0.33. Click OK. So I have 5 scenarios here. Okay. No, close. I just close it. Having said that, now I can go to this quick task bar, and I have customized this quick access toolbar here. Now I have here, once you do it now, I'll be having this various scenarios in drop down here itself. However, if you want to do it, you can go to customize the ribbon, and within customize ribbon, you can go for this shows popular commands from commands not in the ribbon. Then it will show this scenario once. Then you have to go down, scroll, and select scenario here. Then okay, scenario here and add. Then you'll be able to see this specific button here. Okay, I already done it previously. So the point is this only offers as a quick access. Okay, so you can click any scenarios and see here. But however, having said that, if you want to actually see how the scenario actually changes, you can go to data. You can go to what if analysis. Go to scenario manager. Here it is showing scenario 2 is already clicked here, right? Now if I click scenario 1, okay, or scenario 3, you can see that the values are changing dynamically. Click scenario 4, the values are changing here dynamically. For if I click 5, the values are changing dynamically. Okay, so this is something you can do by clicking various scenarios here itself, or you can use the button here which I have shown previously. That is something you can do. Having said that, if you want to say, if you have 2 or 3 scenarios from different worksheets, etc., if you want to merge them, you can use and you can click this merge. Okay, so you will be having scenarios from various sheets, and you can just what you call merge them. Okay. Having said that, you may want to summarize the entire one. Okay. put up a kind of a sheet or something which contains all the data of the summary of the 5 scenarios. Okay, so what do you do that? For that you have a specific option here. Go to here, click summary. Once you click summary, you'll have two options here. Okay, you will can get scenario summary or scenario pivot table report. For usually prefer scenario summary. Click that. And after that, usually these result cells are blank. Okay, so usually then what we should do is we should select those cells which want them to be in the summary. Then press comma. Then press again here. So I want the total profit per category of groups and total profits. I mean the final profits. This is for all the 5 scenarios. Then click OK. Okay, once you click OK, a separate sheet comes up, and then you can actually see that of course some have B61, B62, B63 and all. These are those input values which we have actually seen previously. Okay, and these are the various scenarios. And here also the same what you call absolute reference value should come, but actually change the names of product 1, product 2, product 3, profit and total profit here. So here by looking at these values, you can actually see and tell which is the best case scenario, which is the worst case scenario. Okay, now which is the best case scenario here? The one which has the maximum profit. What is the maximum profit here? 46791. So this is scenario 5. And what is the worst case scenario? That is scenario 4, which is minus 22173.94. So this is how you can actually make out the entire, for example, you have 10 summaries or something, then you can just view this final profit and then you can see everything. However, if you want to maximize this, even that you can do. Okay, so you'll be able to see the comments here, which was created by whom, etc. You can even minimize the entire thing and see only the final values. Okay, now the entire thing can be viewed as even as a pivot table also. As you know, the pivot tables are quite important for visualization. So what you have to do, go for the same what if analysis, scenario manager, and go for summary, and within summary go for pivot table. Okay, click OK. There you go. So you'll be getting the various I mean similar format for all the values here. Okay, for profit product and profit for scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, 4 and 5. The same thing will be visible here. This is how you can actually generate several scenarios in scenario manager. Now, till now we have seen the various outputs, right? So, before moving further, I would like to ask one thing. Now, here we have seen, for example, the question is, for example, if these are the input costs, our profit will be like this, okay? Similarly, here we have seen, for example, if our number of clicks and conversion rate are so much, then this could be our net profit and this could be the range of our profits here, okay? So, this is something we have seen till now. The point is, what if you want to do something in reverse? For example, instead of calculating for each and everything, for example, if you want to have a profit of say 30k, what should be the number of clicks and what should be the number of I mean what should be the conversion rate? So this is something known as a reverse what if analysis. Okay, that means instead of having a final set value, we are defining a final set value, and then we are trying to do a reverse calculation. Okay, that is also something we can do, and that is for doing that specific analysis we have two tools. Okay, that one is called goal seek and that is called as a solver. Now, what is a goal seek? Goal seek is something that actually finds out the specific value that we need to enter in a specific cell to produce a result that we want in a dependent specific formula. Okay, we'll see and similarly for solver, it determines the values that we need to enter in multiple input values of cells to produce the result that we want. Okay. So also we can add additional constraint also, so it will have it will be much more useful. Okay. Now we will do the same thing using this specific article sheet. Now what I will do is we'll just delete it. Okay. Now let me bring this together. Delete cells, move cells, shift cells. Okay. Now this will be a bit more clear. Now the point is for 2 million loan and 11.87% down payment and 120 terms at the rate of 12.5%, I'll be getting this. This is a EMI, okay, and this is amount of loan and this is amount of loan paid, etc., etc. So on, everything is fine. Now the point is I can afford a maximum of say my EMI maximum value is only 20k here. Fine. Now I want for 20k for this tenure of 120 and for this specific down payment, what is the maximum amount loan amount I can get for the same interest rate? So for doing this, you can do two things. You can just keep on juggling numbers. Which will take a lot of time to come to this value, or else there's another method called goal seeking. Okay. So in this, what we will do is the same thing. What we'll do is uh, now we use choose data here, and within data, in forecast, in what if analysis, we'll go for goal seek. Okay. So for setting this, what we'll be setting? We'll be setting this one. Click on set it to value. What we have to set it? We want 20k, right? So 2 1 2 3. This is done by changing what cell? What cell we have to change now here? Specifically this amount. Okay. Based on this only, everything else is calculated, right? So click OK. Now you can see here that the value for this one is unchanged. So I mean, whatever we have put it, other values have changed accordingly. Okay, the front money is same, by term loan is same, term of loan is same 120 month, interest is same, but the loan amount is this, that is 1.55 million. Okay. So what I have done here basically is instead of using this to change the values and then casting out in a separate table and then trying to choose which is suitable for me, I have done something in reverse. What I have done, I have instead fixed this amount. Okay, specifically I have said, okay boss, I have my maximum EMI I'm going to pay is 20k, but for other things being same, like for interest and term of loan and interest rate per month, etc., what is the maximum amount of loan amount I can get? So that's what I have done. So here once I have done it, the target value is 200 and current value is 20k, so that is, it has been done. For that values I can click OK. OK means it will remain the same thing, will remain as same, otherwise if I click cancel, it will revert back to normal values. I'll show it again. Okay, I'll show another example. For example, instead of this loan amount, if you say, for example, if the loan amount I want is 2 million, this is fixed, and the front of the money or down payment is 11.87, that is also fixed, and interest rate is also fixed, but I want to change the term of loan wherein which I can get an EMI of 20k. Okay, now instead of changing the loan amount, I want to change the loan tenure. Okay, so what do we do? Simple, go to what if analysis, goal seek. So set cell, this one only, to value 20k. By changing the cell, which cell I'm going to change here now? Number of months. Click here, click here. Okay, click OK. Okay, so it is calculated. So for 241, okay, this 241.372 means approximately 242 EMIs. For 242 EMIs for same values, I'll be able to manage with a pay, specifically EMI of 20. Okay, this is how you call goal seeking. Fine, but there is a small catch in all this. What is it? The point is we can use the goal seeker this thing, goal seeker function here to find out the values here, but what is the small limitation? This limitation is that we can change the values, but we can do only for one cell. Okay, we can't do more than one cells actually, but the point is there may be certain situation when we want more than one. Okay, permutation and combinations. So that is where when we had to use the solver tool. Okay, so for solver tool, what we can do is we can specify multiple adjustable cells. You can specify any upper limits or lower limits on the values these cells can have. We can also have a solution that maximizes or minimizes specific values, and which can also generate multiple solutions to a problem. Okay, goal seeking is actually quite simple operation, but solver is very complicated because of the variants and also different kinds of complexity it usually possesses. Okay, mostly you may not be having the use for a solver, but however it is worthwhile to know it. Okay, usually solver command will not be available in normal format of your Excel. So what you should do is go to file, go to options here, there you go to add-ins. Okay, here click my, should be my Excel add-ins only, then click go. Here you'll be getting solver add-in, click that, click OK. Okay, once you do that, the solver add-in should end up. Okay, done. So you have the solver add-in here. Now having said that, let's look at a small simple example. Okay, Now we have factory or some company which produces three products XYZ, and this is their usual volume with net profit this much, and the total profit is this much, and sum total of all the profits is so and so. Now the point is we want to maximize the profits here. Okay. Now anyone who has a basic who can see basically can say that product X maximum is 76.34. So we'll be go with production of products X only. But the point is in real life the what you call the rules are not so simple. Let me change some of the values here. Okay. So that we may arrive at some proper solution. I'll put more simpler values. 70. Okay, I'm just changing the values so that I can just show to you the actual things. 40. Done. See, the point is here you have to define the entire production as sum. So I'll just make some small changes here. Here it is. Okay, 30, 20, and 40. Okay, so this is actually normal production as of now, and net profit for unit is this much, and profit is total profit is this much. Now the point is I want to maximize the profit, but the point is with some constraints. So I'll go to the solver. So I'll set the objective as uh, select D5 and put it to max. Okay. After having said that, now by changing the variable cells B2 to B4, from B2 to B4, I'll be changing it, and you must set this to the maximum. Okay, I mean not maximum is equal to sum of these three. Okay, if you make a mistake, then it will be an issue. Then the point is the first thing is this product X maximum can produce only up to 30, only up to 60. Next product Y minimum production must be 40, and similarly for product Z minimum should be 50. Okay, at the same time B5 this total production must be less than or equal to 250. Okay, after having said all this, I'll be selecting a simplex helping method and click on solve. Okay, so I'll be getting this. So we can keep the solver solution, restore the original values. That will not be an issue. And you'll be getting three reports. Now, what are those three reports? Answer, sensitivity, and limits. So click on outline reports. Click OK. So you'll be getting this answer report one, where you'll be seeing the answers actually. Okay, so this one the total profit is 4,300 and final value is 1140. This is the original value, this is final value, and this is the calculations along with the constraints. Okay, and then if you can go to this sensitivity report and even see the values here and also the limits report here. So you can actually see how the Excel has used the specific tool to solve your question. Solve these simplistic equations quite easily. Of course, you can extend it to any amount of variables and any number of constraints as you wish. The point is the procedure is almost remains the same. So the point is Excel was primarily designed for majority the people who are like business owners, chartered accountant, people who are into engineering, who are into research, statistics, etc., etc. The point is uh, several of the people may not know how to hard code each and everything into Excel to generate sheets, to generate exponential smoothing, to generate weighted moving average, etc., etc., and so on. So technically, so Excel provides an additional add-in that provides the user the analytical capability that is not normally available. That means you can do it if you know how to plug in the hard code, if you know how to use logic to implement formula. But just in case if you're finding it difficult, then there's an additional add-in that is known as analysis toolpak, which makes it easy for you. Okay, so there are several features of analysis toolpak like analysis of variance, correlation, f-test, histogram, moving average, regression, z-test, t-test, etc., etc., and so on. So we will what to call we will now see how we can actually use that. Now and also as you can see that this analysis toolpak add-in has brought in an additional functionality to Excel, which is not normally available. So these will have some limitations. Now the point is how to install this analysis toolpak add-in. Okay, so for that we have to go to files, go to options. In this, go to add-ins. Okay, in this add-ins, select the Excel add-ins here. Okay, click go. Here we'll get analysis toolpak. Okay, this one you click. Previously we used the same method to add a solver add-on add-in. Now we'll be using analysis toolpak. Okay, so click OK. Fine. So here we have a data or variance analysis purpose. So here we have this data analysis add-in. There we can go and can click anything. You can go for another single factor, click OK. The input range. So there we go. This is the entire summary of this ANOVA single factor analysis. So we'll be getting the various values from which we can actually see what is exactly the values which you can peruse. Now, having said that, I will go for correlation. So here we have what called different values where distance travel and cost per kilometer travel is given. So we'll try to correlate this thing if there is a relation with this. You will say go for data analysis, go for correlation, click OK, and again asking for input range, click it, group it by columns, output range. I will put it here. Okay, click OK. So yeah, we can see that column one there's within column one and column two, there certain correlation is there. If it is positive means perfect positive correlation, minus one is perfect negative correlation, and zero means no correlation at all. So we can see here that the values from values we can actually make out what is that. So here you can see that column 1, column 1, and column 2 and column 2 are 1 because they're comparing essentially with same only. Now column 1, column 2 correlation is how much? 0.7435, 0.07435. That means there is a correlation but very very mild positive correlation. That's all. Similarly for same data we'll check for covariance. Okay, click OK. Here input range is the same thing. Output range, I'll put it here. Click OK. So this is a covariance, okay, in column 1 and column 2. That's how you can calculate covariance range here. Now I'll delete everything. This is just for this demonstrative purposes. You can actually check for all the values later. I mean the utility also will be quite useful for you. Now having said that, let's go for descriptive statistics. Click here, go for click descriptive statistics, click OK. And input range, I would like to take this entire range, excuse me. Okay, labels in the first row. I'll run summary statistics, this one. Output range, I'll put it as here. Click OK. Okay, so you can find out the various what you call values for various statistics, descriptive statistics you can see here. Having said that, now we'll look at exponential smoothing. Okay, so for exponential smoothing, we'll go for data analysis again. Click exponential smoothing. Click OK. Take the input range. So we'll take this one, entire single column, damping factor, click OK. So you can see here. So first one will not be available. It will be 874. This one. So after exponential smoothing, these will be the values. Okay. Now instead of that, let me press this out. I'll put it here only. Let me do this exponential smoothing again. The same data. and the alpha value was a 0.38. I'll put it as 0.38 only. And for output range, I'll put it here. Click OK. Okay, so you can actually see how it is getting calculated. Okay, now moving on. Now we'll look at F test. That means we have two samples with some random data. So there we'll be seeing the F test two sample for variances. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go for data analysis. F test two sample for variances. Click OK. Variable range 1. This one. For variable range 2. This is it. And alpha and output range. I'll put it here. Click OK. So they will be getting the all the values required. Okay. Now next we'll be seeing the histogram tool, which is technically used for producing data distributions, charts, etc. So on. Now the point is, how do you do it? We'll go to data analysis, click it, click on histogram, click OK. Now input range is something which we'll be doing it. Input range is this one. Okay. And bin range is something which can actually ignore because Excel will create for us naturally. Now click the output range. Here I'll be, let me click that. Okay, this one here. I'll put the output range here. Click OK. Okay. So this is the bin range and this is the frequency. And you must have seen a couple of more what to call options available here, right? So you can show Pareto, Qunta, and you can even have a chart output. Click that. Of course, it will override. So it will show everything. Fine. All these are the values that is shown at the end. Next, we have the moving average feature here. Go to data analysis, moving average, click OK. Input range is this. Okay, level and interval you can have up to 3 days. You can have any amount, but I'll put 3 days. Output range, I'll put it here. Click OK. So first two will not come because we have discussed in the statistical analysis formula that first two are not available because we are taking 3 days moving average, so it will not work. But for other days, it will calculate and put it out. Okay. Then we'll have something called a random number generator. Go to data analysis, random number generation. Click OK. Now it will ask for number of variables we want and the number of random numbers we want, whether we want the distribution to be discrete, etc., and so on. Okay. Now let me put the number of variables. I'll put as 3 different types of variables. Number of random numbers I want is 10. And here in distribution, you can have uniform, normal, Bernoulli, etc. and so on. Uniform means every random number will have equal chance of being selected. So you can specify upper and lower limits if you want to. And normal means it will correspond to normal distribution. Okay, you have to specify the mean and standard deviation. I'll show one by one. Wait, we'll click uniform means it lasts for between what values? Between 10 and 100. That's something we can do. This is how it works. If you want normal means what is standard deviation, what is the mean, etc. that we have to set. So that this is something, you know. And for Bernoulli, if you ask for Bernoulli, the number is usually 0 or 1. Determine the probability of success which you want to verify, which comes under p-value. Then we can this another. There are a couple of other things called Poisson distribution, for which you have to enter the lambda values. Okay, which is usually equal to the mean and also equal to variance. Then we'll have patterned, which will be having repeats a series of numbers and steps which we want to verify. And then we'll have the final discrete. So technically for discrete, it enables us to tell the probability with which any specific value is chosen. Okay, so we'll just choose one of them. We'll choose normal. We'll choose mean as 45, 4 standard deviation of 1.2. Click OK. So there we go. So there we got the enter values. Okay. Then we can then we have amongst other things we have regression, sampling, rank and percentile, t-test pair, etc. and so on. So if you're well versed with them, then you can do it. Then let's discuss about sampling. So it generates technically a random sample from a range of input values. Click OK. So input range is, I'll take the same thing. Sampling method is periodic. Random is or random. Number of samples I want is like 25. Output range, I'll put it here. Okay. So there you go. It generates a sample for you. Then we have something called a t-test. For t-test, we have three options. That is paired with paired two sample formings. For this, we have two observations on each subject. That is pre-test and post-test. The samples must be of equal size. And then we have two sample assuming equal variances. Then we have two sample assuming unequal variances. So this is something if you're familiar with, you can apply and use it. And then we have the z-test two sample formings. This is usually used when the population is greater than 30. Okay, 30 t-test is used for samples less than 30, and z-test is used for greater than 30. Okay, so this is a brief overview of analysis toolpak. So, as we all know, that business intelligence is something that all what to call spreadsheet softwares tend to invest themselves in. Basically, why? Because the importance of business intelligence cannot be even underemphasized. The point is, Excel being a specific tool for management of data, it also need have found the necessity to contribute to this business intelligence revolution. Now the point is, we Excel also has its own BI capability, okay, and it also has a capability to manage and analyze information from several data sources. So one of the features which helps all this is Power Pivot. Okay, so with Power Pivot, we can actually set up links between various kinds of data sources, which are actually large, huge, and unlinked. And also, we can merge data from several technically lakhs and lakhs of rows into one specific analytical engine. Okay. Now the point is, we'll be discussing about the same thing in this class. Now, what is actually the Power Pivot? Power Pivot is essentially an services engine. I mean, an analysis engine which runs on a SQL server. It is usually made available by a process which is included in Excel itself. So the technical name for this engine is X Velocity Analytics Engine. Okay. However, in Excel parlance, it is usually referred to as, in simple terms, some internal data model. Simple. So every Excel workbook, okay, it has its own internal data model. Okay. In that internal data model, there is one instance of Power Pivot, okay, which has its own in-memory engine. So we'll learn how to leverage this internal data model to not only grab data but also to integrate different data sources. Now the point is, if you see here, usually the Power Pivot will not be activated. Okay, that interface will get activated only if we choose to do it. Now the add-in install doesn't come with every edition of my MS Office, but however, if you have MS Office Home Edition, then you will not be able to see or activate Power Pivot add. So you will not have the access to it. But it is available if you already have Office 365 Pro Plus, or else if you have an ongoing subscription to Office365.com, etc. Now, what do you have to do it? If you want to see it, means you go to Excel ribbon, click File, click Options. Thing is, go to Add-ins and go to here Com Add-ins. Click Go, and there you can see that you have an option for adding up a Power Map or Power Pivot. You have to select this and then click OK. Just in case if you're not getting them. Okay. Now, once you have already done this, The next step is that you had to add data to it. Okay, we had just talked about the internal data model, right? So you had to fill it with data. So the filling of data or importing of data, which I would like to call it, can be from external data sources or can link it using the Excel tables in your present current workbook itself. Okay, now before moving further, I'd like to show three tables here. Okay, so table 1 has customer details, which has customer ID, customer name, address, city name, and country. These are randomized. Okay, similarly you have another thing called another table called order number, where the order date, customer ID, and order number is there. Okay, and the third one is you have the order number, per unit cost, quantity, and total cost. So these are three different tables here. So this is something which you have to add to Power Pivot internal data. Okay, so once you add this data, then we can do the further processing, that is analysis or etc. Okay, so first and foremost we have to prepare these tables. Okay, now what I mean preparation of these tables means it is actually best practice or is the best thing to convert your Excel data into explicitly named tables. Okay, and we have a data range, we have a range here, and followed by a specific worksheet name, but there is no specific name for this table as such. Okay, now what we have to do is, if I want to do anything but what you call add names to these tables, then we will be able to what you call analyze easy at a later stage. Otherwise, if you don't do it, then Excel will do it for ourselves. But the point is the tables names will be like table 1, table 2, table 3, and so on. We end up getting confused. Now the point is to add names. It is simple. We have to go here, then go to file to home, or just press Control T. Okay, so it has already selected the entire data, and click my uh, you have to select this my table has address option and click the OK button. Okay, now having said that, now you'll have a table design fun. Okay, now here you'll have a table name. Okay, so for a table name, I'll put the same name as customer details. Okay, customer details. So I have named this as customer details. Okay, click OK, press enter. So it's the name has come. The same thing I will do I'll do for other ones also. So click this Control T, create a table as headers, and this one I'll be putting as order number. Similarly, go here, select one, Control T, you'll get the entire one table as headers, etc. Here I'm putting it as order details. So done. So I have named this specific tables. Okay. So click that, you can actually see that it is going directly to the table design and is showing the name of the table. Now we have to add these Excel tables to the data model. So we have data, convert the data into tables and name them. After that, once the tables are created, now the next step is we have to add these tables to the data model. Okay, that is the Power Pivot data model, simple words. Now how to do it? Now we have to click any, we'll add one by one, click any one thing, then click on the Power Pivot tab here, then click add to data model. Okay, cool. So what Power Pivot then does is creates a small copy of our table and then activates the Power Pivot window. Give me a second, it's loading. Okay, so this is the Power Pivot window. There you go. Yeah. So this is what our table which we have put up that has come here. Okay. Now we can actually observe that this looks exactly like our Excel. Okay, but actually this is a separate program totally. Now you can see that for the specific this specific table, you can actually observe something that it has row numbers. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6, but in column we don't have 1 2 3 4 5 6 like A B C D or something. See, normally we'll be having 1 to 15 16 or maybe any number for row numbers, and for columns we'll be having A B C D, right? But here we have the row numbers, yes, but no column. Okay. Also, we can't edit the data here. Okay. We cannot go here and edit any data. It's fixed. So this data is simply what you call a screenshot or just an imported screenshot of the actual Excel table. Okay. Additional, you can also see here that the specific table has a separate window from Excel. Okay. So this is separate from this Excel itself. Okay. So you can actually see that this is separate and this is separate. So each table which will be adding to the what you call the specific power table will have its own tab here. Okay, so you'll be seeing a tab called customer details, right? So similarly, if you keep on adding other tables also, the same thing will add its own tabs. Now let me add other things also. Click one, go to power, add to data model. See, another tab has occurred for order number, that, and this is I'm talking about within the power pivot feature. Simply I'll go here, click here, add to data model. So you have got all the data, specific data here. Okay, now the point is it is all this data is screenshot of the data which we have actually imported from Excel. Now the point is we know that this order number in this in this order details is linked somewhere to some order number here. Okay, reason they are not in what you call specific order. Okay, similarly one customer id is here is somehow related to customer id here. Okay, and they two are randomized, they are not in specific order. Cool. Now what do we do it, though it has imported the data, only we have specific idea that how these tables are related to each other. Okay, now we need to connect these tables. Okay, that means how we do it, we define the specific relationships. Okay, that means one field is linked to another field in second table, and second table a specific field is linked to the third table, like that. Now how can we do it? In this we can actually see that this is a tab called home. Okay, click that. In that click on diagram view here. Okay, click on diagram view, let it open. Here you can see that the column headings are actually visible, like customer ID, customer name here, and here also order date, customer ID, order number, and for the third one we have order details, order number, etc., and so on. The point is how to actually draw relationships here. Okay, now the point is we have customer ID here and customer ID here, and they are related, right? So what do we do? Click this, click again, we'll get a line, drag a line, drop, finish. So one relationship is established. And again here order number and here order number is same. So click this, drag order number. Okay, so we have established relationships just by clicking and drawing a small line or from one table to another. Okay, now the point is this is what is defined as joins actually. Okay, so you are technically joining two or more databases by specific relationships using common headings of data between two or more worksheets. Okay, now the point is this can be one to many also. It means one of course this table doesn't have that specific feature. No, the point is here we have linked customer ID and customer ID here, right? Now we can have, we can again link this customer ID to some other sheet here. Okay, instead of going through the second one. Fine, so that is something you can do. So there is the joins in Power Pivot are one to many. That means when the table is joined to another, one of the table has unique records with unique pointers. Okay, then others can have as many records where other pointers are duplicated. Now we can see that the join lines, these are the join lines actually. You can see that if you just hover it, then you can see which are the fields that are getting activated here. Similarly, we will do here, these order numbers are activated. Now, now click, after having said that, go to home, advanced, and go to data view. Okay. If you click that, what will do? We'll go back to normal here. Or else you can go to design tab. In design tab, we can hit manage relationships. So in managed relationships, we have this one. Okay, So yes, for customer ID, many to one, two customer details of a table to order number, cust ID. Okay, so here cust ID and custody are linked here. See here custody are linked, and that is what defined by this one. Similarly, for another relationship what you have from order number sheet, we have order number specific column and many to one relationship, and here and order number are linked. Okay, so this is how you can actually modify it. For example, if you want to edit by any chance, click one, click edit. Okay, then you can here you can see here. So select tables that are columns that are linked to each other, and what is the link between them. This we can do. Fine. Click. Okay, I'll just close this. Close. Now, once you're done with all this modifying, editing, or even defining the relationships between two or more tables, what we have to do is we have to go to Power Pivot window, click the Home tab, click this, and click the Home tab. Then click on the Pivot Table command button. Okay, here. Now the point is, click done. You can choose any charts, whatever you want to, just in case if it is a historic data. Just click that. Here you can actually choose where you want to put a pivot table. Okay, so point is it just creates a pivot table as we have seen previously. So you can have a new worksheet or you can put it in existing worksheet. And so I want it in a new worksheet, so I'll click OK. So there you go. There you'll be getting a pivot table with these three tables. Okay, 1, 2, 3 individual tables here. Now, how to create a table is as simple as creating a normal pivot table. So click one, can put up customer ID. It's not the sum of values. Let me put it in the columns only. Cust ID I'll be putting. Sorry. Okay. So this is technically works like a normal pivot table only. It's a pivot driven, power pivot driven pivot table. So that what it does is it aggregates the data from all the three different tables instead of generating individually. So before Power Pivot, what we had to do is we had to use VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP to get the customers from one specific chart, then integrate with them with another chart. So we had to do it across several charts. After having done that, then we had to segregate them. Then we had to build up normal chart, a new chart which has the requisite data. Then only after that we can go for this tables. Okay, power pivot tables, I mean normal pivot tables. Now the point is we don't have to worry about all that. We can actually integrate two or more different tables and then apply pivot table configuration. Okay, so this is easy that way. So by which we can what to call specifically use up generate what to call highly interactive power pivot tables, so that will be quite helpful for us. So having said this, this is how you load data from specific source. I mean within Excel only. But if you want to load data from other data sources, what you have to do? Then we had to use a specific method. So for loading data from other databases, then we had to use specific methods. Now the point is usually as an normal office worker will be frequently using data from other servers like SQL server, Oracle server, Microsoft Access, etc., and so on. So we will let you know how to load data from external database systems. Okay, now for example let's deal with how to load data from SQL server. Okay, now if you want to do from an SQL server database, the point is it is usually maintained by an internal IT department. Okay, so we had to connect to SQL server database. We had to work with our IT department to obtain read access. Okay, once having done that, we had to go to here Power Pivot. So here you can see from other sources. Okay, so click that. So here you can see that there are various options from where you can actually download data or link any specific data. Like you can link to SQL server, you can go to SQL Azure, We can link it to Microsoft Access or Oracle or Teradata, Sybase, etc. and so on. So let me click one and click next. Now it will ask for the friendly connection name. What is friendly connection? It's that something which allows us to specify our own name for an external source. So we typically enter one name that is descriptive and easy to read. After having that, we have to enter the server name here. Okay, it is the name of the server which contains actually the database which we are trying to connect. So this is usually obtained from IT department when they give us access. Then we had to within this logon server, then we had to enter our SQL Server authentication details along the save numbers. Then after that, we have to enter the what to call database name. Fine. Usually safer to save one's own password. Uh, Otherwise, it may prompt us, and each and every time the connections are refreshed. Okay. So once the data name is entered, then it will get access to the next screen. Let me put something. So once you have entered the details, it will. So once you have entered the details, all you have to do is click next here. After clicking next, you'll be taken to a table import wizard where we can choose how to import the data. So technically, we can actually have two options, which is select from a list of tables and views to choose, or else you can write a query to specify the data import. After that, then it will be showing us the specific tables and views where we can select which table to import and select. And after that, within any specific table, we can choose which columns or which data to actually import. The point is, if you do directly, all the data will be imported. But the point is, if you want to look for only some certain specific data which we had to import, then in this preview selected table, we can actually filter and choose what data we want exactly. Okay. So once it is done, the importing process will get completed. Now, having said that, we can import data from other databases also, like DBase, etc. and so on, or else even OLEDB or ODBC. Now, having said that, how to load data from other external Excel files actually. Here we have done from within workbook. Okay, so if you want to load external, the point is we can actually do that way also. For that, let me show. Minimize this. Go to Power Pivot. Okay, go to Manage. Within Manage, other sources, click that. Scroll down. Within scroll down, you can see here Excel file or text file. Okay, so first we will see how to do with text file. I'm sorry, Excel file here. Click next. Friendly connection name X. Now Excel file path which can actually browse here. Okay, click on browse, and I think I put one here. I'll use example. Click open. Okay, use first row as column or headers that we can do. If you want to, then click next. So we have two ones. What is example and sheet? So click both. Now we'll see preview and filter. So here you can see that the data which was present in sheet one that we can see here. Now the point is here you can click OK, then we can see everything. Otherwise, if you want to only choose any specific ones, then what we can do is click here. In this sorting, for example, instead of all the places, I want to choose only California, Chennai, California, Hyderabad, Denver, and New York. Okay, click OK. So only that data will be visible, and only that data will be implemented. This is the filtering ones. I want to choose all the columns here, or else you can. I want to remove this entire quartile range, or else. Okay, fine. I'll add everything and go for here preview and filter. Okay, so there's some gibberish which I have done, not an issue. As even here also we can do. Let's remove everything. Here what I will do. choose this. I'm doing randomly, so only to demonstrate. Click OK. And columns here, click OK. So once this is done, all I have to do is click finish. So it is showing that example in sheet 1 have been done and how many rows have been transferred. Click close. So here you can see that only those ones which I have selected have appeared here. Similarly, if I would go for sheet 1, here also only Hyderabad, Chennai, California, New York and Denver have been appearing. Okay, so this is how you can actually control that what data to actually import actually. Fine. Now I will show one more. Go to home, other sources, go to text file, click next. So in file path, let me choose. Yeah. So yeah, I have here. I have a file called this one. Click open. This shows actually how you can do from text files. Maximize this one. Okay. Now I want to choose only certain things. What are those? Let me choose Brighton, Cranford, Eureka, Fargo, Miami. Click OK. Click finish. Okay. Now that has been done. Click close. Now it will open up a separate one where this data is available. So this is how you can load data from external Excel files. You can load data from even text files, even from SQL servers also. Fine. Now, having said that, I'll go back here. Now, if you want to, instead of what you call doing all this, you just want to copy paste certain things. Okay. So all certain data, I just copy this. I just want only this data to come. What I'll do, I'll put Control C, go to this Power Table fellow, Power Pivot Table, and go here. Then you can directly paste. Fine. Click paste. So it will come up. So this is a pasted table. You can actually use the first row as column headers just in case if you want to, or else we can leave it. But the point is, it will be pasted in a separate table. Okay. We don't have much options, but if you just want to directly copy paste, then that is something we can do here. So let me put random. Click OK. Okay. So another table has come random where all the data is available. I mean the one which I have pasted directly from the clipboard. Now the point is, when you are loading data from an external data source to Power Pivot, then technically what we are doing is we're creating a static backup of the data source at the time of creation. Okay, so that is what static backup is already there in this internal data model. Now, what happens is sometimes that external data source may change, right? It can add, have more records, etc., so on. But the Power Pivot will be having still its own specific, what you call, uh, static snapshot. So what will happen? It will not be able to incorporate any of the specific dynamic changes from that external data source until we take another similar snapshot. I mean, we repeat the process again. So if you want to change something, then what we can do? So you can actually refresh it. The refreshing can be done in two ways. One thing is refreshing manually. Second is setting up an automatic refresh. Now the point is, in this home tab itself, you go here, you can see that there's a specific option called refresh command. Fine. Here, if you click this, you can click refresh all. So everything will get refreshed automatically. So this is how when you do manual refreshing. So all have been refreshed. Now the point is, if you want to set this up automatically, then that also we can do. Close this. How do we do? We have to go back to here Excel. Okay, in this Excel, where we have to go? We have to go to Data tab, and in this specific things in queries and connections, we have to click refresh all. Click that. You can refresh here also, but it's better to set up here. Okay, so within that, click connections is usually available. So once we see here, we can click any specific item where we want to work upon. Okay, so click one. There you'll be able to see when was last refresh, etc. and so on. Let me show this. Yeah. So here last refresh it was done on this specific date at this specific time. So the after having said that, here you can actually modify when you have when you want to refresh. Okay. So since there is no connection, it's not getting done. But however, if, otherwise this will get enabled. You can refresh every 5 minutes, 2 minutes, or refresh every X minutes, or so on. So since it is already been selected that refresh this connection on refresh all, so there is no issue on this. So that is something we can do. So this is how we can refresh your any specific connection. This is just an example. Now, having said that, if you want to edit your data connection, that means they may have to edit out those data source when you have already created it. Why? Because it may happen that the what you call the connection is no longer valid, or the connection the data has been entirely been damaged, or the data has been shifted to some other location, or some other name, etc. or so on. Then we have to uh, change the or edit our data connection. Okay, so what will happen is, for to change that, we have to go to this power pivot table here. Excuse me, power pivot table here. Within power pivot table, we have to go to home tab, and within home we have to click the existing connections. Once you click it, then you will be able to see what are the connections are available. Okay, here within it, if we click this, then we can reconfigure the entire thing. I mean, from the starting, or else if you want, you can open any new table from the existing connection. This is handy when you have a specifically missed a table. Okay, so what happens is, when you're let me click one second. This is an example, text city. Text city, click open. Okay, next. Okay, so there's my close. One second, I'll open here existing connections. So here actually technically I have used these two worksheets, right? For example, if there someone has added another technical worksheet, and if you want to incorporate that, so that is something you can do here now. For example, okay, that you can do it and follow the similar procedure. Press finish, and you can also click on edit here. So you can edit the entire friendly connection name. You can edit the entire Excel path. So technically, it is like doing the same process over and over again. Okay, that also you can do. This is how you can edit and modify the existing connections. Okay. Now, having said all this, so one thing which I would like to mention is that we have been using this Power Pivot Ribbon specific interface to work with the internal data model. Okay. So what is Power Pivot Ribbon? Is just an interface to work with our internal data model. Now, uh, the point is, we can actually use a combination of pivot tables and Excel data connections directly to interact with the internal data model. For that, and without actually using the pivot ribbon interface. How do we do it? That also we can do. I will show you right now. So let me close this. Okay, let me add a few more data. Now we have what you call customer ID. We have a small table which has customer ID and the date, and we have customer ID and the sale value. Okay, but the point is, we have to link these both things. The point is, we can do easily using VLOOKUP, etc., as I shown previously. Now the point is, we want to feed this into the internal data model directly. Okay. Now before that, as I have told before, it's always worthwhile to name these tables. Okay. So we'll go here. Okay. So put up the names here. See, customer ID. Okay, or cust ID. Just for one thing. And similarly here, Control T. Click OK. We have sale value. Okay, so done. So we have just name. What I have just done here is uh, just put up the names here. Okay, made two small tables just to demonstrate how it is done easily. So I have made two tables and also named them accordingly. One is if you click here, one name is customer ID, another is here the sale value. Okay, so having said that, now let's proceed further. Then you can go to this data, go to existing connections here. Okay, click that. Now here you can see that there are two things, connections and tables. Click on tables. So in this you have what you call custodian sale value here, right? You can see these three are the ones which are there previously, but at the same time these are the last two custodian sale value are the ones which I have put up just now. Now here tables and table word, double click that. Once that you just this is automatically put up into pivot table report, put up in a new worksheet. I mean this is for where you want to put the data, so you can put it in a new worksheet. And having said that, click OK. So you will be getting into pivot table report. Now the point is we can actually see that there are certain links already present here. Okay, which are actually different from different sources. Example, random and sheet one. Now the point is go to all, which is already being selected, and then what you can do is we can build our pivot table just like normal. Okay, but the point is here we are seeing sale value and custody, right? Go to custody, click customer name. Okay, not the sum rows, and in sale value I can put the values. Okay, now it will prompt you to whether any relationships between these two tables are needed. So then you can technically what you call ask you to create anything. So the point is you can actually create or even auto detect. The point is better than auto detect is always better for better for you to create actually, basically because sometimes when doing auto correction it may lead to auto detection, it may lead to mistakes. Okay, now the point is data model table, within that what we are seeing custody, right? Within custody, customer ID is linked, and within this related table, what is the related table here? Sale value, customer ID. Okay, click OK. So a link has been established. Fine. Instead of sum of sale value, you fill settings, show values as, right. Okay. So this is how you can actually create such interrelated pivot table values without using Power Query. Okay. Now once you have made already the relationships, now if you want to add or delete, what you have to do? The same thing. Here go to data tab, go to relationships, click. So you'll be getting all the list of relationships. You can edit them. You can even add anything new or even deactivate or even delete them. Okay. So it's something you can do. So if you want to click auto detect, then it will automatically detect and create relations based on data in all the tables. If you want to edit, you can do activate or deactivate also them as per your interest. Now you have already added certain tables to internal data model, right? Now you want to remove some tables. Okay. Then what you have to do? Well, go to data tab again, go to queries and connections. Here you'll be getting all these things. Okay. Now right click any specific thing which you want to remove. I mean the table which you want to remove from the internal data model. Okay. So here we have customer details. Click that, right click, delete. Simple. Yeah. So click OK. It's just a prompting that once you remove any other relationships, if you have put up, that will be removed. Right click here, delete. Another one. Fine. So this is how you can actually remove the data from internal table model. Now, having said that, for example, if you have already made up a Power Pivot, but you want to put up your own calculated columns, you want to put some calculations, you want to use TAX, you want to put certain measures, etc., etc. How you can do it? So that is also quite simple. Now first we will be dealing with, let me go to open on Power Pivot. Now the point is, if you certain things what you call before going to further deeper into this specific concept. Now the point is calculated columns are those columns which are which are used to further enhance a Power Pivot table with our own set of formulas. Okay. Now the calculated columns can be entered directly into the Power Pivot window. So it will become a part of our normal source, which is used to feed our pivot table. Now, 1 minute. Now this is a Power Pivot window. Let me open some of them. Yeah. Now we have this customer ID and CL value, right? Now what you're seeing here, there is one option called add column. Okay. So where this is here is the place where you can add any specific uh, column with your own what you call calculations. For example, there is a sale value here, right? And for the sale value, if you add tax at the rate of say 18%. Okay. So how do you do it? GST at the rate of 18%. Fine. Press enter. So this has been added. Now this is equal to this one. You can see here that we can actually enter any formulas as normally as a normal Excel. Okay. So we have to enter one formula and it will calculate only the formula in only the topmost cell and it will calculate for remaining everything. Now the point is this is this column will actually show in the what you call once you make the pivot table. Now having said that, once you what you call have created any specific column or something, and if you want to format it, for example, the sale value is in abstract numbers, right? And so is the GST. Now, if you want to put any specific formatting, so we can go here, click that, and within there, you can find the data type format, okay, as a whole number, currency or something. I'll put as currency. So it will show up this one. Similarly, here click. So yeah, so there it is showing. So this is how you can apply formatting to any specific values here. Having said that, now for example, if I want to hide this column from the final end users, what you can do is click this and hide from client tools. If you click that, then it will not show up in the resultant pivot table. Okay. Of course, it will not remove it from the report. It only affects the ability to see to put the or to be able to see the column in the pivot table friends list. Okay. I mean, so click it, so it will not be shown. So it will show up like this. Now let's move on to another feature called DAX, that is data analysis expressions. So it is actually a formula language which the Power Pivot actually uses to perform calculations uh, within of the tables and columns of its own type. Okay, so it comes with its own sets of functions. So it can be used in row level calculations and etc. etc. So we will touch on some of the DAX functions which can be leveraged in the calculated columns. Okay. Now we use a formula bar within the Power Pivot. Okay, so here in this we have added a new column and we calculated the GST value at the rate of 18%. Now, if you want to insert a function, that also we can do. How we can do? Here you are seeing a function called fx, right? So if you click that, so you can insert any specific function. Okay, blank, calculate, concatenate, COS, COT, etc. Okay. Now the point is, if you go through the list of all these DAX functions, you'll see that many of them are similar to Excel, but these are not actual Excel functions. Okay, when you are talking about Excel functions, they actually work with exact cells and ranges. Okay, but these are designed to work at the table and column levels on these DAX functions. Okay, now if you put a small calculated column, let me put a okay, let me put sum of 1 second. Wait, let me go. Okay, here you go. If we put here sum, click OK, is equal to sum of this entire range excuse me is equal to, I'll put directly sum of this entire one. Then you can see that all, I mean, each and every column is calculated with that sum total of everything. Okay, so technically it sums the entire column, but the same thing is posted into each and every cell. I mean, the entire column. Okay, so technically DX actually does, instead of a single cell, does the calculation for the entire column and posts it there. Now the point is, you must be wondering then what's the purpose of this entire TX call message. So I'll show another example here. See, there are certain situations where in which you want, where in which the values are independent. Okay. So here what it usually does is, before we have calculated the addition. Okay. So it has put up the same value, that is the sum of all the values in all the individual cells of this column. But however, there may arise a situation. For example, let me show this. Yeah, so here you can see that we have certain dates here, right? But and these are individual to each and every cell. Now what we'll do is equal to month of order date. Okay, click that. Now press enter. So you'll be getting the exact values here. Of course, this has been calculated before. I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. So in such cases, your DAX controls will be quite helpful. Okay. Having said that, so you can similarly add more columns here. Okay. Yeah, when you day equal to day of order date. Here order date. See, so you'll be getting the specific days. Okay. Now, having said that, now if you want to sort anything, even that you can do. Okay. Yeah. Now it has been done. Now you can sort from largest to smallest, smallest to largest. You can also sort by column also. Cancel it. Now, having said this, now we'll look at another feature called calculated measures. Now, calculated measures are something which are used to perform more complex calculations. Okay, that work on an aggregation of data or combination of data. Now, one thing I want to show. Yeah. So, what is the difference between the values of sum total values of both Hyderabad of difference between January and February that we can't do using normal measures, right? Normal DAX functions, because if we try to find, we have to find out the sum of this one, then we have to find out the sum of this one, and then we have to subtract them. What is the difference between the sum total values of January and February? If you want some value like that, so how do we do it? We we click here pivot table, measures, new measure. Okay, so we have table name of this one, measure one, and description. Here we can put whatever formula we want. Okay, here we can enter equal to calculate of expression one. Then before, however, one thing I forgot to tell you, before going there, you have to select the which table name you want this one. Okay, go for example, measure one and description. Okay, check for, calculate. Go back to here. There, what we have to do? Expression. Now, what expression we should put? The sum of sheet on January. So close. Okay. There are no filters that are applicable. So then check formula. Okay, so for measure, instead of measure one, I'm putting, sorry, Jan sum. Okay, January summary, summation. Click OK. So you're getting it. Again, go for another measure, new measure, Feb sum. Here we'll be putting equal to calculate sum of February, sheet 1 of February. Okay, you can always check your formula. It will show whether any formula errors are there or not. Click OK. Then third measure, what we're going to do is sum difference. Sum difference Jan to Feb. Here what we will be doing equal to Jan sum, we are already getting this, minus Feb sum. Okay, click OK. So this is how you can get the entire what call individual values here. Okay. So having said so, this is how you can actually put up different things. Now the point is, if you put up a pivot table, then all these values will show up in that pivot table. Okay. Here now I'd like to discuss certain terms with you. That is, in IT management, we usually have a term called ETL. Okay, what does ETL stand for? E is for extract, T is for transform, and L is for load. So in the extract step of this ETL function, what we do is we usually import or grab data from any specified source. Then within that source, we'll take only a specific set of data which is important to us. And after that, next step is T for transform. So what we do is we clean it, we remove all the unnecessary data, then we format it properly and we transform it into desired structure. And the last one is L. L stands for load. Okay. So after doing the first two steps, that is extract and transform, we load it into our Excel. Okay. Or specifically any worksheet or any workbook which we want for further analysis. Now we, as an Excel user, we have been doing this entire ETL process for years, several, I mean, for a very long time, but we don't use those terms. Okay. So the point is, we actually may have to refer several thousands or even lakhs or even millions or even billions of data points from internet, from our SQL server, or from any specific database. Then we had to manipulate and modify the data. Then we had to load our data into a final worksheet, and then we had to generate the reports, etc., and so on. Now, what Power Query does is it's only gives us an extra edge while performing this entire ETL process. Okay. So here in this specific lecture, we'll be exploring the various features of this Power Query feature. Okay, and also you'll get to know how important it is. Now, in order to, I would like to show one website here. Okay, so there's one website called moneycontrol.com where slash market slash Indian indices. Okay, if you go to this, then you'll find several databases. Okay, there's one list of entire what you call Asian banks, Axis banks, etc., and so on here. Then we have another table which has S&P for BSE small cap, BSE 100, etc., so on. Click OK. So the point is, so we have several tables within this what we call web page. Okay, now what we'll try to do is we'll try to grab data from this web page. Okay, so go to this Excel. Okay, now go to data, in get data from other sources from web. Okay, let the wizard open. In the meantime, what I will do is I'll just copy this link. Control C. Yeah. So it's asking the URL. Okay, so I'll press Control V here. Click OK. So this is a navigator, so it's just still loading it. So just take it'll just take few moments. Depends on the net speed and also processor speed. So having said that, once this data gets loaded, so we can actually choose any specific data here, and then we can use it. Okay, now we have got this. Okay, now we click document. So we'll see only three elements. This kind of specific table. This is no use to us. Go to table 0. Here we are getting Asian Paints, LTP, percentage change, volume, and buy price, sell price, buy quantity, sell quantity, etc. Go to table 1, and we get only this, which is on the side. If you remember, this one is also like the same. Go to table 3, again we get sensex, percentage change, open, high, low, etc. and so on. So we can actually do several things. Okay. Now what we do is, now we have to click transform data. Okay, we can load directly, but the point is we have to clean this. Okay, we have to transform this first of all. This only extraction has been done at this point. We have to transform it. Transform is what? Convert it into useful format. Okay. Now click transform data. Yeah. So this is a Power Query editor, just like what we saw this Power Pivot. Okay. Now, now this is something. This is a specific place, or this is a specific window which allows us to modify the existing data which we have grabbed, clean, transform, do whatever we want. Okay. So this is a penultimate step before inserting the data into our main Excel sheet. Fine. Now here, go here, right click. So here you'll be seeing several options. Okay. So if you want, you can fill up or fill down. We can change the type. Now here it is automatically shown as text. Okay. So we don't have to worry much about it. Now the same thing, if you click the current value, you go here, transform or change type, there you can see it is already selected into decimal number. Here the same thing is for change type. You go to same thing for decimal number, etc. So on. The same thing will be there for all the values here. So it automatically detects what type of formatting has to be applied. But sometimes it may happen that the formatting is incorrect. So we have to check for those things. So for that we have to go to change type and select the appropriate format name. Okay. Then having said that, we have to go here again. Then we have to check errors, check for errors. Okay, click remove errors. Okay, then go here, same thing, remove errors. Fine. So we have to remove any errors while loading or something. Okay, so if some error is there and we want to replace that value, I'll put 0 here. Click OK. Okay, so if there are any errors in this, then that will be automatically updated into 0. Remove errors, remove errors, replace errors. We can do both things, because if you put replace errors, then we'll be knowing where the error has actually occurred. Or else you can directly click remove errors also. Okay, and these are just the basic steps. So once you have done all these things, then what you have to do is click on this close and load. Okay, if you click this top button, it will directly load the data. Or else if you click this one, close and load to. Okay, then you'll be getting. So you can see, you can view it as a table. You can create a pivot table report, pivot chart directly. And if you want, you can put it in a new worksheet, or if you want to put it in an existing worksheet, and within existing worksheet, I want to put it here, click OK. Okay. So it will take some time to load the data. Yeah. So technically, we got all the values. So before going further, let's understand what this Power Query feature has allowed us to do right now. With a few clicks, we actually were able to go to the internet, go to a specific web page where we have some our necessary data. Then we loaded that data into separate editor. Then what we did was we tried to transform the data, remove the errors. Once we have removed the error and even tried to change the data, then what we have done, we have actually dropped the data into an Excel worksheet. Okay. Now, however, if you want to go back to this editor and make some additional changes, even that you can do. Go to this once you go here. Once you clicked on open, you will find this queries and connection. You can close that. I'll show from here. Okay. Now this is a raw data which you have imported from internet. Okay. So go. You can click this, and from there you can click the data, go to queries and connections, click that, then this table will move. Then it will show you the table 3, that is this table. It has 42 rows loaded. Okay, if you just hover it, then you can see just a preview of what all has happened. However, if you click that, then you can always open and go back to your Power Query editor, where you can actually see the I mean the basically all those things which you have seen a couple of moments ago. Not only that, you can also see here the various steps which we have applied. Okay, first we have sourced it, then we have navigation where we have chosen the various uh, we have seen the various tables from which we have chosen this. Then we have started removing errors, then we have replaced errors somewhere, and after that, so these are the steps which we have applied to the data once we have loaded from the internet, okay, or from the web page. So all this is always visible. Now, these are all the steps that have been applied. Now, the point I would like to mention is this Power Query feature has its own formula language. Okay, so it is known as the M language. M for say men. So M for that one. And using this M language, it is our queries are actually codified. Okay, so each and every action which we take in this Power Query results to a specific line of code being written into a query step. So if you take any step, that will be added here and that will be written in the M language. Okay, so uh, so what happens is if you for example, if some, so this is the specific data as of now. Okay, now due to some reason or some after a couple of days, if we want to load the same data, then what will happen, then that data must have changed. Okay, so when we apply the same refresh the same changes, then all this what you call steps will be applied to it. Okay, which are already stored. Now, if you want to see what has actually exactly happened, for example, if you click change type, here you can actually see what is the this thing code that has been occurred here. So it is saying table of transform column types from where data 3 name, tag, text, etc. has been done, and this is what has changes has occurred. Okay, this is for changing type. Now, if you have to click remove errors, then you can see change type of name. And if you have removed errors one, this is a code. And if you want to click this replaced errors line, you can see that errors have been removed and they have been changed to 0, which we have given here. Okay. Now again here, if you go to this each and every individual step and right click, then you can see there are several options here. Fine, you have edit settings, delete, or delete and then move up, move down, exact previous one. So what are these? If you go for this edit settings here, it edits the arguments of parameter and define the exact step. Okay, so we can rename, give the selected step a specific name. And having said that, if you go to delete, we can remove the step and delete until the it removes all the selected step and all the following steps. For example, if you click here, then all the steps will be deleted. Then similar goes for move up and move down. Then instead step after, we can add a new step and etc. and so on. Okay, so these are some of the basic options available. Now, having said all this, I would like to tell one more that this Power Query editor gives us another option. That means you can view and edit a queries, this embedded M code in a direct fashion. So this is a query editor, right? So from there you go to view here. Within view, you can always see there's an option called an advanced editor. Okay, so this will be seeing in a couple of moments. However, if you click this, then you can see all the steps here. Fine. So here you can actually type and replace something, or instead of 0, you can put it as 10 also. Okay, and it will also show whether any syntax errors have been done. Click on that. Fine. Now here replace address, if you go click that, one second. Here you can see that the code has changed to 10. Fine. Now the point is this is an online data source, right? So there is a possibility that data is not is fresh, or data is not been outdated. Now the point is this Power Query data is not actually connected to the source data which is used to extract it. Okay. Now the point is this data I have taken from a online web source. Okay. This is not in, but this data is not in any way connected to the online data source. It is just a mere screenshot or a mere screen grab from that specific web page. Now, if the source data changes, then this Power Query will not have updated changes. Okay, so we had to refresh our query every now and then if we choose to. Now, the point is, if you have already loaded here, for example, here, you close, just keep. Now, if I already loaded the table here, now what I can do is, if you want to refresh this, there are a couple of things which you can do. Here you can always go to this one and press refresh all, it will get refreshed. If you want to automate it, you can automate it, go to, right click here, go to properties, and here you will be getting this refresh control. So where you can enable background refresh, you can refresh every 1 minute or 2 minutes, or you can refresh data when opening, etc., and so on. Okay. Now the point is we have created a query here. Okay, what is this query related to this table 3? Now we can even manage this. How do we manage it? Click this, click right click, and you can see several options here. Now here, if you want to edit, it will open the naturally the Power Query editor. We can modify any respective steps. We can delete it. We can even also rename it if you want to uh, give a specific name to this query. Then we have this refresh. Okay, then we have this load to option where we can send this what call uh, send this data to any other location. Okay, then we can create a new copy of this query by using this duplicate. Then we have a reference which actually makes a new query that references to the output of the original query. For example, this table 3 has generated a specific output. Now we want to create another query which take this as an input. Okay, so that is something which we can do with reference. Then we can merge one query in one workbook to another query in another workbook by matching any specific columns by using this. We can also append the results of other specific queries which you have created in the same workbook. Then we can also export this connection file. Okay, if you have generated this, you can save this an ODC file with connection credentials. Then we can also move to any specific group. Okay, so if you have any you can create any logical group. For example, if this is one query, and if you have 4 or 5 queries that form a specific group that are interrelated to each other, and we want to add this one to that specific group, even that we can do. Okay, then we have move up and move down. Of course, these are disabled because there's only one query, and this to show the peakness just shows the preview of the result of our operation. And finally, we have properties which you have seen just now. That's for reflection, definition, and also used in where. Okay, using so and so specific table, etc., and so on. We can change the query name from table 3 to something, or else you can change the description as you want. Okay, now let's go to next step. Let me click this, double click. Okay, yeah, now let it download. Now we have these several columns here, right, which we have actually downloaded. Now what we'll do is we'll right click a column here. Okay, click this, right click a column. Here we'll have again hundreds of options, I mean several options here. Sorry for that. Now what it will do is, for example, click remove. You can copy this up to this one. If you want to remove the selected column, we can remove. If you click this remove other columns, then okay, whatever column we have selected, that will remain, other columns will be removed. Then we can generate a copy of this column and post it. Okay, so that is something will happen. Now if you want to add column, any specific column from example, so this is the option which we use when we want to make a custom column, and which has data from other columns based on few examples we provide. So what we'll do is we'll give 2 or 3 examples on how to fill that column, and once we give that example, we'll generate its own new column. Okay, this usually works like this flash fill. Now having said that, next we can remove duplicates or errors. Okay, so we'll remove all, by clicking this you can remove all the rows from the selected column where values are duplicate. Okay, however the first instance of any duplicate value will remain. For example, if we have 4 uh, rows having the same 4 rows having same numbers. First one will remain, remaining 3 will be removed. Then we can remove errors also for this. Okay, and having said that, if you go for change type, for this is known, we can this is for changing the format. And for the transform, this is usually used for this uh, change the method in which the columns are actually shown. So we can change from lowercase to uppercase, etc. If I click lowercase, you can see here everything has changed to lowercase. I go to uppercase, everything has become uppercase, and capitalize each one is changes accordingly. So there's something which you can do by transform. Then we can actually replace the values. That means we can replace any selected value with the selected in the specific column with another value. Okay, I will show one example. Instead of let me click this. Now here there is something called syntax, right? So I will do is type that syntax with syntax1. Fine. So click OK. So that will get replaced with it. So this is how you can do. So we can also replace errors. We have an errors, then we can remove that. And this is, then we can create a specific data type. We can split columns by delimiter or number of characters, etc. Now, for example, let me show here. Now here we have a space between each and everything, right? So that space can act as a delimiter. So we can so split the column by delimiter means if you click and custom, I'll put space at each occurrence of delimiter. Okay, code character split. See, now what has happened is after SNP one another column is created, and after BSC another column is created. Okay, that is something we can do. See, now once I have deleted, everything has come back to normal. So this is something which you can do. Then having said that, we can unpivot columns. Okay, now what is unpivot columns here? Unpivot means if you can transpose the specific columns to column oriented to row oriented. So what we'll do is from row to column, column to row, that we can do. And if you can fill up and down means here what we'll do is we'll fill all the specific empty cells with the value which we will be providing. Okay, so and that specific value will be the first non-empty cell. Okay, so we can fill up or fill down. Then we can unpivot other columns, unpivot only the select columns if you want. We can rename it, we can move it also to left or right or something. So having that, what is drill down? Drill down is nothing but we can navigate to the contents of a specific column. Okay, so if we have some specific column that has some important data like metadata, so we can drill down to that. We can also add this as a new query. What it actually means is, for example, if we create a new query using some other contents of this specific column, then we have to reference the original query, right, in the new one. So that name of the new query is same as the header column. Okay, so this is how we use this feature. Then we can click. Let me click this. Yeah, so these are the features of this what I call editing features here available. So having said that, now we'll move further to what I call the table actions here. Okay, now table actions can be seen here. So click that. So he will have entire a list of these actions. Now if you want to copy the entire table, you can click this, and if you want to use the first row as headers, you can do. The point is here it already occurred, but in just in case in certain uh, times what will happen is it will come without headers, so you can use the first row as headers. Then you can add any custom column. Okay, so when we add any custom column, what will happen is we'll add the last column, it will add a new column at the last. Okay, however, once you add the column, you can just click and drag. That will not be an issue. The same thing, add column from examples works like a flash fill, as I told before. Then we can also invoke custom function. That means if you click this, then it will it will do one thing. It will add a new column at the last. And if you have defined any specific function, that will be run for each row in that column. Okay. Then you can add a conditional column also. Then in that case another column will be put up as previously, that means at the last, and it will fill the entire content of the column with the conditional statements, okay, which we have to define. Then we can add an index column also. So what is index column? It contains a sequential list of numbers from 1 0 any other specific value we want. Then you can choose any columns. If you want to, can choose those columns which you want to keep in the query results. If you want to keep the top rows alone, then we can do that. Means it will remove all but top n number of rows. If you keep, say, if you keep top 10 rows, only top 10 rows will remain, remaining will be removed. Similarly, keep bottom rows, keep, you have to specify a number. So bottom, if you put 10, it will keep bottom 10 rows and remaining will be removed. Similarly, keep a range of rows. It works as an amalgamation of this one. So you can have to enter a number within which you have entered a range within which all those rows will be kept and remaining will be removed. And uh, if you keep duplicates, then what will happen is, see, in certain rows some will have duplicate values, some will have unique values, right? So unique values will be removed, only duplicates will remain. Then keep errors means keep only those rows which uh, have an error, and which don't have an error they will be removed. Then remove top rows, it works reverse of all these things. So all this keep rows, keep bottom rows, keep range of rows means these are the cases where those specific rows are kept, and here in these three cases those specific rows are removed. Okay, so remove duplicates means opposite of keep duplicates. Keep errors and remove errors, they work opposite. So having said that, let's move on to this merge queries. Now we already have a query that has a link to another query in the table. Okay, so how to merge them? That we can do with this one. And append queries is something when we create a new query that actually appends the results of other query. Okay, so this is something you can do. Now having said that, let me close this. Keep. Now here within get data, if you click, you can have several options here. You can do from file, which is for grabbing data from workbook or text or XML, JSON, PDF, etc. So on. You can do from database. Okay, from you can do similarly. You can do from Azure, this thing cloud service. You can also use other from other sources like from other table or from web which you have chose. You can do from ODBC or OLEDB or blank query. So this is something you can do. Now let me open a new sheet. Yeah, okay. Now, okay, this is random gibberish. Let me remove it. Now the point is you can get data from other Excel workbooks also. That is simple. So you go to get data from file from workbook. Click. So this should open. Let me go to desktop. Example. Import. In this we'll have two examples. One is Excel sheet and sheet one. In this sheet one, we'll click transform data. The procedure is same. After this step, the first step where you are grabbing the data, everything else is actually same. Okay, now the point is I have null 3 here. Okay, so I want to remove this all this null. So what do we do now? Go to here, keep top rows. Fine, let me a second. Top rows, how many are there? One, wait, so till 16 is there. So I'll keep top 16 rows. Press 16. Okay, so till 16 is there, rest have been removed. So this is how we can do it. So this is how we can do, and what you call grab data from here. I'll just close this once. Keep. Having said that, okay, this has come. I'll go here, get data. You can do it from a CSV file also. Text or CSV. I'll go to city. Yeah. So column 7 is empty. So I'll transform the data now. So you can also what you call put up any specific changes whatever you want, and then you can do. So this is how you do from CSV file. It's actually very quite very intuitive, so it's self-explanatory. So similarly, we can do from OLAP database and Azure databases also. Fine. Click keep, close, done. Let me open. Now so far we have done the what call ETL 3 times. Okay, so that's why we're getting 3 queries. Now the point is, okay, let me close this. Now the point is, you can always go to data, get data, and data source settings. Okay, click that. Now what will happen is we'll see all these three sources of data. Okay, first one we have done from online website. So there's moneycontrol.com, markets and Indian indices that is available. Then we have chosen from a XLSX file. So that is also shown. And then we have a CTCS. So we can click any one of them and we can edit permissions also. We can make it privacy to public or organizational private and click OK, it will be done. And we can also clear those permissions here. Okay. Having said that, now if you want to change the source of anything, then click something, click change source. Okay. So it will open where it will show the file path and also Excel workbook. Here, if you browse, you can change the entire file altogether. Okay. That's something you can do. Now, having said that, let me go to one of them here, here, or here. Let me choose one. Okay, I'll choose this or maybe this. So I click this, double click, I will open the Power Editor. Now I can click one column and second column here, right click. There you will getting an option to merge columns. Okay. So technically, if you want to join the values of two columns, that you can do. So click on merge columns. You can have no separator. You can have colon, comma, or any specific custom. Here I will put as custom as hash. Okay, I'm just showing it for sake of explanation. Click OK. Now you can see that the two columns are merged and then hash with the values, and a hash has occurred here. Okay, let me delete and then so it will become normal. Fine. So this is something you can do. Now, if you want to add any specific additional column to here, that you can do. The point is you have to go to add column. Then we have to go to custom column here. Click. So here we're putting equal to this column and sorry and is and number dot to text. So this is case sensitive. So number dot to text. It is close. Okay. Fine. So we have got the answer here. So Fargo is 581618. That is Fargo is 581618. So this is something which you can do. Okay. Now the point is there are certain common conversion functions also. That is, if you want to convert date to text, then you have date to text. Date. Let's show once again. Go to custom column here. Here, if you type here, if you want to convert from any value from date to text, you can do is date dot. If you type again, to text. Okay. Date dot to text, this is used for converting date to text, and if you want to convert from time to text, then we have this one. Then if you want to convert number to text, this we have this, and any logic value to text that you can do. So it goes on like this. These are the various functions that are usually available. Okay. Yeah. Having said this, we can also add custom columns which have if functions, if then else functions also, that works on conditional logic. So let's go to custom column here, the same thing. Then here equal to, now the syntax will be a little different, okay? Instead of if brackets etc and so on, that will not be there. So equal to f, equal to f space. Now you have to choose the column which has this. Now the column 2 has this one. Okay, if column 2 click is greater than or equal to 60 uh, 44675 space, then you have to put then the result must be good, or else press else, then it will be small. Okay, click OK. Now let's see. So it is good, small, good, small, good, small, and small, small, small. It is shown. So this is how you can use logical functions to create a new column. Okay. Now having said that, there are a couple of things I would like to mention. If you want to group any of this data accordingly, then you have to go to transform here, go to group by, click that, and here you'll get group by which one column 2, or else you can go for this custom one. Within that custom one, you can do one is this sub count. I'll put as one thing new. Okay, what you have to do is you can do is count rows, count distinct rows, etc. and so on. Then count rows. Now having said that, go to click OK. See, now you can see in custom row there are 3 good and 11 small ones. Okay, this is how we can do the grouping. So let me delete and then so done. Now what happens with Power Query is when we, usually this data analysis is actually done in several steps. Okay, so it is actually done. For example, we have taken from money control, right? The specific shares data. Now the point is, we may have similar data from some other website. Okay, can have similar data from 4 or 5 websites. So what we have to do, what we have to be doing is each and every what you call data source will have to undergo the same process of transformation after extraction. Okay, and after that there may exist even for several other steps to come to the final result. Okay, so the point is when we're doing such things, so it's always makes sense to actually save those specific transformation steps, save it and then use it again and again for different data sources. The point is, for example, if I take, let me close this, keep, okay, fine. Yeah, check this. So here we have taken data. Okay, wait, let's wait. Okay, before that, let me do. Now the point is, we have grabbed this data, removed the errors, and replaced the errors as we deem fit. Okay. Now the point is, the similar data will be there in another website also, similar to this. So we have to load again. Okay, that's one thing, but we have to apply the same steps again, right? So for what we have to do is we have to do the each and every step again from starting. Okay. Now, in this specific data, I would like to make one small this thing. Okay, so we have open, high, and low. So I'll add a custom column equal to this plus high plus this divided by 3. So what I'm taking is an average of everything. Okay, click OK. And so then I will put average. Okay. So we have got the average of open, high, and low in this new custom column. Okay. Now the point is, I instead of this is one simple step, so I'm explaining it. So what I'm trying to do is to calculate this average for some other data which has similar formats. What I have to do, I have to first load the data. That's point number one. Then I have to completely do this process again. Go to custom column and then put all the formula. Then we'll be getting this one. So instead, what I can do is can go to this last step where calculated this mean. Okay, I'll right click it, extract previous. Okay, click extract previous. Now what it will do is it will extract all the steps before the selected step into a new query. So I'll put it as average. I'll put it as average only, not an issue. Click OK. Okay. So once we click OK, two things happen. First, it moves all the extracted steps into a new specific query. So that query will have all the necessary steps. Then it what it does it adds the new query to the specific step also. Okay. So basically, what we are doing is, it can, of course, this can be a bit tough to understand. The bottom thing is, what we are doing is, instead of starting from step one to make a new query, what we're telling is we are making a new query which makes a list of all the steps in the specific sequential order, and it saves it under a specific name. Okay, so this is how what we have done till now. Okay, now let me close this. Okay. Now, having said that, we would like to see what append feature is all about, as we had seen while understanding it previously. Append is something that allows us to what you call add certain specific rows or data generated from one query, and then we can add it to the results of other query. Okay, so technically we're copying records from one and we're adding it to the end of the other. Now, it usually helpful when we need to consolidate multiple similar looking tables into one specific table. Okay, so for doing that, of course, we have already generated queries here. So we can do directly. You can go to click one of them and right click append. Okay. So here we'll be getting two tables, three or more tables, etc. So if you want to put three or more tables, you can just click add, this one add, etc. and so on. So else you can even remove this. But however, I'll show you two tables only. Now the point is we have chosen certain data which is totally unrelated to each other. Okay. So what will happen when we do that? Now the first table is average. Okay. Now the second thing we're adding it with table three. Now there's no link between average and table three. Okay. What will happen? Let's see. What will do is it will show the data of one average table. It will show as null in the remaining parts of the table, and below it you will have a couple of null characters. Then it will show table three. Okay. Let's click OK. See here. Now we have got one table here, okay? But if you scroll here, you will be even further, then you'll be seeing null. However, if you scroll down, you will be getting this data, okay? So this is how this thing usually occurs. Fine. So this is how you can do append two or more data sources. Okay, that means consolidating two or more data sources. That is something you can do using this. If the data is actually common, then it will consolidate. If the data is similar, then it will be consolidated and put up. However, if the data is not linked, then you will have null cells. I mean, you will have cells which will have null values in them. Now having said that, let's move to one more feature called merging. Actually, okay. Now, what is this merging feature? Merging is something when we have to join data between two tables instead of consolidating. Okay, if you want to join something to something else, then we will what you call be using merge feature here. Now, in while merging, there are six types of merging that your Power Query usually allows us to. First is left outer. Left outer means the first one entire data is loaded, and from the second data from the second query, only those data which are matching with the first one, they are given. Okay. Similarly, we have right outer. Right outer is something only the complete records of second query are given, but only those which are matching with the first one are shown and the rest are ignored. Then we have full outer, that is the complete data is shown for from both query 1 and query 2. Then we have inner, that means only those which are common to both the queries are shown. Then we have left anti, which is tells the Power Query to only return those records which are unique to first record. Okay, and not match any records from second query. Then we have right anti. This tells us to return only those records which are unique to second query. Okay, so this is how actually merging actually works. Okay, let give me some time. Just loading. Yeah, so what the point is, in append 1, I have 84 rows loaded. Okay. In average, I have only 3 rows. So I'll go to this append 1. I'll try to merge this with average. So we have append 1 here. Then we have average. Now the point is, I'll be selecting those specific ones which are unique by pressing Control. So if I'm clicking this, then you can actually see what are the unique ones here. What are the values that are unique to both? Okay. Now in this join kind, I have like I have mentioned before, I can choose anything. For example, left out all from first and matching from second, etc., and so on. Or else all from right and left outer. Okay, you can right outer means all from second matching from first, all from all rows from both. So all only the matching rows, left anti, this one. These are self-explanatory. Now the point is, what I'll do is what do you call, select. Okay, now see, so it is returning me all these values. Why it is returning it twice? Because that value is already there, and there's one specific thing with null. Okay, if you go to main database, you can check that there was one with null and one with normal average values. That's why it is showing this, and it is throwing the data twice. So this is how actually merge works. Okay, so you can do with any specific data you want. Now let me close this discard. Okay, I'll just delete it for time being. Yeah. Now if I just hover it, you can see that the data is actually showing up. Okay, the massive amount of data will be hovering. But if you want to see any specific item, what I can do is just click that, highlight that one. Fine. Similarly, if you want total, and it will go to show you the total. Close. Now, having said that, there will be several queries here, and I want to organize the queries in specific groups. Okay, so by doing that, what will happen is you will be able to segregate them into the ones which are important, the ones which are in a specific, which perform a specific calculation, etc., and so on. So how do you do it? We can actually right click it, move to group, and since there are no groups, I'm adding a group. I'll put it as a group one. Okay, description, group one. Okay. Okay, so you have segregation to group one and other queries. Now you can add this average also to group one. So move to group one. So it will be segregated like this. And if you are adding it to another group, even that you can do, right click, move to group, new group, group two. Description, okay, group two. So you can add like this. So you can actually segregate into groups. So having said that, now, excuse me, now let's go to this, no, not city. Yeah, let me open this sheet one. Now technically there are so many columns here, right? There's hundreds of there are several columns here. Now the point is, if you want to see only those columns which appear here, then you go to the home tab. Okay, within this home tab you can choose columns. So click that, choose columns. Within choose column, you can actually choose those ones which you want to do. For example, I want only the data of quarters and total. Click OK. There you go. Only those will be visible, not the other ones. Fine. Now, having said this, I want to say rename any query, even that you can do. Put it as new query. There you go. Now, having said that, I would like to mention that sometimes certain columns will have very invaluable data. Okay, so what you can do, that you can save those also. Right, click any specific column, right click, add as a new query. Okay. So what will happen is it will once again, yeah. So this will add up as a new query for you. Let me download. Okay, so the new query. Now if you close this, keep. Okay, so now you can actually see that new query has been actually created. Fine. A new query named quarter one, which you have chosen previously. Fine. So this is a new query that has been created. Now the point is, if you want to technically mention as initial changes, like for example, when you're loading your Power Query or something, then you can do certain things. Like for example, go to data. Within get data, you can get query options, right? Click query options. Let it open. Then what you can do is you can click this specify custom default load settings, and instead of load to worksheet, you can add one more thing is load to data model. Okay, you don't have to work again to do all those steps where you'll take more time to add it to data internal data model, right? So instead, if you click this, it will load to data model automatically. Fine. Click cancel. Now what will happen is when you are usually loading any data in Power Query, then usually that Power Query what it does, it automatically tries to detect the data types and change them accordingly. Okay, so this is usually done when we are trying to add any new data. So what will happen is sometimes it may lead to certain errors. Okay, because sometimes it does what you call the data type, it does guess the data types very correctly. Sometimes it is not able to. Okay. Now, just in case if you really want to prevent that from happening, so that wherein which you want to prevent any automatic data type casting or something, then what you can do is go to get data. Similarly, go to query options, and within that, let open in data load. You can see that there's one a specific option which is already checked, that is detect column types and headers for unstructured sources. Okay, if you click this, I mean if it is already active, then it will try to detect all the data type. Otherwise if you don't want it to happen, you can just unclick it and click OK. Fine. So then it will not try to make an assumptions on the column types, headers, data, etc, etc. So this will prevent such things from happening, and later you can change them as per your wish. Now, if you want to improve the performances of this Power Query, then you may have to toggle a little bit about this privacy features. Go to query options, click privacy. So in that, what we'll do is we'll try to combine data according to privacy levels settings for each source. So that will bring down the performance level drastically. But however, if you are willing to ignore the privacy levels, then it can improve the performance very much. So, but however, this is quite risky because it will expose sensitive data to other third-party people. So we can click this and improve the performance, and then we can toggle it back once the work is done. Okay.